Hey guys, what's up? Sorry, you guys. Oh my gosh, I look a mess. I look a mess. I'm about to talk about somebody. Like the audacity of it all. Kevin said, looking like a whole white woman in black skin is quite sad. I did not like her hair. I'm glad you see that too, Kevin. I didn't like her hair. I did not like her hair. I'm like, why are you looking like this? It's giving last minute. I mean, Beyonce will never because Beyonce is a bigger star, right? But hi, everybody. What's up? Who you guys? I'm so tired. I am so exhausted. Oh, Lord. But Abby kept messaging me. So I was like, you know what? Let's go. Oh, I love it when you guys are outside early. I sure do. I love it when you guys are outside early. Hey, Bizu, Bizu, Kevin. Okay, so guys, we're here, y'all. We are here. So our good sis, woo, woo. Hey, Bridget. Our good sis, Kelly Rowland. Kelly cracks me up. Kelly, hey, Brown Sugar. Kelly cracks me up. So Kelly recently went to the Cannes Film Festival. Now, not to be offensive. Hey, Sylvia. Not to be offensive, but I was like, why are you there? Like, I'm not I would sound so mean. Okay. I'm gonna sound so mean, but I'm like, why are you there? Because of mea culpa? Like, what? I'm like, why are you there? Like, what have you done to go to the Cannes Film Festival? Like, what is going on? Right. So Kelly goes to the Cannes Film Festival. I don't know what's happening. I wish we would have seen her on the red carpet to like walking up those red steps. But we only get to see the part she's on the red steps. And her and like she just gets into it with this lady, you know? And I'm like, what is going on? Like, I'm serious. I'm like, why are you there? And I think a lot of times Kelly really thinks she's like equal to Beyonce. Like, I really think she feels that way. You know what I mean? Hey, like I really think like she really thinks she's equal to Beyonce. Like, I think she feels like when she goes places, people should just know her like they know. Hey, babe, they should know her like they know Beyonce. They should treat her like they would treat Beyonce. And it's like, Kelly, I don't even think these people know who you are. Okay. So I was like, my first question was, why is she there? Because what work have you done to like what? Like, why are you there for mea culpa? Hey, Fumi. Number 2, right? I do feel like French people are known for not being polite, for being racist and quite unsavory. But I just don't understand for the life of me. Why is it that black people always want to be in white spaces? I really don't get that. Right? Like, why is it that black people are so obsessed with being in white spaces, knowing exactly what comes with it? Right? You want to go to these white spaces, and then when these white people serve you a whole load of passive aggressiveness, microaggression, you start to lose your itch, knowing damn well how these crustaceans behave. Okay? I'm like, you understand? I don't understand that part. Number 3, I always say, why are you there, right? Okay, why are you there? Why are you in these white spaces, right? Like, why couldn't you go to Nigeria, like when they have their film festival thing, whatever it's called, AMVCA? Hey, Peggy, like, why could you do that? Yeah, and I honestly don't even think the lady knew who she was, because a lot of influencers also go to the Cannes Film Festival, right? You have a lot of influencers who go there for pictures, for the red carpet, et cetera, without actually contributing nothing. Like you have no movies. You're not presenting a movie. You're not being awarded for nothing. You're not being celebrated for nothing, right? I just don't understand, like, why are you even there? I'm like, even Taraji's not there, okay? I feel like the people from Color Purple had more of a run than you, right? So I was like, I don't know why I'm like, why are you there? Yeah, they like to go to places where they're not celebrated. Hey, you know what I mean? They're like going to places where they're not celebrated. They're like going to places where people don't know them, people don't value them. I was telling Abby that. I was like, Abby, black people have to stop thinking that because you have a celebrity that means a lot to you, that they mean a lot to other people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know who Kelly Rowland is. I know that's crazy, right? To you, it's crazy. If you black, you live in America, for you, like, oh, Kelly, like, you know who Kelly is. But to a lot of people, especially outside the United States, a lot of people don't know who Kelly is. You know? Hey, Zoe, what's up, love? A lot of people, like, if this is Cannes, and the thing about Cannes, too, it's a lot of rich people who go there. Like, it's a lot of rich, like, I'm like, wealthy people who go there. And the Cannes Film Festival has like some of the biggest Hollywood stars, like movie stars in the world. Okay. She's not there. Hey, Lacey, right? She's not there. So that's why I said, like, why are you there? So I can see why they would treat her like a regular influencer. Because I'm like, there's no way Mia Culpa got you so messed up. And no way. I'm like, and no way Mia Culpa messed with your head so much that you felt like you did something. Girl, that movie was trash. That movie was trash. And when I was telling y'all that movie was trash, I said, you guys, this movie's not going to go well. Oh, Marlene. Oh, Marlene. I'm like, okay. Because remember, she walked off the set. Of Good Morning America because the lady was asking her about Beyonce. And I'm like, Kelly, what else is there to ask you about? And y'all was like, Marlene, don't say that, Marlene. I said, you hate me expensive. What's up? I said, y'all know dang well it's a Tyler Perry movie. It's going to be a bunch of BS. Okay? Like, there's really nothing to talk about. It is a Tyler Perry movie. And then you guys decided to, like, Marlene, you went and watched Mia Culpa. Then you had to crawl to my DMs to say, Marlene, you know what? That movie was awful. Marlene, it was trash. Marlene, it was so bad. Okay? It was so bad. I told y'all. So I'm like, the people knew it's a Tyler Perry movie. So what else we going to talk about? Let's talk about Beyonce, because what else is there to talk about? I told y'all this. Y'all didn't want to listen. Okay? I told you the movie was, I said it's a Tyler Perry movie. I said this to you guys. You're like, oh, Marlene, you're not being nice. Marlene, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And I seriously told y'all, right? Do you truly think, right, that Tyler Perry gave her the role because she's a great actress? Okay. I asked you the question. I said, do you really think Tyler Perry gave Kelly the role because she's a great actress? Oh, wow. I'm so impressed. When she went to read, no. I told you, based on who she is, he knew Beyonce was going to show up. He knew Jay-Z was going to show up. He knew Miss Tina was going to show up. He knew the whole clan was going to show up, right? So by having Kelly in the lead role, by paying Kelly, he got more free stuff. Because if he had used the actual actress that would have been better for that role, do you know how much it costs to get Beyonce out the house? Like, let's be so for real. Do you know how much it costs to get Beyonce to come out the house? Right? But he knows if her quote unquote sister is part of a movie, she's going to come to the red carpet. So think about the free press he got, the impressions that he got. You know what I'm saying? Like the exposure he got. So I'm like, you got the role because you're attached to Beyonce. Like, let's be so for real. Okay? Like, come on. If you were not attached to Beyonce, you wouldn't have gotten the lead role. Okay? So Tyler Perry, that's how he thinks. How can he write the worst movie? How can he spend the less amount of money on a budget, right? But at the same time, get the most marketing. That's how he thinks. He's a businessman. He's trying to make money. But I'm like, there is no way you truly feel like Kelly Rowland went to the audition and the reason why she got the main role for Mia Culpa because she just like killed it. No, stop the madness. Okay? Stop the madness. I don't know. Let me tell you this, Maggie. You might not like me for saying this. I feel so bad because I feel like sometimes I just come on here and just trigger y'all. And I don't want to trigger you guys, right? But I don't know. I just see things differently. I wasn't even telling my sister that. Right? She said Beyonce is very supportive of her. I really don't see Kelly's work ethic. Not sure what she's done the last 10 years. And I even feel like the reason why Beyonce, Miss Tina and them are supportive, I think there are a bunch of secrets that they don't want Kelly to talk about. Okay? When I see Miss Tina say, oh, my girls, I love my girls, it's given I need to make her feel included so she don't spill the tea. You understand me? Right? Like when you have the family has some dark secrets. You know what I'm trying to say? Because I'm not trying to be funny, you guys. Oh gosh, I feel so bad for saying this. I really do feel bad. Maybe something is wrong with my head. Maybe I need to get my head checked. Like maybe I'm crazy. So pray for me, because I could be off my bunkers. Pray for me. But I just see things differently. I do feel like that family has some dark secrets. Okay. And I know it sounds wrong for saying it, but I really think Jay-Z is a nymphomaniac. I think Jay-Z has a horrible sex addiction. I think he has a horrible sex addiction. I think he has a horrible way of spending money. Girl, I told you, I think he's worse than Sean Carter, the Sean Combs. Okay, I'm being serious. Now, you don't have to believe me. Maybe I'm crazy. I do read the Bible a lot, so I could be seriously delusional. Okay, but I would not be surprised if Jay-Z ever tried to get intimate with Kelly. Okay, people are sick. People are really, really sick. Like, people are truly sick. I would not be surprised if Jay-Z ever tried to get intimate with Kelly. I would not put it past him. I would not put it past that man. Like, when I tell you, how they say, how the saying go, I wouldn't trust you further than I could throw you. I can't throw Jay-Z quite far. So Jay-Z, like, my trust for him is not existed. I really don't. I would not put it past. I wouldn't put it past Matthew Knowles to have tried something with Kelly also, because she was really young when she came to the house. And if I'm wrong, but the Lord, God, please forgive me. Okay, don't be too harsh on me. But I just don't trust people. I don't trust people. I don't trust rich people. I don't trust celebrities. They always have something to hide. So it's like, when I think of Miss Tina Knowles, right? She reminds me of the mom in First Lady. Y'all remember First Lady from Greenleaf? Okay, the mom for Angry Black Woman. What's the top? Hold on. The Diary of an Angry Black Woman, Part 2. The mean mom who didn't like her daughter. Hold on, let me show you. Where's the mom? This is number 1. The second one, the second version. Y'all, which one was it? Because it wasn't part 1. Where the sister drives, like the sister ends up dating the guy who drives the bus. Yo, what was the second one called? With First Lady from Greenleaf? Let me show you who First Lady is so you can know what I'm talking about. Lean Woodfield. Remember her? Y'all? Do y'all remember her? Oh, family reunion. Okay. Child. Thank you. No, what? Hold on. Medea's. Okay. All right. Okay. So, okay. Do you remember? Okay. Good. I got it. Okay. Do you remember this one? Medea's family reunion. Okay, that's that one, right? Remember the mom right here, right? And in the movie, here she is. And she became First Lady in Greenleaf. Okay. In the movie, if you remember, she would when she met her second daughter's father. So this little girl right here, her dad's supposed to be a rich man, right? So, because she's a single mom and she was going broke, right? She's a single mom, she's going broke. And so when she met she met this girl's dad, right? She would let her other daughter get assaulted by the daddy. Okay. Hold on. Where are all these pictures? Okay. Yeah. So she would let this one get assaulted by the daddy. Hold on. We're not on the same page. She would let this one get assaulted by her rich new husband. Right? Remember? Because she would take her new daughter to the museum or like other things like that so that the man could have his way with this girl. Remember? And she always despised this girl, but yet by letting this girl get abused, that's how she was that's how she was able to secure their lifestyle. Remember that? Right? Remember? And so when I think of Tina Knowles, I'm sorry, but that's what comes to me. I don't think she's a nice lady. When I think of Tina Knowles, I think that's what comes to me. So when I hear her say things like, "Oh, my girls, I love my girls," I feel like she I don't know, she showers Kelly with this motherly love type of stuff just to get Kelly not to speak on things that have happened to her. okay, when she was with them, or things that Jay-Z could have tried. Because I'm telling you, it's very bizarre. To me, I could be crazy. But to me, like I said, because Kelly's very pretty. She's also very, very pretty. And when you look at Jay-Z's actions, even Matthew knows he could be very suspicious. Okay, we don't know these people. We truly do not know these people. And after what we've seen with Diddy, don't put nothing past no one, especially in this music industry. So I don't know if Beyonce is like supportive of Kelly because she could really love her. Or it could also be like, we have to support her because that's how we pay her off. Because I've always found it very funny that Kelly's always been outside with the ops. Okay? So you have Kelly with 50 cents. Y'all, if you remember back in the day, Kelly did a whole music video with 50, right? And we know 50 has not always been kind to Beyonce. Okay? 50 definitely does not like Jay-Z. All right? But Kelly has done music videos with 50. And years ago, I told y'all this, but y'all bullied me, so I took my video down. But I'm like, it's very odd how this girl is always outside with the ops. Okay? She's always outside. She's always outside with the ops, right? So there was Kelly and Nelly, right? She went to the video with Nelly. I don't know if you guys remember, like years ago. I'm talking like early, like 2000s-ish, right? When they were Destiny's Child and they went to the Source Hip Hop Source Award. Nelly was hella disrespectful. Nelly was very, very disrespectful, y'all. Nelly was very disrespectful. He was like cackling, making all kinds of call at Beyonce. It was a lot, you guys. I don't know if I can find the footage, but anybody remember the Hip Hop Source Award? Beyonce, Destiny's Child, they all wore white. Beyonce had her little braids and stuff. Remember? Yeah. He was sitting front row. It was him and the lunatics, the Saint Lunatics. They were so disrespectful. I was like, what is wrong with these dudes? But then again, it was the Hip Hop Source Award, so these dudes don't know how to act. Bunch of ninjas don't know how to act, right? So years later, yeah, he was doing the most. You guys, I gotta go find that. He was so excessive. It was him, Ali, like all the Saint Lunatics. They were making all kinds of. It was a lot. It was a lot. Like you could see, Beyonce was getting very uncomfortable. What the heck? Okay, so then like years later, I see Kelly do a whole collaboration with Nelly. I said, hold up, wait a minute. What you up to? Okay, now don't forget you're an Aquarius. They will find your weak spot. They will find your weak spot and they will exploit it. Don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Okay? When you think of Aquarius, don't you ever forget. Okay? Priscilla, the queen maker. Okay? Priscilla, the queen maker. Okay? She found B. Taylor's weak spot and she kept milking that girl. That girl's still losing her mind. Okay? B. Taylor cracks me up. All right? Don't you ever forget. Aquarius will find your weak spot and they will torture you with that. I am being really serious. So I was like, hold up, why are you outside with Nelly? Okay. Then after she was outside with Nelly, she was outside with 50 cents. Right? She's outside with 50. And I said, hold up. 50 is known for being disrespectful to Beyonce. Right? That was number one. Number two, if you guys don't know this, like years ago, before 50 signs to before he signed to what the people over there, Aftermath and Eminem, right over there with the West Coast, he had a song with Destiny's Child, right? He had a song with Destiny's Child. The song was supposed to be on the debut album or something like that, but somehow the song didn't make it, and he got really upset. Because they took his song away, okay? Because he was waiting for that payday. I gotta go look it up. Let me see. I can't even breathe. Yeah, he was under a debut album like years ago, but something happened. I guess it didn't make the official album, and he was upset. I don't know who canceled that, but he was really upset about that. Okay, he was upset. He's, what the heck? How y'all gonna cut me off? Okay, so ever since then, like he's been really funny. But it is known, like it is very well known, that 50 Curtis he don't like Jay-Z. He don't really like Beyonce like that. So for her to be outside, she's always outside with the ops. That's my point. That's why when she walked off the stage When she walked off the stage, when they were asking her about Beyonce, I did not side with her. Because I've been like me, I've known, I can't say I've known, but I've always looked at Kelly sideways. Okay. So her and I, we go way back. You know what I mean? Like her and I, we go way back. So her reaction to being triggered about people asking her about Beyonce and Beyonce doing country, her reaction did not give sister. Her reaction did not give sister love. It was like, oh, here we go again. Right? So I'm like, You know what I mean? So when I hear Miss Tina say, oh, my girls, my girls, my girls, I just feel like it's a form of emotional blackmail, you know, to make Kelly feel like she's included. You're part of the family. We don't see a difference. Da, 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 da. Just so Kelly can zip it. Okay. But I do feel like maybe Kelly's getting to an age now where she's tired of the lies. Okay. Maybe at one point in her life, she was allowing herself to be manipulated. She really believed that she was a nose because she barely showed her mother. I only saw her mama once. I was like, oh, that's your mom? You got a mother? You know what I'm saying? Kelly only showed her mother once. And then shortly thereafter, auntie departed. Okay. So I do believe that at some point she really thought she was a nose. So she bought into it. You know what I mean? No, I mean, like, it's not really annoying because it's like, you gotta be honest with yourself. What do you have going on, Chrissy? You understand, Chrissy? Like, what does she have going on? What? Like, you tell me, for example, right? If you were to sit down with Kelly Rowland, baby, what would you ask her? Oh, and all honest questions. Like, give me 5 questions. If you could sit down with Kelly tomorrow, what are 5 questions that you would ask Kelly that you would think that people want to know about and they would actually care? Because when you do an interview, right? When you do an interview with a celebrity, right? You're trying to ask questions that are going to create views because you want views. Everybody wants views. The media wants views. Shoot, I want views. Okay. We all want impressions, right? So, exactly. Okay. Hey, Val. So T said you're going to ask her about the music. And you know she's going to tell you there's no music. So what else? Now we got 4 more questions. What else do you ask her about? Like that you know, if you create a 4 or 5 minute video around it, people are actually going to click on YouTube. They're going to click on TikTok and they're going to want to watch, right? You really think if you ask, no, I'm like, we have to be serious. We need to be serious people and stop always being so triggered all the time, right? We got to stop being so triggered. But if you were to ask Kelly about her music, do you really think right now people care about Kelly Rowland music? Like if you were to invest, if you asked her about her music and you were to cut that into a YouTube video, like a long form and a vertical, horizontal, right? Do you really think you would get lots of clicks on it? You know what I'm saying? People don't care. Now go ask Rihanna, when is she coming out with new music? What video you think will do better? If you have a video where you ask Rihanna, when is she coming out with new music, versus a video where you ask Kelly, hey, when you dropping new music, which video you think gonna get 1 million views on TikTok in less than 30 minutes? Do you understand? Right? Hey, Fatima, you're so cute. Okay. Exactly. But like Kima said, but if you ask about a Destiny's Child album, you'll probably get more views because people care more about that. Because people are not crazy about Kelly Rowland's music. And we need to be serious. I don't know why people do this. I'm like, why y'all keep lying to people? It's okay, right? If you said Destiny's Child, like the whole, because we grew up to Destiny's Child, so like, yeah, we probably would care about a reunion. Like, yeah, that's what's up, right? I'm a survivor. But Kelly by herself, I'm not trying to be offensive, you guys. I don't need Kelly Rowland music to be, I'm not looking forward to Kelly Rowland music. I'm trying to be offensive. Okay. But I'm sure if I was to make a video and I could ask Rihanna, hey, Rihanna, like, when are you dropping your music? We're going to get lots of views because that's something where people are truly interested, not for Kelly's music. And it's not to be mean. Please don't come for me. Okay. Hey, Sonia. So then I'm asking you, give me 4 more questions you would ask her. Be honest with yourself. If she sat there, you asked about the music, what else would you ask her about? We got 4 more questions. You know what I mean? Because Kelly's not consistent. So what do we ask her about? Like, seriously, what do we ask her about? She's not consistent. I don't know why people don't want to tell her, Kelly, the problem is, it's not that you're not beautiful. It's not that you're not talented. You never picked a thing and you were consistent with it. Okay, family life. What about the family? What would you like to know? I'm an Aquarius. What would you like to know about her family, T? Because you gotta think. You gotta think. Because y'all do this sometimes. But I'm like, y'all gotta ask yourself this, right? When you are a news person, you are trying to get your views. You want your clicks. So you can't just say, oh, what about family? Because that might not get the views. So you gotta ask her a specific question that you know, if she answers, we're gonna get a lot of clicks. Because the more clicks you get, the more advertisement you sell. That's what show business is. Like, that's what all the media stuff is, right? Well, then you go to a news station, you come watch a YouTuber like me over here, or you watch a TikToker. The more impressions you have, the more advertisement you can sell. So we got to ask her questions we know. If we ask her this question and we cut up in like small videos, they're going to go crazy. What about the family? If you ask about her husband, he's not that attractive. He's not imposing. What does her husband have going on? He's over here chasing behind earn your leisure. Not to be offensive, but I don't care about her husband. He's not that. I'm not saying he's not a nice dude or whatever. He could be a sweetheart. Not saying that, right? Not saying he's not successful in his own right, but he's not a recognizable name. Like, he's not a hunter. Like, he's not a killer. He's not in that sense. Like, but he's not somebody who built something out of nothing. We don't know him. A lot of times, too, if you didn't know that was her husband, you would think he was her manager, her assistant, or her driver. There's something very non-imposing and very forgetful about this man. You know what I'm saying? Even me, I don't know. I would have expected her to marry somebody a whole lot. I don't know. But hey, what do I know? He's a little tiny person. Nobody cares. Like, no one really cares. Maybe her boys, I guess. But I'm like, I don't care to know about your marriage. I really don't. Because I really don't. I really don't. What does he do again? Like, who is he again? He's completely irrelevant. If you walk the streets, you be like, oh, that's Kelly's husband? What? Girl, what? You know what I mean? He's not a man of accomplishment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're married to Coach Prime, even Jay-Z, I can't stand Sean Carter, but Sean has something going on for himself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a man that got, like, he has a name, like a recognizable name, a recognizable face and presence, whatever. Like, child, don't nobody care about Kelly's husband. Okay, not to be offensive, right? But if you didn't know that was her husband, Tim, and Tim, I'm sure you're a sweetheart, but I'm sure you're a sweetheart, okay? So don't be offended. Okay, love you long time, brother. Like, do not be offended, right? But it's like this dude right here. Honestly, y'all, if I didn't know who he was, if I didn't know that was her husband, I would think he was her assistant, her friend, her manager. No, I'm not hating on him. He's not impressive. He's not impressive. He's not a man you would remember. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, what does he do again? Like, how does he make money? Like, who is he? Who knows him? He looks like he looks like a little mosquito. I'm like, he's so tiny. He's a tiny person, But it's like, okay, you see, look, like, he's just so happy to be there. It's like, Tim, he's just so happy to be there. I mean, no problem. That's fine. But it's like, I would never think like, oh my gosh, like, that's Kelly's husband. I would not. I really would not. Yeah. I don't know what he is. And he could be a sweetheart. He really could be a sweetheart. I can't say nothing bad about the man. I don't know the man, right? But what I'm saying is, he's not memorable. Like, he's not memorable. You know what I mean? So it's like, who wants to know about I don't care to know about Tim. Like, I don't care. Like, I really do not care. Okay? The boys. Okay, how the boys doing? Yeah, sure, that's cute. Like, look at, oh my gosh, look. He's so tiny. That's a little man. He's a little itty bitty man. Like, do you really want to know about Tim and their marriage? It's not about being harsh. I'm not saying he's not a good person. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, let's say, I don't know, let's say she was married to Lance Gross, for example, right? Like, if she was married to Lance, come over here, boo-boo. I'm not trying to be mean. Y'all know damn well what I'm talking. Y'all just try to gaslight me and confuse me, right? If you're married to like Lance Gross, people are gonna care. Like, yeah, he's fine. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, that's a fine black man right there. Like, yeah, how he doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, the ladies want to know. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We trying to know something. How Lance doing, right? You understand, like, that people going to care. Because, yeah, that's a fine-ass man. Lance Gross is very handsome. You know what I'm saying? Like, we going to care. I'm not being mean. No, hold on. Don't do that. I'm not being mean. I'm really not I'm being serious. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's Lance Gross. Like, ooh. I was so mad at Eva when she broke off their engagement. Like, what is wrong with you, weirdo? So you break off your engagement to Lance to go be a baby mama to Kevin McCall? Like, in your head, does something work properly? Like, what is wrong with this girl? I was so triggered. She said, I definitely want to know how Lance is. Y'all, we love ourselves a good-looking man. I can't even lie to y'all. And I'm not saying Tim is not a good person. Tim could be a sweetheart. He could be an amazing dude. He could be a sweetheart. He could be everything. 10 across 10. But it's not like I'm really going to take time out of my day to want to know how Tim is doing. Like, okay, I'm sure he's doing good. But it's like, if it's Lance Gross, though, I'm like, how he doing? What's his skincare like? Let's talk about Lance. Yeah, Lance when they got married. Okay. You understand? Or like if it's a Kofi, like when there's certain people out here, we want to know, like, how he doing? Okay, we want to know, how you doing? Okay, you understand? If you're married to a Boris Kojo, there's certain people, yeah. Let's talk about your husband. How he doing? Ooh, any babies? Any more babies? Okay. If she was married to Denzel, like a Denzel Washington type of dude, yes, we care about that. But no offense, Tim, I just don't have time for you right now, but I do love you. You could be a sweetheart. You could be a sweetheart. Just because you're not super tall, you don't have a great body, it doesn't mean that you're not a good dude, right? You could be a solid dude. But it's like, this is not like, in my head, it's like, this is not couple goals. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the heck? That's why I said, if you didn't know that was her husband, you would think he's her manager, he's her driver, maybe he does security for her, but he doesn't even give like husband energy. I wouldn't think that was her husband. If I didn't know about these people and I saw walking down the street, I said, oh, that must be her driver. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Kofi is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Then, yeah, like there's certain white dudes out here, give me a white dude that's like doing well for himself. I don't know. But there's certain people. You see how like Blake Lively, her husband, what's his name? Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. Ryan is a cutie too, right? And Ryan be making money. Woo! Yo, Ryan got money. Okay. So like Ryan did his own movies. He has a career going on. He's into like investments and things like that. So Blake Lively, she's very pretty. She dresses really well. But think about Blake too. Her husband is an accomplished person. Like, we know who he is. Without Blake, we know who Ryan Reynolds is. Like, every time I'm on YouTube, he's trying to sell me a membership for a phone with no whatever. Okay, to get off of T-Mobile. Okay. So it's like Ryan Reynolds got money, y'all. Like, there are certain people like this, right? Like, there are certain people. Alex Rodriguez, oh yeah, he got money too. What's it? Oh, child. Okay. Like, there's certain people. Like, there's just certain people you're like, yeah, well, I want to know. How you doing, Alex? Okay. Michael Strahan. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all know what I mean. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't play with me. I don't want to say certain things. Don't play with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, Michael Strahan is your husband. Yeah, we want to know how you doing. What's his morning routine like? Does he work out every day? Hey, Lily. So it's like, yeah, people gonna want to know. Because, like, damn, her husband is fine. Like, it matters. Like, Michael Strahan's very handsome. He dresses. I love the way he dresses. And I'm like, oh, he probably smells good too. Who else? Give me somebody over here. You know what I'm saying? No, Alex cheats a lot, but he's very handsome though. No, I do have it. I like them too. I like tall, successful, like, I do. Handsome, dark skin, light skin, I don't know, but you just gotta, and I like people who are like, I need you to have like muscles on you. Like, I need you to have a presence. Jason Momoa. Oh, Lord Jesus. Yes. Come here, Aquaman. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay, like if your husband is Jason Momoa, yeah, we want to know. Yes, I like that. I really do like Big Daddy energy. Okay. Because like you gotta have like when you walk in, you gotta give me like manly energy. And I feel like Tim doesn't give that. He gives like he's a good friend. Like he's a good friend. He got your back. Like, you know, it's like brother. Like, you know, but like I said, Tim could be a sweetheart. It's not fair to judge somebody off his height. We're not doing that today, right? But for me personally, I like me a big dude. So I was like, and I know most women like that too, because most women like to wear their heels. Most women want to feel safe, etc., etc., etc. So most women are into that kind of stuff. So I do feel like, you know, her husband is not, he's not, I guess, lustful enough for us to care. But he could be a good person, though. You know what I'm saying? He's like Timon. Oh, God, we're going straight to hell. Ha! Not Timon. She said Tim reminds her of Timon. Lord have the mercy. We're going straight to hell. Oh, Lord Jesus, this is so wrong. Oh, not somebody's child. Oh, Lord Jesus, not someone's son. Oh, no, Tim. No. Tim is cuter than that. Tim is a whole lot. Tim is a whole lot cuter than that. You did not say Timo. You people. This is my fault. I started this. I must put an end to this. I will put an end to this. Tim, you are a cutie. You are very cute. Because his boys look like him. He's very, very cute. But I hope the boys are taller. Okay? I pray the boys, they got the mama's height. Because I need them to be over 6 feet. Okay? Because the boys are super cute. Especially the first one. Oh, he's adorable. He's freaking handsome. He is gorgeous. So I pray to God. Oh, Kelly, please give that boy vitamin C. Give him his vitamin C. Give him his calcium. Because I need the little boy to be taller than his daddy. Because he is too handsome. Oh, he's cute. Kelly's son, she has beautiful babies. Okay? But my God. She said Timon. Oh, Lord Jesus. We are a shady bunch. Do not come on these lies if you're sensitive. We really ain't shit. Oh, Lord Jesus, we're not good people. We are not good people. Oh, Lord, we are not good people. Oh, gosh. Oh, but I'm sure he's a faithful man. I'm sure he... This is wrong. Okay. That's what I told you. Oh my gosh. So that's that. So like that was my thing. I was like, I really don't know what she can ask you about, Kelly. Like, why are you mad? Like, but I'm like, besides asking you about Beyonce and Destiny's Child, Kelly, what else is there to ask you about? You don't like to work. You're not consistent. You don't work. You know what I'm saying? You don't work. Like, what we gonna ask you about? Of all your friends, Beyonce, Serena, even Sierra. Sierra has Russell. Okay, Russell's like he's worth like what, $300 million? Like, he's like one of the few black quarterbacks. Okay, Russell has a lot going on for himself. So Sierra, we won't ask about Russell because a lot of people love Russell. A lot of ladies love Russell. Like, oh my gosh, Sierra, what's your prayer? You know what I mean? Like a lot of women want to marry a man like Russell Wilson. So we're going to ask about Russell. But it's like I don't know. What do we do? Okay. We don't know this man, Kelly. Okay. But it's like a lot. Oh, look at Russell trying to be in his energy. Okay. All right. Child, Michelle tried to marry that white boy, remember? She had a reality TV show with the white man. And she realized, deep down, he might be racist. She ran for her life. That TV show was hilarious. Okay. But I'm like, Russell too, people don't care about Russell. Like, you don't have a Russell type of you guys, Russell got money. Like, Russell's very successful. Okay. Russell's very successful. Okay. Okay, so it's like people gonna ask about Russell, like, how's Russell doing? How's the kids? Any more kids? So it's like it makes it interesting because be honest, right? Without Russell too, Sierra will be irrelevant. Okay, without Russell, Sierra would be irrelevant. She was even running out of money. Okay, so Russell came and redeemed that. But her marriage to Russell, it restored her to the top. Because being a baby mama of the future, especially the number like fourth, she's the fourth baby mom to Future. That's a sure way of messing up your reputation. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But what can we say? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, people love Russell. Like, people gonna care about Russell. You know what I mean? But they're like, so that's the thing. So, okay, so like, what else you gonna ask her? You got two more questions. You see, y'all can't even think of questions to ask her, but they're gonna be mad at the white woman because she was like, let's be asked about Beyonce because you're not that interesting. And y'all don't want to say that to her because she's a black woman and y'all don't want to hurt her feelings. Hurt her feelings. She's rich. She's rich enough to buy some fancy tissue and get to work. Okay? But I'm like, Kelly, hey, B, like, you're not consistent. You are truly not consistent. So we don't really know what to ask you about, but the stuff that you've been consistent with. And the stuff that she has been consistent with is Destiny's Child, you know, Beyonce and things like that. But besides that, what we asking you about? What we gonna talk about? Okay, Mea Culpa. We already knew Mea Culpa was gonna be trash. We don't have to see it. We have watched enough Tyler Perry movies to know it's about to be some trash. Right? So it's a Tyler Perry movie, like, girl, back. And he wrote that himself in 3 days, okay? Oh, thank you. One thing we know about Tyler Perry, he gonna write you a script in 24 hours because he refused to hire people to help him write. He refuses to have a writer's room. He doesn't want to create the best product, right? Tyler Perry knows he has a place for black people. He has a place for black women. He does the least amount of work and tries to make the most amount of money. So we know we're not expecting something crazy from Tyler Perry. So it's like, why would we, right? Why would we sit here and say, like, oh yeah, you do the whole thing and you had a Mea Culpa movie, so like bump on up. We do not care. It's like, it's not a good movie. Hey, April, what's up? It wasn't a good movie. So like, what y'all want this lady to? What do y'all want this woman to ask Kelly? And then she got upset because she said they gave J-Lo a bigger dressing room than they gave her. But I'm like, Kelly, once again, J-Lo is a bigger star than you. Like, be for real. She's a bigger star than you. Like, don't do this. You know what I'm saying? Don't do this to yourself. You know what I mean? J-Lo's a bigger star. If you're booked, if they booked you and they booked J-Lo on the same day, J-Lo go get the bigger dressing room. Like, come on. Like, be so for real. J-Lo's resume and your resume, it's not the same. Okay? Like, if her resume was a store receipt, it go on and on and on for miles and miles and miles. Okay? She's done multiple movies. She's done multiple albums. She has had multiple performances. Okay? Like, J-Lo really is also consistent. J-Lo's consistent. You like her, you don't like her. This girl is 52 years old out here doing everything that some 20-year-old girls can't even do, right? But I'm like, you can't compare to Jennifer Lopez. You cannot. Now, Beyonce, and I'm sure if they had J-Lo and Beyonce will get the bigger room than J-Lo because it don't compare. J-Lo's out here now. She had to change her tour. She changed the name of it. She changed the pricing of it because the people are not buying. No, I don't think it's Mama Tina. I think like it's the people who be lying to Kelly to make her feel like she's on par with Beyonce. And I'm like, as far as being human beings, like as far as being human beings, yes. You know, Beyonce is a human, you're a human, we're all human beings. But as far as careers are concerned, as far as being a professional is concerned, as far as who's more consistent, who has delivered the most, who is self-disciplined, okay, who works really, really hard, Beyonce is in a whole different stratosphere of her own. And for that, you got to be honest. You don't have Beyonce's work ethic, right? So you can't show up places and be like, well, that's my sister and we shine equally and I should be treated the same. No. Like even me. right? I can be like, oh well, I'm Beyonce and I were the same. No, as human beings, yeah, we're the same, okay? But career wise, no. Okay, I can't compete where I don't even compare. Let me be over here, okay? So it's like you got to understand, you're not interesting by yourself. You're not interesting by yourself. That's why I said last time, like when it comes to Serena, for example, when it comes to Serena, right? Nobody's gonna sit here and ask Serena about Venus, right? When they first started out, people would ask Serena about Venus a lot because Venus was better. When they were younger, Venus was better. Okay. Venus was one of the first. Venus was first. Venus was better, right? Venus was doing like Wimbledon before Serena, right? Serena had to bust her behind to get to a place like she could stand by her own without being Serena's Venus' little sister. But it was not just given to her, and she wasn't upset about it. She worked really hard. Then it got to a point Serena got better than Venus. So now nobody's asking Serena, oh, how's Venus? When is Venus coming back? No, because Serena has her own accomplishments and she has surpassed her sister. But when they first started, Venus was better than Serena because Serena actually went out there and competed, right? You, Kelly, you don't compete. You know what I'm saying? You don't compete. You do one album, you disappear for 5 years. You do one album, you disappear for 6 years. Okay, no problem. But then don't get mad when people don't treat you the same as Beyonce. Don't get, like, it's not the same. Like, I told you last time, I said, oh, I don't think Beyonce is the best. Like, I really don't. Singing-wise, performance-wise, dancing-wise, I don't think Beyonce is the best. Okay? But I will say, out of all the girls, Beyonce is the most consistent. And because she's the most consistent, she has more to show for it. And she gets more respect and she gets more recognition because Beyonce is really consistent. And that is something that you have to tell Kelly. Kelly don't want to work. Nobody is shitting on her. Y'all, you have to learn to have, don't do that. Don't do this whole cognitive dissonance, right? Okay? Nobody's shitting on her. Shitting on Kelly be like, oh, you ugly, dirty bitch. You dark-skinned, lazy ass bitch. That's what shitting on somebody is. Okay? Nobody's insulting her. Nobody's saying she's not talented. Nobody's saying whatever. When you say that someone is not consistent, that is not shitting on her. Okay? That's it. Don't do that. Because that's moving in bad faith, and that's also being like intellectually dishonest. You know damn well Kelly's not consistent. If I asked you when was Kelly's last album, you could even tell me the year, and that's my point, right? If I told you, okay, now that she's done Mea Culpa, what's her next movie? What would you say? You don't even know. Okay? If I said, okay, how often does Kelly take acting classes? Let's assume that she wants to be an actress full time. I don't have a problem. Because she does a lot of commercials. She did a commercial for Clarinex and things like that. She does a lot of commercials that I see on YouTube. If I asked you, how often does Kelly go to acting classes? You probably couldn't even answer that. So that's not talking bad about her. That's not hating on her or being mean to her, right? If you love somebody, you got to tell somebody the truth. And that's the thing. Our sister is not consistent. She's not consistent. And that is not an insult. So maybe you struggle with consistency. Maybe you are a procrastinator yourself. Maybe you are the type to manifest, okay? But if that applies to you, I will tell you this, right? Consistency will trump anybody that has natural talent. Because if you don't show up, you can't be mad that people don't treat you a certain way because the work is just not there. Right? I'm an Aquarius too. And I've said this, I don't know if you've been here before or not, right? But I'm an Aquarius and my people will tell you, I've always said this. Me, Marlene, it's not that I'm not blessed. It's not that I can't do X, Y, and Z. One of my biggest issue is I am not consistent. I've said it myself. Because that's one of the failures of being an Aquarius. Like, we truly lack consistency. We can have big ideas, great ideas, but we really struggle with consistency. That is not me saying anything mean about Kelly. So you're probably new here. Was it like a year? Was it like 2 days ago? Was it like yesterday? No, 2 days ago. I even said how I think she's prettier than Beyonce. How she's very beautiful. Kelly's very beautiful. She has a gorgeous body. She's very pretty, but she is not consistent. She's not consistent. And that's like, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm not being dishonest. Nobody said she had to sing, right? Because you coming over here being emotional. Be rational. Put your emotions to the side. Nobody said Kelly had to sing. I clearly said if she wants to act, I support it. So actually listen before typing because you're going to make yourself look ridiculous, right? I don't care what she decides to do. She can do sports for all I care. She can be a trainer for all I care. Actually, she should, because she got a great body. She got a great body, right? I don't care what she decides to do. My thing is, find something and be consistent. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Oh, she just put me a copa. Just have to be working other. No, she does. Like, do you think J-Lo's out here? Everybody's working on your movie. Viola Davis, how many movies has she done? Right? Everybody who wants to be treated seriously, they are always working, because that is your craft. That is your craft. You can't just do an album and then you're gone for 5 years. Even Beyonce. I'm not excited about Secret, whatever. Okay? But look, from dropping Lemonade to dropping Renaissance, then she won a world tour. Then she dropped what's it called? Carter Baby Boy, whatever it is. 27 songs. Now she has a hair care line. And Beyonce got 3 kids. And out of the 3 kids, 2 of them are twins. Okay? Beyonce got pregnant. She had the whole preeclampsia. She could have died. She did the homecoming because she made a commitment to the people at Netflix that she was going to show up for Coachella. I'm like, girl, you almost died. Like, just lay down and just rest or something. Right? But that's why Beyonce's work ethic puts her above everybody else. So, like, y'all got to grow up. Nobody owes you nothing. I think that's the major issue with so many of you Black women. You think because you're pretty or because you have a degree or you have a nice body that everybody should just bow down to you. No, you have to work. You have to work. And not just work once, you have to be consistent. Nobody owes you the world. Nobody does. Like, even me, I don't owe Kelly nothing. Like, if I really want to talk bad about her, I can. Okay? I really can. But I'm not. What I'm saying is she needs to be consistent. Because if you're not consistent, you're not going to get the respect that you deserve because you're not consistent. Anybody who builds something, even YouTube, anybody who has built something on YouTube, anybody who's built something out of nothing on YouTube, they are very consistent. Mr. Beast, he has 150 million followers. He is very consistent. He is seriously consistent. And that's why he makes more money than anybody else. Like seriously, like, you got to be consistent. You have people who have natural talent, but if you have natural talent, but you're not consistent, the person who's like not as good as you, but they're consistent, they're going to do better than you because they show up every day. And if you show up every day and you do 1%, 1% every day, by the time you do the whole year, that 1% becomes a whole lot of something. If you say, oh, I'm so talented, but I'm going to show up like every other day, well, I'm going to show up once a month, I'm going to show up every 6 months, no problem. But by the time you're done, though, do not be surprised that the person who did 1% every day has surpassed you because they were consistent with their 1% every day. You're consistent at giving 100 every 6 months, every 3 months, every 5 years. Okay, no problem. But then when people don't respect you and they talk about your sister who's constantly working all the time, you cannot be mad. You cannot be mad. You like Beyonce, you don't like Beyonce, you like Sacred, you don't like Sacred, right? Beyonce is consistent. Beyonce has always been consistent. And that's when that's why I guess she's a B. She identified with the B because one thing a B's gonna do, a B's gonna work really hard. She really represents Queen Bee energy. She's a hard worker. She works really hard, right? I'm not like, you know what I'm saying? Right now, she's not my favorite person, because I don't appreciate her hypersexualizing herself. Like, I don't recognize that Beyonce. Like, that's not the big sis I grew up to. And like, there's certain things Cardi B can do. I don't want to see you like that. Because to me, you are way better than them booty people. Okay? I don't want to see you like that. Right? But one thing about Beyonce, Giselle knows, we have always known her to be very consistent. And that's why people really respect her so much. Because Beyonce gonna show up. If she signed a contract and she telling you, I'm gonna come on this day to perform on that day, she will show up. Because to me, when I watched Homecoming, I said, my God, you could have died giving birth to these children. And she still showed up and she honored the commitment. And when you watch Homecoming, you see Beyonce shrink. You see her shrink. Because I'm like, that's how hard she was working. And there's even one part where she said, oh, I want to wake up in the morning. She want to do Soul Cycle, like the spinning stuff. She want to spin, like do the spinning cycle thing. I want to do Soul Cycle, go to rehearsal, go do the choreography, then come home and still work out. I said, Beyonce, that is excessive, right? Meanwhile, you got Sierra outside. You have Kelly's outside. They're outside with Kim Kardashian. They're out here eating a Nobu, right? When Beyonce locked herself up in Miami, and to pay for Crazy in Love. She paid for Crazy in Love. Columbia did not pay for Crazy in Love. She went to Miami and she locked herself up in the studio. The whole time Beyonce working in the studio, Kelly was outside. She was outside with Sierra. She was outside with Kim Kardashian. Okay, trying to be a city girl. No problem. Okay? Because you don't want to make no sacrifices. But to get to where Beyonce is, okay, even though she upsets me right now, but it's like she's made a lot of sacrifices. And sacrifices that Kelly was not willing to do, Sierra was not willing to do, Serena was not willing to do. So it's like, no, we don't owe her nothing. Like, nobody owes her nothing. I don't have to kiss her ass. She don't pay my bills. Okay? And maybe if she had a friend like me or a little sister like me, she'd get her behind in order. Like, girl, please. Okay, the truth, like you gotta reassess, like you gotta realign your delusion. You got sometimes in life, you gotta sit your ass down and you gotta ask yourself, did I really give it my all? If Kelly was to die tomorrow and she had to look at her career, can she truly say that she gave everything she had? And the answer is no. Okay, and that's exactly what Uncle Shay Shay said. Okay, now she made her own sacrifice, but her sacrifices do not compare to the sacrifice of Beyonce. Because let's be all the way honest. Let's be all the way honest. Have Beyonce not worked so hard to this day? Have Beyonce not been as relevant as she is today? All these heifers will be irrelevant. They will be irrelevant because every time Beyonce trends, it keeps everybody's name alive. You understand? It's not because people care so much about Destiny's Child and they care so much about Kelly and her what's it called, their little runs she does. No. Every time Beyonce breaks a record, every time Beyonce shows up, every time Beyonce fills up a stadium across the world, it keeps everybody's name relevant. Don't ever forget that. So I'm like, what? Because Kelly by herself, if Beyonce never was Beyonce, we would have all forgotten all the members of Destiny's Child. Let's be so for real. Okay? Well, that's fine. A lot of people went through abuse. She ain't the only one. Okay? Oprah Winfrey also went through abuse, and she still found a way to be a billionaire. Okay? The majority of Black women in this country have gone through abuse, and they have found ways to be billionaires. Monique also. Monique went through abuse, and she found a way to get herself a freaking Oscar. So everybody out here has a story. Everybody has a story. I'm sure Beyonce also has been abused in some way also, because her husband's crazy, right? But she found a way to be focused. You gotta learn how to be focused. Gotta learn how to be focused. Oprah was molested, okay? Maya Angelou molested, okay? Aretha Franklin was not just molested, she was impregnated and she had to keep the baby, okay? So, yeah. Well, she's not the only one, exactly. So go somewhere with these stories like, oh, but she went through this and that. Who has not gone through something? Okay? Who hasn't gone through something? Everybody has a story. Everybody has a story. You can either sit here and cry and cry and cry, or you can turn that into motivation. What you gonna do? Right? But that's the thing. I don't blame you. You're Black. So one thing Black people love to do is always look backwards. You're always looking backwards. Gotta learn to look forward. Look ahead. Because what's ahead of you could be so much bigger than everything you've known in the past. That's why you gotta be consistent. Because it's through your habits. You know, consistency leads to what? Creating positive habits. You start having positive habits, you start to build character. You build character, you become victorious. But when you constantly, you start, you stop, you start, you stop, you start, you stop, you will never have habits that will lead you to do what? To have a greater character that empowers you to become victorious. Okay? But that's the word, like, ain't nobody, No, I got time for them, right? Because they need to know this. There are too many delusional people out here. You're too damn delusional. You're always sitting here crying, talking about your past. Every time you sit with Black people, they always talk about the past and the past and the past, thinking they're the only ones. Like, it's like the Zionists. They think they're the only people who've been through stuff, right? You don't have the monopoly on pain. Everybody's been through pain. And that's why sometimes it will be to your best interest to read the biographies of other people. Because once you read somebody else's biography, you read more people's biography, you'll start to recognize that you're not the only one. There are people out there who've been way worse than you. Aretha Franklin was not just molested, she was pregnant. And they made her keep the baby. Like, that's some sick stuff. That's some sick stuff. But she still goes on to become the Aretha Franklin. Right? Oprah, abused. Maya Angelou, abused. I'm like, it seems like the majority of these women have been abused. Right? But Maya Angelou, like even you read about Maya Angelou, when you read about Maya Angelou and she in the book, I know why the cage bird sings, because her uncles found out, her mom found out, her grandma found out, her uncles found out, and they went and pew 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 the man. And when she found out that because she told on the man, he was no longer among us, okay, she went mute. She wouldn't talk for like like a year or two. She wouldn't talk because they had to ship her to her other grandma. I think it's Stamps, Oklahoma, right? She didn't want to talk. So it's like she went through a lot. And when she was not talking, she started writing. Because Maya Angelou did not go to school. She didn't go to school. So it's like, what the heck? So it's like people gotta learn to read about other people. Read about other people. Read about other biographies. Stop being on TikTok. Stop being on Instagram. Stop being on the Shade Room. But actually, like, make it your business to go to Amazon or YouTube, I guess, and watch other people's biographies. Read other people's biographies. And you'll see that there is a host of Black women, unfortunately, who went through some serious demonic trauma. And yet these women, they pushed forward and they were consistent, right? The mother of gospel, Mahalia Jackson. Mahalia Jackson too grew up super poor in Louisiana, had nothing. Her too, molested. Everybody out here is molested, okay? Mahalia Jackson abused. Super poor, Louisiana. Never went to school, can't read, can't write. Like, what the heck? Moves to Chicago. She started scrubbing floors. Mahalia Jackson was out here scrubbing floors for white people, scrubbing floors, making 20 cents a day. Like, oh my gosh. Like, what the heck? And then she's saying gospel differently. A lot of churches in Chicago didn't understand how she's saying gospel. Like, what kind of gospel is this? Like, girl, what are you doing? You know, they were kind of turned off by her, but she didn't stop singing. Mahalia Jackson is born super poor. This lady dies a multi-millionaire. No schooling. I'm like, this is just, I think she got pregnant too. I can't remember, but you know what I'm saying? She from nothing in Louisiana. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? But she just believes in her voice. Goes to Chicago, starts scrubbing floors. You know, goes from church to church, tries to sing the way she wants to sing gospel. People say, no, that's not the way we do it as Baptist people. And she didn't give up. Eventually, ultimately, Mahalia Jackson is the mother of gospel. This lady died. She was a multi-millionaire. If you see her house, you're like, what the heck? The house she bought for herself. The car she bought for herself. Like, what the heck? And on top of that, when Dr. King gave the speech on the March of Lincoln Memorial, she was there. She sang. She opened the thing up. So I'm like, no, you're not unique. You are seriously not unique. And actually, when you think about it, you probably suffering in better times than these people. You have the internet. Hey, Aja, what's up, babe? You got the internet. You got all this stuff going on. You have millions of followers on your phone. Okay? These women, they started from scratch. Okay? So I'm like, what's it called? When I read When I read the story of Mahalia Jackson, I'm like, that's crazy. That's a lot. But it's like, it's the power of consistency. People keep showing up. When you make 10 cents, you keep showing up. You perform somewhere. They pay you $5. You keep showing up. Eventually, it's going to break. And then the things that you work so hard for, everything will come into your favor. But people have to stop thinking that, oh, I suffer so much. I've been through so much. And this is why. And this is why. You're not unique. Everybody's been through stuff. But you are still privileged. In your suffering, you are still privileged. In your oppression, you are still privileged. In your pain, you are still privileged. Kelly Rowland is very privileged. So for her, hey, Tammy, okay, for her not to make the most out of it, it's on her, okay? They're saying Viola Davis also was abused. You understand? But Viola, she worked hard too. She went to the same school as Meryl Streep. They both went to Yale for their FMA, MFA, whatever, right? But Meryl Streep, like, her career just blows up. Viola, she got to do a little bit at a time because she's Black. But ultimately, she caught up to the lady, right? But it's like, you have to work hard. For her to give what she gave to How to Get Away with Murder is because she had to work so hard to be so good, to be so great. But she also went through stuff. Like, who has not gone through stuff? Everybody has gone through stuff. But there comes a time you can just sit here and cry about the stuff you've been through, or you can be grateful for what you have. There are people who are suffering and have no money. Okay, so Kelly, do better. Like, maybe she really is. Maybe she is. Okay, I'm like, you're not serious. like you are truly not. You are. Sometimes I'm like, you gotta be honest with yourself. You're not serious. You know, everybody been through stuff. But you have to get to a point like you're like, yo, you know what? Can I truly say that I gave it my all? No, you have not. You have not. You choose when you want to come in, when you want to go. You want to come in, you want to go. No problem, right? But my thing is, do not be upset. Do not be upset if people don't look at you the way they look at Beyonce. Do not be upset if people have more respect for Beyonce than they have for you, because Beyonce has been in the game and Beyonce competes, and she competes at a very high level, So the respect people going to have for Beyonce is going to be very different than you. You're talented, but are you consistent? No. So that's not being mean to her. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the work ethic came because Matthew Knowles was like a drill sergeant. You know, but on her own, it's like she's not self-driven. She's not driven. Like you're truly not driven. Hold on, is that this one? What people ask her? Hold on, let me play this. Hold on.
So proud of her.
I know, but were you surprised? And what do you think about it?
I'm so proud of her.
Yeah.
So happy for her.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yes.
Stepping into country.
So proud of her.
I know, but were you surprised?
You know, it's like she can't.
So the Kelly Rowland dressing room debacle continues. However, according to sources, Kelly exited the show not because of a dressing room, but because of the questioning that she experienced from Savannah Guthrie during an earlier interview. Savannah insisted on asking Kelly about Beyonce and the new country album. So word on the street, Kelly has her publicist say to whoever is interviewing her, don't ask me about Beyonce. Don't ask me about Destiny's Child or a reunion.
Your friend Beyonce, she's like your sister. You guys literally grew up together. She's stepping into country.
So proud of her.
I know, but were you surprised? And what do you think about it?
I'm so proud of her.
Yeah.
So happy for her.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yes.
So back to mea culpa.
Before you guys start saying that she's jealous of Beyonce, well, no. Remember a few years ago, she revealed that Blue Ivy was going to be a girl. I think she's just trying to avoid getting into saying too much. So the Kelly Rowland dressing room debacle continues. However,
I'm like, what am I supposed to ask you about? Okay, let me see. Let me play this little Uncle Shay interview for you guys, because this like I really love what he said. Because remember, Shaq said to him, "Oh, I make more money than you. I work less than you, but I make more." I'm like, Shaq, you're a basketball player. Y'all money is very different than football money. Football money it's not long like basketball money, right? But I'm like, Uncle Shay, he's worked really hard also for where he is, right? What's going on here, right? Makes sense. And one thing he said in the thing, it really, really touched me. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Basketball back in the late 70s. Right. So as far as dominant, Shaq was it. Shaq was it. Shaq, he was the real deal.
Oh, okay.
He was the real deal.
Let me see.
Gonzo, Big Winslow. I'm cool. I got no problem. Like you're jealous. I know you're trying to stay relevant by gossiping on your podcast. We don't believe you. You need more people. In case you forgot, 4 rings, 3 finals MVPs, top 50, top 75. And to be quite frank, all this success you got still under me. You don't know my work ethic, but according, I work less, but not blah, blah, blah. But anyway, love you too. If you need help making money, it's better ways than gossiping. I'm too old for this ish. Love always. The most dominating big man ever. Never took it serious. Remember, I know you and you know words of Skip Bayless. I'm better than you. Hashtag G14 classification. I have it. You don't. Not in my profession.
Wait, when that happened?
He just about 10 minutes ago.
Wait, Shaq in the chat?
No, he on IG. I've never professed. I've never professed that I was his greatest Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will say,
yes, sir.
I got what I got because I worked my ass off. Now,
yes,
Shaq has been the one to say it. That he didn't work as hard, he didn't train as hard, he didn't eat as well as he should have.
Right.
Shaq is the one that anytime someone wins an MVP, he talks about how he should have been the MVP over Steve Nash. Now, you guys have heard me speak glowingly. I think,
and please listen too, because Shaq is on some Kelly Rowland stuff too. Because Shaq was upset because that white boy, Nicola, is that what his name is? I don't know. Some Nicola boy. He won. So this year makes it his 3rd MVP, right? And Shaq said he's upset because he feels like when he was playing, he should have got more MVPs. But then Uncle Shay Shay said, but your work ethic was not there for you to have multiple wins when it came to the MVP. Shaq got upset, started talking about, oh, I make more than you make less than me. But I'm like, Shaq, what Uncle Shay Shay said to you, Kobe said the same thing. Kobe said, had you enjoyed going to the gym or working harder than him? Because even Kobe said, Shaq is better than me. Like everything about him is better than me. But the problem with Shaq is his work ethic wasn't there. So it's like, because it wasn't there, we didn't win as much as we could have won. I'm like, Kobe said this before Uncle Shay Shay said it. Now, Uncle Shay Shay said the same thing. Why are you mad that you didn't get all the MVP awards you should have gotten when you know deep down in your heart you didn't work as hard as you could have, right? Like, you have a tank. Your tank can go up to like 300%. You only gave like 100, maybe, okay? So you can't be mad when you didn't give it your all, that the respect was not there. And people, and I'm like, I feel like, is it hard for Black people to get that? Right? But if you don't give it your all, if your work ethic does not match your aspirations, you cannot be upset that people don't see you the way you want to be seen. You understand? For me, I understand if Kelly wants to be seen like Beyonce. I get it. Who does not want to be seen like Beyonce? Who does not want to be seen like Beyonce? But we must admit, if you want to be seen like Beyonce, are you willing to work hard? Not for one day, not for 6 months, not for 2 years. Are you willing to work that hard for 30 years to be like Beyonce? A lot of people, it's a no. So that's why we have people who rely on their tricks. They rely on explicit music. They rely on all kinds of foolishness, right? Because people don't really want to do the work. And we see that with the majority of Black female rappers. They're very lazy. Their lyrics are lazy. Their composition is lazy. Everything about these girls is extremely lazy. The majority of female rappers, you heard one, you heard them all. Okay? You've seen one music video, you've seen them all. Because these girls are lazy. But because they're Black girls, right? Y'all don't want to tell them like, yo, you are lazy. You are lazy. Why don't you challenge yourself to become a better writer? Because when to give standards to Black people, oh my gosh, how dare you, right? Challenge yourself, write better. Lauryn Hill has one album, one. And in 30 years, she's still making money from one album. She tours from one album. She built her legacy with one album. Why? Because she took her time to write a body of work that actually makes sense. Nobody can sit here. Who can compete? What female rapper, even Nicki Minaj, what female rapper can sit here and say, oh, I can compete with the miseducation of Lauryn Hill? Who? To this day, you can, the entire album is no skip. No skip. Like you listen to the album, be like, damn, I got to change my life. I got to be a better person. This is what happened when you really sit here and you create because you actually give a damn. Today, oh, let me see how fast I can make a song. Let me see how fast I can make a song just for TikTok. Let me see how fast I can make a song just so I can shake my butt. Let me see how fast I can make a song to say, oh, you think you're the ish? You're not even a fart. Like, what are we talking about? Okay? Bunch of foolishness. The music is trash. And that's why the music is not doing well, because nobody really wants to compete. What we allowed to happen to female rap is to say, you know what? There are no more standards because we don't want to hurt people's feelings, right? There's no benchmark to greatness when it comes to female rap. So what do these girls do? They compete on body. They compete on who can talk about the wee-wee, the Captain Hook, the left hook, the this. I mean, it's so disgusting. It is so disgusting. These girls are relying more on their bodies, their BBLs, their liposuction than their actual intelligence. Can you actually write? Can you write a song that makes people think? No, because everybody just wants to be famous. And nobody wants to do something that is going to last 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And they're all the same. It's trash. It's pure trash. And you got to say this. But there's no standards because God forbid you put a standard of excellence on Black people. They lose their minds. Oh my gosh, how dare you? You're being mean to me. I struggled. I have depression. I have this. No. You either going to compete or you're not. If you don't compete, go home. Nobody's forcing you. Right? And now the music has gotten so low. It's just like, it just gets nastier and nastier and nastier. You get to a point, it's like, how do you compete with this? You know what I'm saying? Because what's the next female rapper? She gonna be what? A crackhead with 4 kids in a foster care system? There's no standard. There's no standard. That's why I said black people have destroyed their own style of music. You destroyed hip hop, you destroyed rap, you destroyed R&B, and now you want to go to country music because with the country music, white people manage to keep a level of standard with country music. You can't just walk into country music and just do all kinds of foolishness. No, you are required to know how to write. You are required to know how to sing. You are required to know how to play the guitar. You got to have the basic skills to be even for them to even crack the door open to let you in. Not everything is racism. But when you destroy your stuff, you can't come over here and try to destroy somebody else's stuff. No, stay over there. You did this to yourself. And that's the problem with not having standards. When you don't have standards, and nothing means anything anymore because anybody can do it. And when anybody can do it, it becomes worthless. It becomes absolutely worthless. So by the time Megan took a little break with what's his name, little leprechaun, Tory Lanez, by the time she took a break to go fight Tory Lanez and come back from Tory Lanez, she came back and now here you go. Here you go. You got Sexy Red. And she's even more ratchet than you. Sexy Red is more ratchet than Megan. Megan can't even compete because it's too much. And then you're going to see in the next 2 years, you'll have a girl who's way more ratchet than Sexy Red. Because it's a race towards the bottom. Because there's no standard anymore. There's no standard. You know what I mean? Vicious, it doesn't matter. Whether black people created a country or whatnot, don't matter. It doesn't matter. That, like, to me, it's like that's a non-factor. Because it doesn't matter who creates a thing. Doesn't matter who creates a thing. What truly matters is who takes care of it. Who takes care of it? It's like imagine a woman who has imagine a man who has a child with the woman and then he leaves the woman. And then at 18, 19, one day he turns on the TV and he sees the NBA draft. Like, oh, this boy look familiar. That lady look familiar. Oh, damn, that's my son, right? And the boy gets drafted, #1 pick in the NBA. The boy has $100 million contract. You can't spin the block and blow, but that's my son and I gave my sperm. Did you raise it? Did you raise the child? Did you feed the child? Did you drive this boy to all the basketball camps? What did you invest in this baby? Right? Sit your ass down somewhere. Sit your butt down somewhere. So the issue is like when it comes to the majority of arts and culture, the cultural arts, all that, like all the art stuff, black people have always had a say so in it. They've always created in it. But the problem is at one point when you let something go and somebody else picks it up and somebody else takes care of it and somebody else invests in it and somebody else builds a whole institution around it, you don't just get to spin, well, my ancestor created. No problem. Your ancestor did. But you, what was your contribution? Zero. Okay? So go somewhere. And that's the thing. Because people don't like to have honest conversations. Right? White people never said they created country. They never said they created country. But one thing about it is, though, they made it what it is today. Because they invested in it. They invested in it. Right? Black people chose to let it go. The same thing goes for jazz. The same thing goes for bluegrass. The same thing goes for rock and roll. Black people chose to say hip hop is the culture. No problem. It's a choice you made. You got people have to learn. People have to learn to hold themselves accountable for their choices. Right? Nobody ever said country was the culture. Country's the culture. No, it's not until Beyonce dropped the Carter that now, but oh yeah, country music by black people. What was not made by black people, Chad? Okay, white people will beat you as a slave, expect you to cook for them as a chef, and then expect you to entertain them at night after they don't beat you behind, right? But the problem is where we have to be honest, like who invested in it? When you look at the CMT, the Country Music Award, you look at the everything, the Nashville, Tennessee, all that stuff. White people put their money behind it. It's their money. And when you look at the Country Music Award, you see they conduct themselves a certain way. The majority of them are married. Okay, the majority of Christians, they have standards. They have standards. You come over here, BET Awards, you got Sukihana on the floor. Sukihana, I'm like, what is going on? The people, black people go to the BET Awards, there's nipples everywhere. I'm like, you see, we just don't care. We don't care. And everything we touch, we desecrate. We respect nothing. We respect nothing. So I'm like, I understand why some people will be like, nah, we don't want you over here because you don't take stuff seriously. You don't take stuff seriously. And to me, that's not racism. Like, it really is not racism. It's like, no, you don't take stuff seriously, right? When it came to jazz, where's jazz today? They don't care about jazz because it's very slow, you know. But slow music requires you to think. That is one thing also you can't ask them to do. Slow down and think about your actions. Like, think about what you're about to do, right? But how many young Black people today make it their business to wake up and listen to Duke Ellington or listen to Satchmo, Billie Holiday, and things like that? No, because it's too quiet. It's too peaceful. You got to say all kinds of B words, the N word, this is what excites them. No problem. No problem. There's a young girl, Samia. She got like a Grammy. She probably like won 2 or 3 Grammys for like best jazz performance. Do you see people go crazy for her? No problem. Right? But if tomorrow white people decide to take over jazz music and turn it into a mega institution, you can't be mad at it. You cannot be mad at it. Because when you're left with the legacy, when you're left with an inheritance, when you're left with patrimony, it is your job to take care of it. If you kick what your ancestors have left you with resentment, you kick it to the side, you pee on it, you spit on it, no problem. If somebody else comes and somebody else takes it and they shine it and they polish it and they see value in it and they hold on to it dearly, you cannot be mad when you're like, oh, damn, so that's what I kicked to the curb. That's exactly what you kicked to the curb. Because the whole time it was a jewel, but you didn't see it for that, right? And I'm like, and that's how we are. And when people got to stop being honest. Okay, people got to start being honest. Because it's not fair. Bluegrass, look, you talk about bluegrass, R&B, jazz, rock and roll, hip hop, rap. I mean, like, people said no. The only thing we want to claim is hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop. No problem. No problem. I even said when what's her face? What's that girl's face? Camilla Harris. When she decides to celebrate 50 years of hip hop, why didn't she celebrate jazz also? You know what I mean? Why don't you celebrate jazz? You understand? No problem. It's cool. But you cannot be upset, though. Because I'm like, when did white people ever say that they created country music? I don't think they ever said that. But one thing about these white folks, they put their money behind it. They put their money behind it. And they have worked really hard to keep the image of country music to be something that's about family. It's about Christian values. It's about this, about that. The majority of country music people, they all married. They have their kids by the same people. They all go to church, right? Nashville, Tennessee, these people invested money to make it what it is today. And you got to say, you know what, white people, I don't like you all the time, but you did a good job. It's a very classy show. It's a very classy show. When they come on, everybody, they look good. They have money. And all of them, you go on their Instagram, they're all married. They're all married, all kinds of kids. Over here, a rapper can have 6 kids. A rapper can put his hands on people and he'll get a nomination. He'll get a Vanguard Award. He will get all kinds of stuff. Over here, there's no consequences. Future can have 17 kids and he will be allowed to perform at the BET Awards. No problem, right? Future can have all kinds of foolishness and he'll be given a Grammy. That's how it goes. No problem. But I'm like, there comes a time you got to look at yourself and be like, you know what? The way I represent myself, I can understand why people don't want me over there because they fear the culture. They fear the mindset. Like, don't come over here with that. You know what I'm saying? That's too much. Let Uncle Shay talk real quick.
Travis Kelce's better tight end than I was. So was Gronk. So was my guy. What's his name? For the Chargers. Antonio Gates, Gonzo, Big Winslow. I'm cool. I got no problem. You know why I got no problem, Ocho, with giving people credit?
Right.
Because I got everything out of my God-given ability.
Mm-hmm.
God gave me the ability to do what I could do. Mm-hmm. But he gave me discipline. He gave me dedication, the way I trained, the way I ate, the way I slept.
You see?
So this was all I could get.
You see? And that's why I love Uncle Shay. Like, that's really why I love him. He said, what God gave me, I made the most out of it. If I was to die today, I could say, you know what? I died, and I'm completely empty. But a lot of people, unfortunately, they're going to die and they're going to be very full because they didn't give it their all. Because they were afraid to fail. They were afraid of people going to say. They were too afraid to do this. You know, fear, complacency, procrastination, right? Not knowing how to move forward is holding you back from giving it your all. Think about, but what if I do this and I don't get that in return? I don't know. You might know. You might never know. I don't know, right? But how do you want to die? How do you want to die? You know what I'm saying? Like you want the day God calls you back, you want to be completely empty. Like I gave it everything I had. So now if God calls me back, then so be it. I can say I can say I gave everything I had based on the gift that God put in me when I was born. Amen. You know?
Right.
Now I would have felt some type of way if I'd have got these numbers and I half-assed it. But I never half-assed it. Kobe said Shaq should have won and they should have won.
Right.
But my thing is that you can't, and it said greatest characters. It's Shaq, I'm the greatest character. No, am I a top 100 player? No. Am I the equivalent as a football player as Shaq was as a basketball player? No. But what I did do is that I maximized that. And my question, if Shaq and because it's rough on the back. My question is, do you believe that you gave everything you possibly could in basketball? Did you train the way you should have? Did you eat the way you should have? That just goes to show you how great you was. That you didn't, you allowed your weight to get out of control. The injury started to creep up and you got 4 rings and you got 3 finals MVP.
See, I'm mad, man. I wish I understood.
Why you mad?
Because I wish I understood goddamn basketball. So when you talking about Shaq, especially during that time, think about this. If I don't know basketball now the way I should, the way you do, like what you telling me right now, it's like I'm trying to process the shit about this. Think about how they just doesn't get it.
Guys, if you're looking to go back to school, UMGC is.
Who would Shaq be if he had your work ethic? He'd be the greatest of all time. If Shaq had your work, he'd be the greatest of all time. Greatest of all time by sure. He'd be the first to tell you that for sure. I mean, this guy was a force like I have never seen. I mean, it was crazy. You know, a guy at that size. Generally, guys at that size are a little timid and they don't want to be tall. They don't want to be big. And this dude he did not care. He was mean. He was nasty. He was competitive. He was vindictive. I mean, I wish he was in the gym. I would have had fucking 12 rings. Who would
you see? So I'm like, even Kobe told you, you didn't work hard enough. Okay. So I'm like, that's the same thing we're saying here with Kelly Rowland. Because I'm like, when it comes to like, if you're going to compare Kelly to Beyonce, I mean, for me, honestly, I think Kelly is even prettier. I really do. Right. But it doesn't matter because what matters is who's going to be the most consistent. And Kelly did not want to compete. And she has her reasons, I guess, whatever, right? But it's like, Kelly, you didn't want to compete. You didn't want to compete. And the thing is, the crazy part about it, hold on, right? The crazy part about it is that Kelly, as a solo artist, Kelly comes out before Beyonce. Kelly comes out before Beyonce with Dilemma. Dilemma had like over, I don't know, it was on the charts for God knows what, but like this video here had 1 billion views. Let me show y'all. Can you see it? 1.5 billion views, right? When the song started doing so well, Matthew Knowles told Beyonce, we're going to push your album back. Kelly's going to go before you because she has so much traction. So Kelly go before you. So even God, I don't know, God, the universe, I don't know, right? But they gave Kelly the win she needed to even be a bigger star than Beyonce. You know what I mean? So she can't sit here and act like, oh my gosh, no, let's stop. Okay? Please stop, right? But the thing is, you came out with Dilemma. You had 1.5 billion views, right? The song was Billboard 100 for like, what, a whole year? Oh my gosh. They didn't even think they could get Beyonce out because she was doing so well. So I'm like, no. But Beyonce surpassed you, not because she's better than you, but she's more consistent than you. If you look at Beyonce's entire body of work, like her whole discography, some albums did not do well. Like number 4 didn't do well. You know, she's not always breaking records. But Beyonce, she going to get her behind up. She going to try again. Right? But number 4 didn't do well. I Am Sasha Fierce did extremely well. Right? But one thing about Beyonce, she's not going to give up. And that's the part I feel like people need to talk about when it comes to success. It's about like people that are like very gritty, like that have a lot of determination, that are very gritty, they're not gonna give up. And because they don't give up, that's why they surpass people who have a natural talent. You know, but Beyonce did not always have, no, every album is a hit. It's a hit. It's a hit. Some albums, honestly, they kind of flopped. You know, a lot of things she did have flopped. But one thing about Beyonce, though, she gonna try again. And that to me, I'm like, that to me makes her very commendable. And that's why she stands out. Everything was not always like, oh, because it's Beyonce, it's gonna be platinum, it's gonna be this, and that. No. Right? But you, Kelly, you give up. You show up, you disappear. You show up, you disappear. I do the same thing. So, you know what I mean? You show up, you disappear. So it's like you got to get to a place where it's like you understand, like, you know what? I just wasn't that consistent. And my sister, she really was more consistent. You know? And she's willing to try new things. You was like, what do? You know? Okay, you be a socialite. No problem. But it's like you cannot be mad when people don't treat you the way they treat Beyonce. Because career-wise, you're not on her level. And it's okay. Like, it really is okay. like it really is okay. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm like, you know.
And it's my understanding, your sisters dropped a whole new couple of songs, and it's my understanding that Renaissance 2 may or may not be country-based. And then there's a rumor going around that Renaissance 3 may be either rock-based or a DC reunion.
That is her business to talk about.
Women.
And I know that you all are tired of answering those questions. But fans like me for the DC and Destiny's Child reunion, and when y'all took that picture, it got me like really excited in my feelings. I'm like, okay, is this really going to happen? We still gotta ask every time we see either you. We never see Diddy. Come on.
No, but just ask them. I'm here talking about Mia Copa.
Okay.
And you go, just ask them. You are them. Are you not part of Destiny's Child? Like, or what? Are you not part of Destiny's Child? You are. So we're asking you because you're here. Number 2, it's like, girl, I'm here for Mia Copa. Girl, nobody cares about Mia Copa. Like, we already knew it was gonna be trash. I mean, she really thinks that she's like this bona fide, incredibly acclaimed actress. No, you're not. You are truly not. You got the role because you're Kelly Rowland of Destiny's Child. You got the role because you're Kelly Rowland, aka sister of Beyonce. And Tyler knew if he put you in the movie, Beyonce gonna come outside. And Tyler knows he cannot afford to pay for Beyonce to come outside. By putting you in the movie, right? The entire family was outside. Okay? Like, how much you gotta pay to get Jay-Z to come outside? Jay-Z's outside, Beyonce's outside, Miss Tina's outside. Like, yeah, 100 million. No, but it's true though, Zoe. It is true. It's true. Like, she needs to know this. She needs to know this. It's like Bronny James, right? Bronny James also, he needs to know if his dad was not LeBron James, he would not have all these opportunities, right? People need to know. I'm not against your little nepotism, your cryonism, is how to say cryonism, right? I'm not against that. If you're famous because your daddy's a popular basketball player, no problem, right? If you're getting roles because you are famous already or because you have a big following, no problem. But my thing is, do not delude yourself, right? There's an actress out there, there's a Black actress out there who could have done a better job with Mia Copa than Kelly Rowland, right? But she didn't get the part because she's not famous, she's not connected, she can't bring Beyonce. So if Tyler Perry actually hired someone who could have really killed it for Mia Copa, right? He would have had to pay for Beyonce to come outside. So he's not going to get the marketing he's looking for. Do you get that? What I'm trying to say? Because if you pay, let's say you agreed to pay Kelly $1 million, right? For $1 million, you get Kelly, you get Tina Knowles, you get Jay-Z, you get Beyonce. Just Beyonce being outside. Okay, think about all the people, the magazines, the corporations who are going to talk about that because Beyonce came outside. It is Beyonce lives in a $200 million house. Imagine how much money it takes to get Beyonce out the house. Imagine. This is not a regular celebrity. This is Beyonce. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, you cannot get Beyonce out the house for a movie. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? The ghetto. She came outside because it's Kelly. If it was not Kelly, she's not coming outside. Beyonce coming outside is what? Beyonce got to get up, do her hair, do her makeup, put perfume that probably costs like $20,000, okay? She got to put her diamonds. This one, $5 million. The ring, $6 million, okay? It's security that has to move. It is the cars. I mean, I can only imagine. It probably has to cost like $10, $20 million to get Beyonce out the house. You think Tyler Perry, he couldn't even pay Monique extra money to go to the Cannes Film Festival. Okay. Do you think, okay, so if you got to pay $20 million to get Beyonce outside, you got to pay another $5 to get Jay-Z outside. Got to pay maybe another $1 to get Miss Tina. Like, do you really think Tyler Perry trying to spend $26 million in one night to get these people outside? No. So you pay Kelly $1 million. You save $25 million. That's just to get the Carters to come outside. Now, talk about the impressions from all the people who gonna talk about it. Essence Mag, you got the people on social media. You have the publications like Essence Magazine, USA Today. Well, I mean, like all that press for free because you pay somebody $1 million. You're about to get almost like $50 to $100 million worth of free promotion. Tyler Perry's a businessman. So my thing is, Kelly herself, if I understand this in my poor tax bracket, okay, she has to know. She's not stupid. I mean, I would think she in there kind of stupid. Okay, exactly. He doesn't even have a proper wig, but exactly. So he scored big. You understand? But otherwise, Kelly's not an actress. She's not an actress. She's not a trained actress. She can't do this. There's another young Black woman out there who could have gotten that role and she would have killed it. But unfortunately, she's not famous. She does not have a huge following. She's not connected. So it's like if you put her in there, you're going to have to spend more money marketing the movie, right? This is why today a lot of brands, a lot of studio people would rather work with influencers who have millions of followers than to actually work with people who are qualified. You hear me? So she needs to know this, right? When you look at the, what's it called? Right? Sacred Launch Party, right? The people who were invited for Beyonce's launch party, it's not people who do hair or who know about hair, right? They invited people who have over 1 million followers, whether it's on Instagram or it's on TikTok, right? So you get invited not because you know about hair product or because you've grown your natural hair or because you teach Black women about the hair. No, they're looking for, if we get you to come to the event and you post to your audience, how many people can you reach? So the best bet is to say, okay, let's go for people who have 1 million followers or 2 or 3 or 4. Because if someone has 2 or 3 or 4 million, you invite them, they take a video, they post, they're going to get more impressions so you can reach out to more people and let people know like, hey, Secret is coming outside, right? But there are people who know way more about hair, but they have a smaller following, so they're not going to be invited. Not because they don't know what they're doing, not because they don't have beautiful hair. No, that's how it goes. It's today now, everything is really unfair. It is no longer about who knows how to do a thing, but more so who has the biggest following. So my thing is, when it comes to Kelly, she has to know you were not picked for mea culpa because you're the best person to read for the role. And I even doubt that he allowed anybody else to audition. Most likely he just gave it to her. Okay? Most likely he just gave it to her. So it's like she has to also notice, she has to know this for herself. You know? She has to know this for herself. And it's funny how when she doesn't have a relationship with the producer, the director, the man who's funding the movie, nobody's putting her in the movie, right? If she was really that good, she'd be in all kinds of movies, right? So you kind of know too, her being in the movie has to do with her relationship with Tyler Perry. It was not based off of merit. She didn't earn the role. She was given the role. So to sit there on your high horse, like I'm just here talking about mea culpa, as if you had to work, you had to audition, you had to, go into character, and you had to, no, you did not, right? Because if you were that exceptional of an actress, your resume will have different types of directors. Where's the new, what mea culpa came out? It's been how long? When's the next one? When's the next one? Because real movie directors, because Tyler Perry's a joke, real movie directors, real Hollywood directors, they know that Kelly does not have what it takes. And that's okay. Acting is not for her. Like, you know what I mean? Like, acting is not for her. You understand? Like, and it's okay. Be honest. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of getting sick and tired of celebrities thinking that because they're celebrities, they can go into acting and everybody owes them something. They can go into creating products like, oh, Alicia Keys doing skincare. Have you heard about her skincare ever since? Right? Or you have John Legend with his skincare. Have you heard about him ever since? They think, oh, well, I'm famous, so I should be able to do whatever I want. I should try whatever I want. I should sell whatever I want. It's like you have no passion behind it. You think because you're successful over here, it should carry here, 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 without you like actually learning the industry, without you actually being outside, talking to people, learning the people. You just feel entitled. And that grosses me out. That seriously grosses me out. Yeah, John, you see, you didn't even know Alicia has skincare. John Legend has skincare. I don't even know who asked him for that, right? When they could just be investors, like you can invest in a person, a black person if you want to, a black business if you want to. You could just invest in someone who truly is passionate about skincare, right? And be a board member. Why do you have to have the brand? You don't really care. And do you even have the time to take care of it? No, you don't. You're just doing it just because you can, right? So I'm like, I'm just like, child, please. Like, you can't be mad at people for like asking you about Destiny's Child or asking you about like Beyonce. Because it's like, honestly, what else is going on? What else do you have going on? And the thing I don't like about Kelly too, when it comes to her personality, is like, you know, at some point you got to understand, they're asking me about Destiny's Child. They're asking about Beyonce because honestly, I have not done enough to give these people something to ask me about that pertains to the work I have done, because there's no work. There is no work. You know what I'm saying? There is no work. Hold on. There's no work. You see? Like look at the stuff she does. It's like every 5 years she comes outside. 2002, 5 years, 07. She comes back in 11. And then I guess she came back in 13. So she usually takes like a 5-year break. Like she takes how is this serious business, y'all? Like we gotta be serious. Like for real. How is this serious? How is this serious? What kind of musician, artist, singer, you know, takes a 5-year break between every album? In one lifetime? You just show up every 5 years? Okay. 2002. She comes out 5 years later. She was not outside for 5 years. 2007. She came back 4 years later. Here I am, 2011. Then I guess 2 years later, okay, now we're in 2024. So in the past 11 years, zero. You've done zero work, right? You haven't released anything in the past 10 years. But somehow people are in the wrong for asking you about other stuff. I mean, good for her. But who's not a good mom? You know what I'm saying? Who's not a good mom? Beyonce mom too. Beyonce got 3 kids. Okay. Like I'm saying, like, people got kids. So it's like, okay. So I'm like, you gotta like, you have to be like, I don't know, introspection is a good thing. I don't know, right? But you have to really look at yourself and say, you know what? In the last 10 years, you haven't had anything going. So what are we supposed to ask you about? Work-wise. Have you won a Grammy? Have you won a BET award? Have you won an NAACP Image Award? Have you won a Black Girls Rock Award? Have you started a non-for-profit? What are we supposed to, like, I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, what are we supposed to talk about? It's like, look, I mean, y'all look at this. Like, seriously, right? If you had to grade her on effort, if you had to grade her on consistency out of 10, what grade would you give Kelly? What grade would you give Kelly? Imagine someone who tells you, oh yeah, I love singing. My craft is music. I want to be a singer. I'm a singer. This is my craft. I love singing. Okay, cool. No problem. 2002, 2007, 2011, 2013. Okay. So my thing is, what grade would you give her as far as consistency? Then in the past, it's 11 years from 2013 to now. Exactly. A 5 out of 10. That's you failed. That's not a good grade. That's not a good grade. Meanwhile, you look at Beyonce's discography, right? Hold on. Right? I want all. You see this? Boom. Meanwhile, here's Beyonce. Beyonce's outside. Like Beyonce is always outside releasing work. Beyonce's outside. Some were really good. Some were okay. Right? But it's like Beyonce's always outside, you know? So it's like what do you want? Like, what? Seriously, what do you want us to say? What do you want us to say? Right? So your work, hold on. Where's Kelly's stuff? Okay, right? So let's look at this, right? Let's be serious people. Let's be some serious people. So Simply Deep, I told you she came out first, right? I told you Kelly came out first because of Dilemma. Dilemma did so well. I'll see how many weeks it was on the Billboard 100, but it did so well. You saw the video had 1.5 billion views. That's crazy. And you guys remember Dilemma. You remember the era of Dilemma. Like Dilemma was playing every day. Okay. Like, let's not even pretend. Okay. That's how much of a, I don't know, increase, advance, I don't know, steam, nuclear power. Okay. Her career. This the kind of boost Kelly had before she had to debut her solo album, right? That was a bigger, she had way more going on than Beyonce with Crazy in Love. Okay. That thing put her on a pedestal. She fumbled the bag. It's okay. You can say it, right? Cool. 2002. And then you go back to Beyonce. Dangerously in Love came out a year later because they wanted that song to like kind of die down. Okay, cool. All right. Then let's go back to Kelly. Her next one, Miss Kelly 07, right? Miss Kelly comes out in 07. All right, cool. No problem. Between 07, what happens? Beyonce has Speak My Mind, I guess. No, I don't think that was an album. No. She has B-Day, right? She has B-Day, and I would say a little bit of like I Am Sasha Fierce, right? Right? Okay, cool. So she has one album. So between you come out first, she comes out a year later, right? While you disappear, she comes out with B-Day, right? Then you come out with right here, right? So Dangerously in Love. Let me see. This is a lot better. Let's do it this way. Okay. Let me get out of here. Okay. So this is what we have, right? B-Day comes out in 06. Cool. All right. We're going to do this today. Okay. Then you come out a year later with Miss Kelly, right? 07. A year later, Beyonce comes out with I Am Sasha Fierce, right? Then I guess Kelly disappears. right? Then I guess we're going to see her with what? Here I Am, 2011, right? Beyonce comes out with 4, 2011, okay? Kelly disappears. Kelly's gone. Beyonce's going to release her album, Beyonce, and she's going to release also Beyonce 2013. Kelly also releases Something Here, Talk a Good Game, 2013, right? Then after that, she's gone. While she's gone, there's Lemonade, 16, Lion King, 2019, Renaissance, 2022, and then you have Carter, 2024, right? So while you're gone, she's working. Okay? While you're gone, she's working. And she's not just releasing the album, she's also going on tour. She's doing like award shows and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, you know, yeah, like, y'all, let me, you know, I don't say things just to be mean. You know, I'm like, you cannot be mad. You cannot be mad at someone, okay? You can't be mad at someone because they worked hard and they were consistent. You are not consistent. You are not consistent. So it's like, but I'm like, in the past 11 years, you haven't given people like nothing to talk about. So, oh, she also did Meet the Carters. You know? So that's a lot. That's a lot. So like when you sit there and the people are asking you about Destiny's Child or they're asking you about Beyonce, you have to understand it's like, it's been about 10, 11 years. You have not put out any work because people know you first as a musician, like not as an artist, like they know you as a singer, not even so much as an actress, right? That's like, okay, since when? Okay, but they know you more as a singer. They have discovered you as a singer. They know you to sing and dance and stuff like that. So their main interest is, okay, what about the music, right? Since you don't put music out yourself, what about either Destiny's Child music or what about Beyonce music? So they're gonna ask you. So like you can't be upset. For me, honestly, I wouldn't be upset. And like I told you earlier too, had Beyonce not been consistent, had Beyonce not been as competitive, because she's very competitive, as Beyonce not worked as hard as she has worked, all of y'all would have been irrelevant. Okay? Exactly. If Beyonce didn't work this hard, all you ladies would have been irrelevant. So you owe her a lot. You owe her a lot. You really do. You understand? Like, you owe her a lot. Even some of us too. I ain't gonna lie to you too, right? When Beyonce has a look or whatever, you do like a makeup video, or you do a look inspired by Beyonce, and you get clicks and you get hits and your AdSense money be going up. Shoot, you owe Beyonce too. Like even me, the videos I made about Beyonce, I sure did make some money. So even me, I'll owe her something too. You know, but if she was not relevant, nobody would be clicking on the videos. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, if she was not relevant, no one will click on the video, right? So because Beyonce's worked so hard, she's relevant to not just Black culture, pop culture, American culture, art culture, all kinds of culture stuff. When you say something has Beyonce in it, it's going to make money. But that doesn't happen because you are inconsistent, because you're manifesting. No, it's because you were steadily working and you were building your name back to back to back, and you delivered consistently. Beyonce is very consistent, right? So because she's consistent, it's keeping all of y'all relevant, right? The reason why people like Solange is not so much because, oh my gosh, Solange is such a great artist. No, people love Solange and they support So-So because she's Beyonce's little sister. Right? If she was an independent artist out here that didn't have no connection, no family ties to no other celebrity, I don't think Solange would do that well also. Because Solange, she comes out every 10 years, okay? So it's like, girl, you're crazy, right? But I'm like, everybody eats because of Beyonce. Miss Tina, she's very famous. She has millions of followers. She gets all kinds of, they just worship her, right? Because she's Beyonce's mom. She's Beyonce's mom. Otherwise, no one will care. Okay, Kelly Rowland, because you're part of Destiny's Child, and people do think that you and Beyonce are sisters. So that gives you a lot of privilege, especially in the Black community. By yourself, you wouldn't have had that, right? Michelle too. People love Michelle. They support Michelle, her projects, her commercials, because she's also attached to Destiny's Child, which is what? Beyonce's group. Okay, Jay-Z too. He retired since when? I forgot last time he retired. Okay. Jay-Z also would not be relevant if it was not for Beyonce. Where's the music? What does he do? What business? What he got? Nothing. Okay, cool. All right. Like I told you, I do feel like he took her money and put her money in crypto and he lost her money. But who's outside getting that money back? Beyonce. Okay. Well, she could be mediocre. That's fine. You could appreciate her to be mediocre. I mean, it doesn't bother me. You can see how you want to see her. But in her mediocrity, she's consistent. She's consistent. And the people who are better than her, like I said, Kiki Wyatt has better vocal cords. Kiki Wyatt is a hot mess. Okay? Kiki Wyatt is not consistent. And not just that. It's not enough to know how to sing, but you also got to understand the business of the music industry. And that is something that Beyonce has mastered. But she's not the best Black vocalist out here. We've heard better. If you go to most Black churches on Sundays, you go to most Black Baptist churches on Sundays, you've heard better voices. I've heard better vocal cords than Beyonce's. But the thing is, she's consistent, and also she understands the business. Because the music industry is not just about music. It's also the business. You gotta understand the business, right? Just like being on YouTube. It's not just about creating content and posting whatever you feel like. No, you have to understand the business of YouTube. Got to understand the algorithm. You got to understand how to do your thumbnails, right? How to write your titles. You got to understand all of that stuff that goes behind YouTube, because once you understand the business of YouTube, your YouTube channel going to do a whole lot better, right? A lot of people on YouTube will never get 50,000 subscribers. It's not because they can't do it. It's because they refuse to study what YouTube is. So therefore, hey, AJ, they'll keep failing. right? So Beyonce could be mediocre. When it comes to dancing, I think Ciara is a better dancer, but Ciara is not consistent. She's not consistent. We have seen Ciara throw her career away every time she fell in love, running behind Lil Bow Wow, running behind 50 Cent, running behind a Future. Okay, that's it. Boys always came first. Her music came second, maybe third. Who knows? Okay, that's it. That's that. Right. So there are a lot of people you could say, there are a lot of other Black girls you could say are like way more prettier, way more can dance like crazy, can sing better than her. But none of them have been able to bring the dancing, bring the singing, and also the business side of the music industry to succeed and to be as powerful as Beyonce is. But Beyonce is she knows what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Right. So that's why we say it's not about being naturally gifted. It's not about, giving 100%. It's about being 1% better every single day. The person who is consistent every single day is going to always win over the person who's consistent every other day, every 6 months, every 5 years, every 2 years. You're not going to make it. It's not because you don't have great talent. You're just not consistent. And if you're not consistent, you're not going to prosper. Let me show you. Let me talk about myself, because sometimes you got to talk about yourself, huh? It makes stuff a little bit better. Okay. So if I talk about myself, let me see if I do this, right? Let me see. Let me show you what I mean. If I talk about myself, right? Let me show you my channel. Because Aja was asking me, she was like, Marlene, tell us how much money you made. Okay. But look at, let me see if I can show you my revenue. Hold on. How does this work? Let me show you my YouTube stuff. Okay, look at this, right? I was going to take a picture for Aja, but here, since we're here, right? You see my channel, right? So far, they're saying like in the last 28 days, I've made 275, let's say 275, right? Okay. Because sometimes talk about yourself. It helps. All right, cool. Look at this. Look, the last 90 days. Okay, look at this. You see this? Do you see this? 11 cents. Okay. All right. Let's go over here. Okay. Oh, this was what? 4 cents. So I made March 10th. I made 4 cents, 3 cents, 5. That's not even that's 0.005. I made nothing. Okay. Once I made a penny, 6 cents. Okay. 4 cents, 5 cents. Well, that's not even a penny. That's a 10. Okay. 6 cents, 2 cents. 11 cents. Oh, this was a lot better. Okay, I did pretty well that day. 4 cents, right? So my point is, do you see what happens when you're not consistent, right? But it's like, it's not funny, but it's funny. You see my point, right? But I'm also an Aquarius, so I put myself in there. Okay, cool. Then one day I was like, you know what, Marlene, maybe just stop being consistent, right? Oh, look what happened, right? So I think, was it like around April 15th? I don't know. But somewhere around here, I was like, you know what? Let me try to make more content. Let me just sit here and do more lives every day, right? And then a channel that went like making like 3 cents is like now making 300. So it goes to show you, like, the whole time I could have done this. I didn't want to do it because I want to be consistent, right? So it's like, but there are people on here, like there are people, you have people who are on YouTube, for example, right? They go live every day or they go live every other day, right? These people are probably not, I don't think they're not as funny as me, but whatever, right? But it's like they make way more than my channel makes because they're consistent, right? Like they're really consistent. And it goes to show you, like, you can be funny, you can be entertaining, you can have great, but if you don't show up consistently, okay, first of all, if you don't, like YouTube, for example, if you don't show up consistently on YouTube, sometimes YouTube will unsubscribe people from your channel because you're not posting. So what's the point? Okay, people also forget to check for you because you're not really consistent. So like, oh, is she here? Is she not there? Like, child, I don't have time for this. Let me go find somebody else, right? But you see, consistency makes a difference, right? People who are consistent are more likely to be in the algorithm a lot more. So it's not because they're better. They just show up. You know what I'm saying? They just show up. But you, like, just for me, like me, for example, right? It just shows. Sit here and do a few lives. Look what happened, right? Let me show you this other thing too. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? Oh, look at the money right here too. Hold on. Make it bigger for y'all, right? It's like, what changed? My motivation. So I'm going to do it, right? But you see, so January I had like 295. Feb, I made 77 cents. March, I made $21.13. April, I was like, oh, let me do it. So I did like $78, right? May is like $212. The only thing that changed is what? Consistency. It's not like, oh, I'm working hard and I'm making all these. No, I just sit here a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But it just goes to show you, like, this is what happens. You can go from making, I guess, 50 cents. And then before you know it, in a matter of 2 weeks, you can make like 300. Maybe if I had made more lives, I would have made more. Because it seems like every day is jumping by like $15. It jumps like by $15 a day, right? So, but the thing is, it's consistency. I'm like, that's just what life is. If you're not willing to be consistent, you know, am I passionate? I guess I don't know. It depends, because I'm weird. But that's why I say, like, when it comes to Kelly, like, being an Aquarius myself, I understand. If you can be gifted, but if you're not consistent, you're not going to see results like that. So I feel like maybe in her head, she sees herself like, yo, because she's like Beyonce, she knows Beyonce, they've worked together. She knows what she has. She knows what she can bring. She knows what Beyonce can bring, right? She probably knows what she's capable of. But between knowing what you're capable of and what you've actually delivered, it is not the same thing. You understand? It is not the same thing. And also, like, when it comes to business, right? Your reputation is built off of your consistency, right? There's a reason why people will pay Beyonce more than they'll pay you. You know what I'm saying? And that's real. But like inconsistency, it's like, it's a real thing. And we have to really talk about it, right? But you might feel like, yes, because you work with Beyonce, you slept with Beyonce, you ate with Beyonce, like, you know her, she knows you. You know what I mean? You know what you can and cannot do. You know what you're capable of, right? But my problem is, just because you know what you're capable of, the world has not seen that out of her. And maybe you could make the argument that maybe because I'm an Aquarius, I'm going to be tougher on her because I know what Kelly can do. She's not giving her all. She really isn't. But she feels as though because I'm here, y'all should treat me this way. But the problem, Kelly, there's a serious cognitive dissonance between how you see yourself and the work that you put out here in these streets. And the work is very negligible. It is seriously negligible. And somebody has to tell you that. Someone got to tell you that. I was even thinking yesterday, like, you know what? Does she even take acting classes seriously? You know what I mean? Are you really right now, are you going to acting classes back to back to back? Are you like doing like camps and trying to learn this thing so you could be better at it? Do you reach out to Auntie Viola and ask her for advice on how you can do this better? How you can be a better actress? How you can bring out more emotions? Do you reach out to Taraji, right? And ask her, like, okay, how do you go into character? Like, what does it take to go there? Da, da, da. Are you maximizing your connections, right, to become a better actress? I don't care what Kelly decides to do. But my thing is, Aquarius, you're going to have to pick one thing and be good at it, and myself included. You know what I mean? Well, thank you, Chioma. But you know what I'm saying? But it goes to show you, like, even for myself, it is true. So I was like, so I just shake my head, right? But it's like, honestly, this whole pregnancy, I could have sat here and done some lives. You know? So I understand. That's why I don't fall for her foolishness. Because I understand, like, because I'm like, girl, I see myself in you, like, shut up. Okay, be quiet. You know? And that's the thing, like, that is another thing that we as air signs, especially Aquarius, like, I mean, most air signs too, is like, we have a tendency to be more caught up in the idea of something than the doing of something. And we get bored easily. That's another thing. We get bored really easily. So I'm like, child, you know, but there are moments, like, I have even said to myself, like, Marlene, you still have to be part of this world. Like, you know, you can't always be up in the air, you know? But Beyonce, I do feel like being a Virgo, being an earth sign, right? She's not going to give you something that an air sign could give you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope you saw that when I said, notice carefully, right? Who do you have? Okay. Right? There's a reason why these people are so good, right? You're not going to get a Lauryn Hill moment out of a Beyonce. She's not an air sign. It's a very intellectual space to be in. Okay, I'm not trying to be not calling y'all dumb. I'm not calling y'all stupid, but I'm just saying, right? There's a reason why. There's a reason why the majority of these people who make everlasting music that really changes how people feel happen to be Gemini. There's a reason. Okay. There's a reason. There's a reason. Okay. There is a reason. There is a reason. Okay. There is a reason. Right? There is a reason. But the thing is, although Gemini, you might come through and be like this thought-provoking person and you get people to really challenge themselves. The thing about an air sign, the thing about an earth sign, like a Virgo or Capricorn or Taurus, right? They might not have the intellectual abilities of Aquarius, a Gemini, Libra, okay? But they're consistent. Because I feel like in the affairs of the earth, like anything that involves like what goes on in this planet, they care a bit more. Like they're going to be more present in the moment. That's why I said, even for me, after running my business, okay, exactly. After running my business, okay, but you see, and like, who said, if I'm not mistaken, somebody said that Prince was a Gemini. I don't know. I didn't check his birthday. Let me see. Yeah, June 7th, right? So here you have Prince. Compare Prince to Michael Jackson, right? Michael Jackson had more earthly success because you got the Virgo. He's going to work really hard. So he might not play 27 instruments. He might not, because, you know, Purple Rain, Prince, he did that by himself. Okay. That's the beauty of a Gemini mind. But you're not going to see him. He's not going to be consistent like the way a Virgo would. That's why I say for me too, when I run my own business, one thing I had to really realize is like, I'm good with ideas. I'm good with creativity, but the day-to-day stuff, yo, I tap out. I get really bored. And I said, by doing this, I'm like, you know, if I ever start a business again, I will not even be my own CEO. I will not be my own CEO. If I was to ever go look for a CEO to run my business, I will pick a Taurus, a Capricorn, or a Virgo. I will pick an earth sign because earth sign, they might not be as intellectually advanced as an air sign, but these people going to show up. They're going to show up, right? They're going to show up. So it's like when you look, and that's why the majority of the time when you're dealing with Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, they will be probably better at managing things. They'll be probably better at managing money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the truth, y'all. When you know yourself, you're going to prosper. Okay? When you know yourself, you're going to prosper. When you understand your strengths and your weaknesses, and you can be humble enough to admit to it, you're going to be very successful. You know what I mean? So like, imagine I'm married to a Gemini. So like, imagine how we do out here. Okay. Like, it's true though. Maybe if one of us was an earth sign, I don't know. We probably would have been better with certain things financially, but it's okay. You live, you learn. Right. But if I was to ever start a business again, or like even say, let's say like one day this channel gets really, really big and I have to hire a manager. I'm taking a Virgo, a Taurus, or a Capricorn because these people, they're going to show up. They're going to show up. They're going to work. They're going to win. Because when it comes to the earth sign things, they're going to do it. Take Real Housewives of Atlanta. Take the Real Housewives of Atlanta. And you see who the goofy people are. You see who does not respect money. And you see who has money. Who has money? Who's the richest? Who is the richest? Out of all the housewives of Atlanta, who has the most money? Who makes the best financial decisions? Who's had the money the longest, still has money, make the best financial decision? Who is it? Thank you. And what's Candy's sign? Thank you. It's not random, right? Now, when you watch the show, who's always wasting money? Who's always wasting money, being frivolous with money? Sometimes it's even giving bankruptcy at this point, right? Who's always losing money? Who doesn't have a house right now and is fighting, or her husband's ex-husband to be? Nene. What's Nene? Sagittarius. Who else? You're not done yet. Okay? You're not done. Who's always wasting money? I'm like, you see it. I'm like, there's certain people, that's why the more you know yourself, the more you're going to be saved. You know, Portia, Cancer. Portia's a Cancer. They don't do good with money because that's another sign. That's another water sign. Very emotional. Emotional people and money, it don't go together because money is not an emotional thing. Money is not an emotional matter. Money is all about like this and this and that and this and that. You cannot be emotional with money. You are emotional with money, you're going to end up bankrupt, broke, or destitute or homeless somewhere. Okay. Portia's a Cancer. Who else? It's not just Portia. Kenya too. Kenya as well. Kenya is bad with money. Kenya is really bad with money. When Kenya left California to come to Atlanta, all she had was a carry-on bag. All she had was a carry-on bag. Look how long it took Kenya to sit there financially. And even now, even with the money that she had, you see how she went and got herself involved with that man she barely knew and had a baby with a man she barely knew. And now she got to go pay that man. Aquarius. She's over here fighting. They're going back and forth with Simon. She, oh, I have a Rolls Royce too. I said, Portia, Kenya, you don't make enough. You don't make enough to have a Rolls Royce. Right? Air sign. There you go. These people are crazy. The majority of the time, if you ever speak to an air sign, like especially if you speak to an Aquarius, you speak to a Gemini, like, oh, I don't care about money. I don't care about money. Because it sounds really noble. Because, you know, it's an air sign. Like they worry about intelligence, righteousness, humanitarianism. It's cute. It's really noble. But there comes a point like you do also have to care about money, though. You know what I'm saying? Like you have kids. You got to care about money. But it's like, it's just okay. You know what I'm saying? But people who will care about money and make sure you still have money, I'm telling you, gotta go with these earth sign people. So I said, oh, if I ever have a business again, I will never be my own CEO. It is not for me. I could come up with ideas. I could be creative, all that kind of stuff. But no. Okay, if I ever make a whole lot of money again, I will have a financial planner. I'm not doing it because I'm really not good with money. It's not, I don't struggle to make money. I struggle to keep it because my attitude towards money is just too You want some money? Here you go. You want money? Here you go. I'm not like, it's just like, it's the truth though. God help me. But you know, I just feel like the more you know yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, the more you understand yourself. And if you can be humble about that, you're gonna prosper. You know, you're gonna do very well. Yeah, you because they want to talk about philosophy. They want to talk about religion. They want to talk about the way the world ought to be. Child, somebody has to be a bit more pragmatic. And this is where Capricorn, Taurus, and Earth sign and Virgo come in. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like me, if you were to ever have a CEO or a manager, like someone that you need to come in and do something every single day and it's repetitive, but they don't get bored, go for an Earth sign. Capricorn, Taurus, and then Virgo. That's it. You want somebody to give you big ideas, like somebody who can think big and know how to solve problems. Like, call Aquarius, call Gemini. Okay, call Libra too if you want to. But it's like, you know, no. Even me, I don't trust myself. Like, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? You know? So it's like, that's a real thing. So I'm like, so when you see Portia act a certain way with money, it makes sense. She's a Cancer. These are not people you trust with money. You don't trust them with money. They cannot be, no, like, oh, you're a Cancer? You can't manage my money for me. Water sign, right? You people are water sign. Cancer, it's y'all. Yeah, I won't trust with my money. We won't have money. No, especially Cancer. I'm not trusting Cancer with my money. Nope. No. Like, no, you're crazy. No. So like when I see Portia's behavior, I'm like, she's acting just like a Cancer. Emotional people and money, it don't mix. You need someone who's ruthless to manage money. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it. Like, nope. So, hold on. You see? What you see? You see this? You see? You guys, I need to start doing classes like that. You see this? You guys, I need to write a book. I need to start doing courses on this. I'm pretty good, huh? You see this? Jeff Bezos, what is he? Capricorn. Yeah. Oh, Lord. I'll be telling y'all. I didn't even know he was a Capricorn. Come to find out, your boy is a Capricorn. You know? I'm like, you need people to help. Like, I'm telling you, like, people who can manage stuff for you, make you rich. Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. You know? So, like, when you look at Michael Jackson, like, you know, Michael's good too, but as far as, like, being an artist, like a musician and all that stuff, no. Like, Prince is a lot better, right? But there's something about Michael being a Virgo, he will have more earthly success than an air sign. You know what I'm saying? He will. And the thing about Virgos too, compared to, like, if you compare, you take I guess like an earth sign like Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, they also know how to be fake. because it's an earth sign. I'm telling you, they have dominion over the earth. So anything that involves prosperity, especially financial prosperity, that's more on the realm of like earthly stuff. Like it's an earthly realm type of issue, right? You understand? Right? I don't think you'll find like a Virgo, like, I don't know, maybe you will, but like in the sciences and just like, oh, what the heck. But things that involve like the coins, the money, politics, like things that involve like how you handle the earth, like matters of the earth, you're more likely to find a Virgo be very successful because Virgo wants to step up and be a manager. Okay. Virgo wants to do it. Virgo wants to have the work ethic, especially Virgo. Virgo gives queen bee energy. Like the bees work hard. But the problem is they work so hard, they die fast. Okay. They work so hard to die fast. People like me over here, Aquarius, you'll see us in like philosophy, politics, law, justice, like, oh, the way things ought to be. We don't really care about money. And that's a flaw. That is a flaw. That is a big flaw. Even me, I had to admit that to myself. Like, this is not okay. This is not okay behavior. We don't hoard money, but at the same time, it's like we're not being concerned with it also is not okay. It's not okay. Because even if you don't want the money, because you feel like you're called to a higher intellectual pursuit, right? You still need to make money so you can help people who are in need. So even that too, I had to repent for that too. I was like, God, forgive me. Okay, makes sense. But to see someone like Jeff Bezos be a Capricorn, it makes sense. And I didn't even know he was a Capricorn. But you see, I'm not crazy. Sometimes I might be crazy though, but I'm not crazy. I'm like, I really get it. And I was like, next time I start a business, my CEO will be either a Capricorn, a Taurus, or a Virgo. It will not be me. And also, you have to know how to deal with people. You see, you can say it's my flaw, and you can say what makes me charming. I'm very blunt, right? I'm very, very blunt. Business, you got to be fake. I can't be bothered with that. But to succeed in this world also, you kind of need to be a little bit fake. I can't do it. If you see my little sister, she's a Taurus, or she's good at it. Cheryl will just look at your personality and then she'll just mirror whatever you want. She's like a little a lizard, iguana, you know, a little creature that like takes on different colors. She'll be just that. She mirrors people. And I'm like, girl, you so damn fake. But it's part of being a Taurus, though, because it helps her to be successful because she loves money, right? That's just who they are. Me, I can't be bothered. And that, too, is a flaw. You know what I'm saying? Like in academia, it's good, but I guess like in the world of business, you have to learn to be someone fake, right? And it's like that is something that I can't be bothered. I really cannot be bothered. I cannot. You know, Prince also, he gonna tell you how he feels. Michael, it took a long time for Michael to say how he felt because he was not, he really couldn't do it. But Prince was very confrontational. Gemini, they're gonna do it. They don't care. They don't care. Kendrick said, I don't like you. I hate the way you walk. I hate the way you breathe. I just hate you. Like, you see, that's what we do. You can't like, oh, it's like, you can't be doing stuff like this, okay? You cannot be so blunt with people. But it's really hard. Because that's just the way you are. It's like you have to learn it. But then when you do it, you feel, oh my gosh, I'm betraying myself because I really have to say how I really feel. But it's like you do stuff like this. It really is autistic realism. Like you do stuff like this too. A lot of people are not going to like you. Right? And that's a fact. So it's like people, you know, like sometimes I'm like, Marlene, do you really want to say that? I'm like, oh no, do I really want to say it? Right? Because you're like, people are not ready to hear stuff like this. Virgo's not going to say it. Virgo might be like, yeah, I see exactly what you mean, but I ain't going to say it though. You know what I mean? But Aquarius and Gemini, yeah, we'll do it. Like, what? I don't like you dumb fool. But we just, they're like, okay, I don't care. You know? They were like, yeah, like it's gang. I'm like, maybe that's why me and Jimmy, like, we're like really good friends like that too, right? But it really is gang though. Like, okay, and the freak. Because we feel like we're self-sufficient. So I guess like whatever. But there's a consequence for that too, though. Right? So, but like I said, if I ever start another business again, I will not run the business. Nah. It doesn't suit me. It does not. It doesn't. Like, oh gosh. I'm like, oh, Marlene, don't say it. You know? But it's like, I'm like, they make first. I'm like, so it makes sense. Jeff Bezos. What they say? Yeah, January 12th. Yeah. Makes sense that he's a Capricorn. Makes perfect sense. So some people, you understand why they're successful, and you understand why they're successful with money, right? Everything for a reason. Let him manage the business. Let him manage the business. Let these earth signs take care of your business. You see? Well, look at this dude right here too. Look at this. Yo, I'm like, stuff actually makes sense. Like, people don't take the zodiac stuff seriously. I really do. I do. I was like, it tells a lot about a person. Dr. Umar, what is he? What is August 21st, y'all? What's their zodiac? Yeah, he's a Leo. You see? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because that fire sign, just like Sagittarius, they're going to blow through that. It's just, they take, and the thing about this is it. Let me tell you something. The thing about Sagittarius too, well, I would not trust these people with money, not because they're, Sagittarius, the way they're set up, they want to go big real fast. That's the problem too with Sagittarius. That's the problem I have with Sagittarius, like fire signs. They want to go big real fast. Big real fast, and they're really stubborn. The thing about air signs, they just don't care about money. That's the problem, right? The fire people, they want to go big real, just like a fire, just like consume everything. Whereas like the key to business is slow and steady, right? The key to business is slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race, right? And I'm like, and you'll see that more with Virgo. You'll see it more with Virgo. And that's why I feel like Virgo, because Virgo it really gives beat. It really does. It's Virgo, she gonna work hard and she gonna be consistent. Because she gonna take her time, make her honey, go see the flowers, bring it back, slow and steady, she gonna do it, right? Even Earth sign too, Taurus and Capricorn, because they have horn, even though they might understand slow and steady, they have a tendency to want to use their horns to get things out the way. So they have wisdom to learn from that too. Just because you have horns does not mean you should use them, right? Force is not always the way, right? But Virgo understands that better than I would say Taurus and Capricorn, right? I think I think like Taurus, less stubborn, Capricorn, very stubborn. Unnecessarily stubborn, but when it comes to like your fire sign, like Leo, Sagittarius, their problem is they want to go too big, too fast. So what happens with them people is that they put on a big show without really worrying about the financials, right? It's like you're going too big, too fast. This right here is going to crash and burn, just like you, fire sign. Okay, cool. So I'm like, you see, Dr. Umar, that's the reason why too, the school is not out here. Okay, you're not going to see the school. He ran through the money, trying to do too big, too fast. You're not going to make it. That's why I also said Jay-Z, I think he put a lot of bad bets. I think Jay-Z has poor money management skill. Jay-Z has made horrible investments. I've told you this. I'm going to stand on it. He put a lot of their money in that crypto stuff, trying to go too big, too fast, gambling. Money just gone. You see the same thing with Nene also. You go from 0 to 100, 10,000 square feet home, buying all these cars. Today, where's the money? Gone. Child, you can believe me. You cannot believe me. You are free to try at your own risk. It's not just that. He's not a fraudster. He's not a fraud like that. Like, he really wants to build that school. The problem is you cannot go from 0 to nothing, because the dream he has to build that school, it's not even something he can do by himself. You know what I'm saying? He's not, I wouldn't say he's a con man. He just has poor money management skills. That's why I say, if you give money to Dr. Umar, give him money for himself. You know, like, hey, Dr. Umar, I like you. Here's this. I want to bless you with it, right? Don't even think about it, right? But to expect him to be successful in business, things like that, he cannot, because he'll try to do too much too soon and it's going to crash. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, if he had started with something a lot smaller than trying to build a big ass school and with all of this, it's too much for him. You know what I mean? And most likely, if he finds himself a Virgo, a Capricorn, or Taurus, these people are more likely to help him bring his vision to life. But he's like, by himself, he can't do it. So he's going to squander the money because you don't know what he's doing. Yeah. I don't think he's like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to con Black people by building a school. I think he really wants to build a school, but he doesn't have what it takes to do it. And on top of that, if your idea is to go from just having a PhD to running an entire school with hundreds of kids and staff and teachers. He does not have the skill set for that. He doesn't have it. But you see, one thing about Dr. Umar, though, he can talk, he can convince people. He's not afraid. He'll speak his mind, right? But that's a whole different skill than running a business, right? Putting a school together with administrators, teachers, students, the custodial staff and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, you can't do it, Dr. Umar. It's just not in the cards for you. You know? Yeah. And that's the thing. But I'm like, when you don't know yourself, you can make a lot of mistakes because you don't really know yourself. The more you sit there and you, it's not a hit or miss. It really isn't. These people are really affected. Like, to me, the way I look at it is like, based on your season when you're born, the way these planets move, the way gravity moves, like all these planets move with gravity also, it affects you a particular way. It affects you a particular way. But it's not a coincidence when you find that certain people are drawn more towards, like a certain sign is drawn more towards this, a certain sign is drawn more towards that, right? It just takes a lot of it. I think it takes more practice, understanding signs and how people behave based on their signs, right? So if you're not really good at it, for you, it's going to be a hit or miss because you're not good at reading signs, right? But the better you become at it, it's like you can kind of tell, like, yeah, I can kind of see what you are. You know what I'm saying? You can just see it. Yeah, but you could, like, you moon, whatever. The more you become accustomed to reading people, the more you become accustomed to these zodiac signs, you start to understand how people behave. Like here too, like on the channel here, when I used to tell about like these Pisces, I'm like, Pisces and their men, be very careful. They thought it was a joke. And eventually they started becoming more alert, like, she could be a Pisces. Like you start to see it. So it's like certain behaviors, it makes sense to you. Like, oh, I can see why this person acts this way. And it makes perfect sense, right? Because you have, like me, I have zodiac. I look at zodiac. I also look at people's life path number. And I'm like, life path number also tells you a lot. So you start to understand these things. Sometimes you even start having mercy on people. Like, you really can't help yourself, huh? You know what I'm saying? You really can't help yourself. Pisces in love, they really can't help themselves. So it's like, you're just going to have to accept them for who they are because they can't help themselves. And we say Pisces, and it's what, Libra is Scorpio. After Scorpio, it's Cancer, right? Like, we're learning some things out here, right? But the more you study the people, like the more you study people and their signs and stuff, it starts making sense to you why people do the things that they do. People are not random. Like, your birthday is not random. Like, your birthday is not random. Your birth date is not random. Nothing about these numbers is random. They want you to think it's random. Oh, it's just like hocus pocus, but it really is not hocus pocus. I'm like, it makes perfect sense because we're all affected differently, right? Because gravity is real. You know, it's very real. And people need to really spend time getting to know themselves, because I'm telling you, when you get to know yourself, the good sides and the bad sides, and you learn to accept it and you humble yourself, you're going to help yourself a whole lot. Like, you know what? That's actually a weakness for me. Maybe there I need help. Oh, here I'm pretty good. But over here, I need a lot of help though. You know, but a lot of people, they don't want to practice self-awareness. A lot of people don't want to practice self-awareness, you know? Yeah. Abby said Cancer. Life at number 9. I hate it here. I mean, you have to be miserable because Cancer wants to show off. Life path wants to serve. So, girl, it's kind of hard. But God's good. God's faithful. You know? I'm like, it makes sense. Like, I'm like, yeah, you make perfect sense. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. So where were we again? We're talking about who? Kelly Rowland? Where's Kelly? So hold on. Here's what we came here for. So we'll talk about Diddy today too. Child. I don't know. I went to the doctor's today. Ooh, I was so tired. Yeah. Anybody, if you're like 11, any number that like 11, 22, 33, those are master numbers. Those are master numbers. These are powerful people. But like, again, if you don't make it your business to know, like, that you're not going to like capitalize on it, you know. But master numbers, they think about master number 2, because they are really good at manifestation. I'd be very careful. Because if you think negative, it really is going to happen to you. If you think positive, it's going to happen to you too, because it's a master number. But the thing about a master number, you have all the life paths inside of you. So you got to decide what you want to be, you know. But you can be crazy. You can be sane. You can be, it's up to you. But it will be. Yeah. Kanye is an 11 too. Kanye is a Gemini and he's a life path number 11. You know, so he has a lot of control. He has a lot of control. And that might be why you cannot cancel this man. Okay. That might be why you can't cancel him, you know, because master 11 are very powerful numbers, but it's up to them though. But 11, 22, 33, it's master number. Yeah. You know, so I don't know. Sometimes you have to look, because you could be an 11. If it comes out, I think if it comes out to 11, I don't know. You could be an 11, or sometimes you could be like, if you add it up. So 33 could be a 6. So you have to see, like, read between like a 6 and a 33, which one it could be. But I think if it adds up to 33 directly, you're not supposed to. If it adds up to 33, if all your numbers do add up to 11, add up to 22, 33, I guess you're not supposed to break it up, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So, but I'm like, this stuff is real. This life is real. Like, these things are real. Like, they are seriously real. Me, when I read my life, I'm life path number 9. I said, oh, child. One day I sat there, I read so many of them, I was just laughing. I said, this is so me. It was too funny. It was really, really funny. I was like, this is crazy. God damn it, this is funny. But nothing, I don't think anything is I don't think anything is a coincidence. You know? Because they want you to think like, oh no, this stuff is not real. No, it's very real. And the more you study, the more you study yourself, the more mastery you'll have of yourself, and the more success you will find. You know, because when you know that you lack something, then you'll know who to find that can help you, that has it. So like, you know what? I'm not really good at this. Can you help me? Because they have that. You don't have it. Right? I wish I had known this. I wish I had known this sooner. It's not supposed to be hard. It's up to you. So it's not like, oh, because you're number 11, your life is supposed to be hard. No. But it's a powerful number to manifest. So if you believe that life is going to be hard, it will be hard. If you believe that life is going to be easy for you, it will be easy, because it's a master number. You know, so you got to decide what you want. And so when you have these master numbers, like, you really got to work on your mindset, because if you allow this world to affect you and you become negative, then you will have bad things happening to you, because you're a master number. You know? So, that's not what it is. You can decide what you want. It's not straight like, oh, if you're 11, your life is going to be hard. No. But because it's a master number. So it's like their challenge, like when you're a master, assuming if that's the way it's supposed to work, I don't know. But assuming somebody goes through life path number 1, all the way to 11, right? You would assume, because it's a master number, you have to prove yourself worthy of all the life path that you've experienced. So you probably will have challenges for you to prove that you've learned your lessons, okay? But you still have the ability to make it positive. You know what I'm saying? I've read up on it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. James, my husband's 11. My dad's an 11. Right? And I see it with him too. And I tell him all the time, when he gets dark, I said, if you keep going dark, it will get darker. You go light, it will go lighter, because you are a master 11. You have mastery. It's like if you watch, I don't know, it sounds crazy, but no, it's not just that. When you watch, it's like when you watch that, what's that? The Airbender, the little Airbender thing. There's a Airbender movie, right? He's an air sign. But because he's the last airbender, he has to master all 4. He has to master earth, fire, water. What's the other one? Fire, water, air, and earth. Like, he has to master all 4 because he's the last airbender, right? So when you're an 11, you are a master number. You must have mastery of all things. That is pain, suffering, joy, this, and that, right? Nobody's going to have a life with no struggle. But it's like, because you are a master number, right? You have to learn to use the attitude, the mindset that, you know what, even though I'm going through these things, they get better. Do not go dark, because you are a master number. If you go dark, it'll get darker. I hope I'm making sense, right? But there's no matter your zodiac, no matter your life path number, no one is going to have a pain-free life. But when you are a master number, have mastery over all those things, the good, the bad, the ugly, the sad, the whatever is like fruitful, all of that, right? Like if you're a master number, if you're a master 11, and let's say you go through extreme poverty, in your extreme poverty as a master 11, believe that this will make you even richer. And then you'll start to see that you will become wealthy. Do not say, oh my gosh, I'm poor. I'm going to get poorer and poorer. If it's not one thing, it's another. I will never get out of this. Because you are a master 11, you keep saying negative things. Your poverty will get worse. Does that make sense? Because you're a master. You are a master number. So there will be challenges for you to show that you have mastery of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? So when it's bad, do not go dark. You're saying when it's good too, don't go too far with your good. Like have balance. I guess that's what it is, like to have like mastery and stuff, right? Have balance. Because you are a master number, but never let what's happening to you condition what you say about your situation, because you are a master number. So if you speak darkness, you'll have even more darkness because you're a master number. You're not just a regular number, right? Somebody else could be sad and be depressed, right? Their depression might not be that bad, but you, because you're an 11, if you get depressed and you go dark, you'll go even darker. Because you have that master number in you. If you decide to be happy too, you can take it a little too far and you'll lose yourself also, because you're a master number. You're supposed to have like all the life paths inside of you. So if you go super, super happy, super like I want to indulge in the world and indulge, you will indulge to a point where you won't recognize yourself. And you'll bring a lot of harm to yourself and to others. If you get super depressed, you'll go super, super, super dark. Like it would not be surprising to like a very depressed, negative life path number 11. It would not be surprising to see them like in some deep, dark, esoteric witchcraft type of stuff, right? Because they don't control. Like if you don't control your mastery, you can do a lot of harm to people. You know what I'm saying? So it's up to you. You could have darkness. You could have darkness, right? Because it's a choice. Ultimately, everybody has a choice to make. And everybody's life as a life, like you could be a life path number 11. My husband is one, my dad is one, right? You will have your own signature to your 11. So if you decide to if you say to yourself, I must embrace darkness to get to this level, it will be your journey as an 11, right? Because that's the frequency you chose. That's the mindset you set for yourself, right? Another person can say, I don't want to embrace the darkness. I will embrace a spirit of optimism as an 11. Understanding that everything that is coming my way, right, is for me to show my mastery of everything I'm supposed to learn up to becoming a life path 11. So that'll be their signature. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, but just because you gotta open your mind a little bit, because you're too focused on darkness. Because I feel like you want to be a martyr too badly, right? Don't focus on darkness. My point is, because you have a master number, you have the choice to decide how you want to handle things. However you choose to handle things, your perspective, your emotions, like your perspective emotions, your mantra about it, it will even amplify because you're number 11. So if you say to yourself, I need darkness to do this, I need darkness to do that, then darkness will be your portion because that's what you've chosen, right? If you say to yourself, I understand because I'm a master 11, my challenges will be this, and that. However, I must remain positive because whatever I think it amplifies, that will be that person's signature. It is a choice. Just like you have a choice to be a superhero and you have a choice to be a villain. Whatever you choose, because you're a master 11, you'll be good at it. But it's your choice. But two life path number 11 can have different signatures of being an 11. Because one will say, oh, I need darkness. You don't need darkness for strength. You don't need to go dark to be strong. That's the mindset of a villain, right? You don't need darkness to be strong. You can also have humility, and that can make you strong, right? You can be humble. That could be your strength, right? You can learn gratitude. That could also be your strength. You don't have to go dark. But if you choose to go dark, it is your choice. And because you're an 11, you'll succeed at being dark. Makes sense? I hope I'm making sense, right? But darkness is not what creates strength. If anything, I would say it's more destructive, because when you're dark, right? When you're dark, is because somewhere deep down you don't have hope. And when you don't have hope, when you don't have love, right? You go dark because you don't believe that anything good can come out of this, right? But there's even more strength in humility. There's more strength in kindness. There's more strength in generosity. There's more strength in gratitude, right? That although these things happen to me, they happen for my good and so that I can teach other people. But it doesn't have to be darkness, because that's how sometimes you can let, quote unquote, the enemy mess with your head. Because wherever there's darkness, it means that hope, love, life, it has left the building. So that's why it's dark. Where things are dark, nothing prospers. Nothing prospers, right? That's why you have bacteria and all kinds of weird stuff when things are dark, right? So you have a choice. You can say, hey, things happen to me. Let that make me bitter. And you'll be the best bitter person we've ever seen. You can say to yourself, things have happened to me. I'm not going to be bitter. I'll be better. And you'll be the most amazing person we've ever seen, right? But it's a choice. Like, it really is a choice. But because you're a master number, whatever you decide to do, whatever you decide to embrace, it will be more amplified than any other life path, because you are a master number. So you got to be very careful about the energy that you welcome. You got to be very careful about your perspective. You got to be very careful how you understand things and how you choose to move forward. But hopefully, when you are a master number 11, like when you're a master number, you will choose to go through things in a positive way. Don't allow yourself to be bitter. Don't allow yourself to be dark. Don't allow yourself to be depressed and things like that, right? Always force yourself to see things in a way that amplifies while you're on this earth. Like, something good will come out of this. No matter how low it goes, tell yourself it's going to get better, because you're a master number. And you will see that it's like you're going to blow up. Like, oh my gosh, like, what kind of comeback was that, right? Those are the type of people, right? But I'm like, you have all the expressions in you. So you got to be very careful, you know? Makes sense. But let's go back to Kelly Child. So Kelly went to Cannes. Like I said, to me, I don't even know why she was there, but let me play these videos for y'all, because this was not even meant to be all that. Hold on. Let's.
Kelly Rowland appeared to scold a security guard at the 2024 Cannes Film Festival on Tuesday. Initially, the former Destiny's Child member was photographed smiling and waving while making her way down the red carpet ahead of the Marcelo Mio premiere, striking pose after pose for the eager shutterbugs. Rowland, 43, dazzled in a flowy red dress that gathered in different places around the skirt and had a sweetheart neckline that perfectly complemented her statement diamond necklace. As Rowland made her way up a set of stairs, a female security guard working the event held her arm up behind the star, seemingly guiding her away from the crowd and into the venue. The woman, who was dressed in a black pantsuit, appeared to say something as well, either to Rowland or the male security guard standing to the songstress's right. Whatever transpired did not sit well with Rowland, who immediately turned to face the female staffer. The Grammy winner scowled as she held up her left pointer finger and appeared to admonish the woman in front of everyone. The woman seemed frazzled as she spoke back. Kelly Rowland appeared to scold the security guard at the 2024 Cannes Film Festival on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm like, how did we get here? I'm like, how did we get here? Of course, I mean, the sisterhood is going to condone her. You know how the sisterhood be. You know, that's the sisterhood. You know what I mean? You got to forgive the sisterhood sometimes. They're very emotional. The sisterhood is seriously emotional. Because I don't know. I don't even know what's going on here, y'all. Because I'm like, why are you there? I am so confused about what's happening. Right? But I will say, I do feel like, especially like this moment right there. Hold on. I feel like this moment here, I don't know what this moment was about, but I do feel like this part right here, they could have allowed her to just take her picture. I don't know what's happening. I'm like, child, let her take her picture and then you can just escort her. But they were very close. Now that part I didn't like. But then again, it's them French people, child. French people like to be in your personal space. I don't know if you've ever been around Europeans, but especially French people, they like to be all up in your personal space like that. So I could see, you know, where culturally, if you're an American and then somebody's all up in your personal space like this, I could see how that's a problem. Okay. Yeah. I feel like this right here, that was a little bit too much. Let the lady take her pictures. Right. And then you ask her to move kindly. But I do feel like that's the part where they're getting really close and it seems like they're about to touch her. And I think the lady stepped on her dress. So I don't know. But let's keep going. Yeah. See, they were stepping on her dress. So, okay. Because like this part, hold on. Oh, no. No. Hold on. Because she stepped on her dress and it seems like Kelly tried to be like, oh, girl, be careful, quietly. Oh, my gosh, this is my phone doing this. Let's see. Because they're stepping on her dress. See, right here, somebody's going to start stepping on her dress. So I think that got to her. Plus, I'm sure it's an expensive dress. I'll give it to her. Like, girl, is it like chiffon or something like that? Don't rip my stuff up. You crazy heifer. Hold on. See, she's trying to get her dress. Like, oh, please be careful, I think. So initially, Kelly tapped her like, girl, you know, kind of chill. My dress is expensive. I don't think she knew who she was, though. I don't think she knew who she was. But I will say, to Kelly's defense, whether you know who Kelly is or you don't know who Kelly is, you know, the majority of people who are coming to the Cannes Film Festival and walking the red carpet, they're wearing some expensive stuff, okay? These people wearing some expensive gowns, all right? Them things expensive, okay? So be careful. Don't step on their clothes because these are expensive gowns. These are some seriously expensive gowns. People dress. And sometimes, too, these dresses are borrowed. So I don't know who's dressing her, but sorry, you guys. I don't know who's dressing her, but she could have to return the dress later. Because you'll have, like, Cartier will come dress you. I don't know. Oscar de la Renta will dress you. Louis Vuitton will dress you. But it's not your dress. Like, you have to return the jewelry. You return the dresses. So it's like, if the dress gets damaged, who's going to pay for it? You know what I mean? Because it might not be her dress. She might be getting dressed for the night. I don't know who dressed her, but I'm like, most likely it's sponsored. So the jewelry, like, yeah, like that big Isis, like the Egyptian goddess, like she has that full of diamonds on her neck, right? So I don't know who paid for that. And then her dress also might be sponsored, but usually you have like you borrow the clothes and the diamonds, and then after the night you send it back. So if you're stepping all over this dress and you damage the dress, you gonna pay for it? You know what I'm saying? So I give Kelly some credit. But so like initially she does ask her nicely, like, you know, girl, it's expensive. Yeah, these gowns are and they're expensive. They're really I mean, whether she knows her or not, I mean, if you do this job, I don't know where they got the security from. So I don't know if it's like properly trained security or people just got hired for the weekend via Craigslist, the French edition. But I do feel like the Cannes Film Festival, these women that are walking the red carpet, they're wearing like $20,000, $30,000, $100,000 dresses. So whether you know them or not, do not step on these dresses because most of the dresses are like really expensive. It could be your entire yearly salary in a dress. Then number two, a lot of these dresses are rented. They have to go back to the designer. So if you're wearing a chiffon dress and somebody's stepping all over the dress and you got to return the dress. So initially, Kelly tried to tap her nicely, like, hey, you know, let me walk. But I was like, I felt like they were a little too close in her space. But I'm like, then again, that's a French thing. Like, they will be in your personal space. You know, for somebody who's an American, like, personal space is like, it really does matter. Like, you're a little too close. You're making me uncomfortable. Like, you're crazy. Yeah. They're a little too close from, like, I'm like, just let her take her picture. Like, y'all doing too much. It's excessive. Like, you see, so like right here, Kelly has a smile. She's trying to talk to her. She put her hand on her shoulder, on her arm, like, girl, Give me some space. I'm getting out the way. So I will give credit. I will give Kelly credit for that. Yeah, French people are very rude too, though. They're just like, but it was excessive. See, they're stepping on her dress. So then she keeps being behind. Okay, I guess at this point. So I'm like, something got lost in translation. Because a cultural thing too, I feel like, you know. It's a cultural thing. I also feel like it could be a cultural thing also. You know, I feel like it could be a cultural thing. So next time, maybe they should train their staff a little better also to teach them like, okay, like Americans don't like for you to be up in their stuff like that because it's a little too much. Okay. You know what I mean? Because I could really see a case where like, because of culture, you know, culture matters. I keep telling y'all this. I say culture matters, right? Because I can see a case like if you're Kelly and you're upset and you're talking to someone and she's laughing at you or she's smiling, you could feel like, oh, she's not taking me seriously. Whereas like in her culture, she could be smiling because she's trying to make, okay, no problem. Like, oh, it's fine. But you're thinking like she's laughing at your face because it's a cultural thing, you know, because that does happen. That does happen, you know. Whereas like for Kelly's like, girl, you better take me seriously. But it's like this white woman too. She's not a white American. She's a white woman from France. So how they handle conflict and, you know, versus here, it's not the same. Like culture is real, y'all. Culture is real. You know, that's the thing. Because like culture is, it's very different. Like it really like, you know, French people are crazy, but they're a different type of crazy. So I could see Kelly being upset because the more she's talking to the lady, it seems like the lady is like being ditzy about it. Like she's laughing. She's like being a little ditzy. She's like, what the heck is wrong with this chick? But it's like, girl, welcome to France. Okay. They don't take nothing seriously out there. Yeah, it's very bizarre. Or she could have also been rude, but I'm like, the way she's laughing, I could see how somebody could take it the wrong way, you know? But it's like, but it's a cultural thing too. I think it's a cultural thing. I think things can get lost in translation. Exactly. Because Kelly went American on her, like, girl, like the whole this, like, you know what I'm saying? Kelly went like, you know what I'm saying? She's like, huh, what? You know, understand? But I was like, Kelly, why are you even there, girl? You could have stayed home for this. This is too much. Yeah, Kelly does too. I don't know. So maybe something could also be going on with Kelly too, because Kelly's been very snappy lately. You know, yeah. Because I feel like it's a culture. I really feel like it's a cultural thing because maybe for Kelly, that this type of stuff is how you let somebody know you're serious. But we understand because we over here, right? Over there, she's like, what? What's happening? The girl's like, what? Like, what's all this? You know what I mean? It's just like those ladies were fighting in Congress. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she talked about the black woman's lashes. Then the black woman said, what about your bad build? She said, what? You blonde, bad build, something. And the man said, you said, what now? You guys, I died. The white man didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, sometimes the way you handle things in your culture versus how they handle things, you might throw them for a loop. Did y'all see this? They were fighting in Congress. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. It was too funny. Yes. So Marjorie versus Jasmine. Y'all, I was over here rolling. Let me play for you. Hold on.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Merchan's daughter.
It was crazy.
Please tell me what that has to do with Merrick Garland.
Is she a porn star?
Oh, Goldman. That's right. He's advising. Okay.
He's advising who? What?
This is crazy.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
I would like.
Hold on. What did I do? What happened?
The one talking about.
I think
down.
Oh, girl, baby. You the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr.
That's
Chairman,
beneath
would
even
you
your
please
history.
regain
Order.
order of your committee?
Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your
Move
feelings hurt?
her words down.
Oh,
Girl, baby, girl.
oh, really?
Don't even play,
Baby, girl.
We're gonna,
I don't think
we are going to
so.
move, and we're going to take your words down.
I
Thank you very
second that motion.
So who will have that Ms. Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
needs to
recognizes
apologize. No,
Mr. Perry.
She needs to
Okay,
apologize.
hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Green
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry,
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the minority.
pretty
No,
self-evident.
You're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes
What
Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd
the.
like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
I move to
I would
strike
like to
I move to
strike
strike
those
the lady's
as well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they cannot take the
There's
words.
another motion to strike her words again. Please
All right.
get
Okay.
your members under
Here's the
control.
correct priority. Ms. Green, do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Reserve 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, point of order. It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
He said, what now? When I tell you that white man was lost, he said, what you said? You keep on swearing. Yo, this boy, that boy had me rolling. He said, what now? Because he didn't get it. He didn't get the shade. He's like, what? He said, blonde, some bad built body bit. He said, huh? What now? I said, girl, that white man don't speak your language. What now? You know what I mean? So that's why I feel like sometimes like it's culture. Because it's like we understood exactly what she meant. The white man was like, what now? He said, what? He needed somebody to come over there and translate for him. You understand, right? So I feel like when Kelly does this, we understand exactly what she's saying. Like, she's really serious. But that girl is not translating for her because she's still smiling. Because I'm like, it's the culture. Like, you have 2 different cultures. Like, stuff is getting lost in translation. You see? And so even Jasmine started laughing because she was like, you guys, I swear, let's talk. Because Jasmine was like, you know when you think you read somebody, but it didn't really land because they don't speak your English? She's like, oh, they don't understand what I'm saying. They don't get it. The white man didn't get it. He was like, say what now? Like, what she said? He said, y'all ice cream. Every night before I go to bed, I play it. He said, say what now? He ain't get it. Because he don't speak black language. He don't get it. He's like, what? She said, so let me tell you something. Look at her. Even she's laughing because she knew it was funny.
It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman.
It's like she's describing a foreign animal, like a creature he never heard of before. He said, bad built, big foot, left, right, blonde hair. He said, oh, what now? What creature is this? Jasmine, she had to laugh herself. Like she was rolling. Look at her. She said, try. This white man don't understand nothing I said. I said, girl, you don't know what you just said. You know how sometimes you know what this reminds me of? You know how like black people will have names for white folks and don't even know? You'll call them like a jar of mayo. They're like, a jar of mayo. Where's the jar of mayo? Like, no, I'm talking about you. You the jar of mayo. They don't get it. They don't get it. You can talk so bad about a white person right in front of them. They won't even know. Talk about, oh, there's a jar of mayo. Like, sometimes I read the comments on Instagram. Yo, Black people be going in on white folks, and they have no idea they're being talked about. They call them jars of mayo, tuna salad, lobster and pasta. You know what I'm saying? It's like, child, this is too funny. This is hilarious. One more time, you guys. One more time.
Chair, point of order.
Whew. Chair.
It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
What the?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's a
I'm
parliament.
trying to find clarification on what
Chairman, motion to strike
no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
You just voted to do
Y'all did it
it.
first, so you don't want to talk about it.
Voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down.
No, because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying to
Ms.
get
Crockett.
clarification.
You see, another part too, where I tell you cultures are different. When a Black person's getting lit, and you tell a Black person to calm down, ooh, child. One thing you don't do when a Black person is about to go from 0 to 100 is tell them to calm down. You say, what now? Ooh. When you say calm down, y'all, it's no. As soon as you say calm down, she's like, oh, you want me to calm down, huh? You want me to calm down, huh? You see, it's the culture. It's the because you don't. One time I told this guy to calm down, y'all. The way he started getting angrier, I'm like, what the freak? I said, bro, calm down. Don't you tell me to calm down. I ain't finna calm down. What? I said, oh my gosh. Why are you so triggered? What the freak? I'm just trying to tell you to like breathe. Like it's not that bad. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Oh Lord. Oh, don't you say it. Don't you say it, child. But you better not tell the Black person to calm down. That's like, I don't know. They just don't receive it well. They don't receive it well. You said, oh no, calm down. Did you not see what just happened here? Whoa. I said, oh my God. Oh, but don't. So as soon as they told Jasmine to calm down, oh, no. She's like, oh, no. Who you tell to calm down? I said, oh, Jesus. You know? And I'm like, you really see like it's the culture. Like I'm like, it's a cultural thing. Because in certain cultures, you don't tell people to calm down. It's disrespectful. Like, what you mean to calm down? Like, what? Right? And some people too, when you say calm down, they will calm down because they like, everybody's different. But these girls are they are just hilarious. You guys, I laughed so hard. Hold on, let me go right here. Hold on.
I did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
To do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down.
No, because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying to get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not recognized. Ms.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your yelling.
Don't want
Calm
me to
down.
Be,
Can
no,
you please calm
don't
down.
tell me to calm down
Calm down.
because y'all talk
Calm
noise
down.
and then
You're out of control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
stand
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5 minutes?
Oh Lord, you see, Jasmine lost it. So don't tell me to calm down. Okay? I'm telling you, there are things you don't do. I'm telling you. But I'm like, that's why I'm like, it's a cultural thing. Sometimes it's just a cultural thing. And when you have people in a foreign country who don't speak the same language, don't have the same culture, it could go left because you're not understanding because the way you express yourself per your culture, it makes perfect sense. For her, she's like, huh? So the more she's laughing, you feel like she's laughing in your face. It's like, no, it's her culture. She's nervous. You know what I mean? Like, it's the culture. But I'm like, one thing about the culture, you don't tell Black people to calm down. They'll calm the what? She said, don't tell me to calm down. Well, and then she started cursing. There you go. Should have told her to calm down. Don't tell this woman to calm down. There's something about telling a Black person to calm down that just makes them lose it. It makes them lose it. So she's like, oh, calm down. You need to calm down. The more you tell her to calm down, it's like you're antagonizing her. You need to stop. Okay? You need to stop. You need to be stopped. Y'all crazy. Y'all, these people are insane. Hold on. Let's start over. It started here, right? Hold on. Watch this again. Okay? And you'll see the cultures are so different. Let's go.
It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold
a
on.
part
I'm
of it.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike
I had no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down.
No, because this is what
want
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying to get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
Y'all wanna
recognized.
play
Miss
games?
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And you
yelling.
don't want me
Calm
to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Chairman, Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
Sorry.
chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now,
that.
Ricky.
You're the one talking about. I guess
I
you're
think
still
your
stuck in the
fake
courtroom.
eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. That's Chairman, beneath would even you you please regain
order,
order of
even
your
you.
committee.
Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you
meeting will
attack the
suspend.
physical
Meeting will
appearance of another
suspend.
person?
Are your
Move
feelings
her
hurt?
words down.
Oh,
Girl, baby girl.
oh, really?
Don't even play,
Baby
me.
girl?
We're gonna,
I don't think
we are going to
so.
move, and we're going to take your words down.
I
Thank you very
second that motion.
So who will that Miss Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
should apologize.
recognizes
No.
Mr.
She
Perry.
should
Okay,
apologize.
hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's gonna be recognized, then Miss Green
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the
It's
minority.
pretty
No,
self-evident.
Chair you're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd
the.
like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to
I move to strike
order.
the lady's
as well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they cannot take the
There's
words.
another motion to strike her words again. Please
All right.
get
Okay.
your members under
Here's the
control.
correct apology. Miss Green, do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection.
Not apologizing.
21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Who's
It's me.
Miss Crockett?
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's a
Hold on.
part
I'm
of it.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to
I had
strike
no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just.
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down. Calm
No,
down.
because this
I
is
would
what
like to
y'all
get
do.
through
So
proceedings.
I'm trying
Hey,
to get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
Y'all wanna
recognized.
play
Miss
games.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And you
yelling.
don't want me
Calm
to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all talk
Calm
noise,
down.
and then
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a
Mr.
problem.
Chairman, Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
Sorry.
chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair.
Oh my gosh. And you see, when if you watch this carefully, you see culture, like you see cultures, because the white girls, they're passive aggressive, right? They're passive aggressive. Their voice is very monotonic, like, oh, your lashes, calm down. We're not gonna do this. You need to calm down, right? But the way she's saying calm down too, like it's passive aggressive. You understand? Now the black culture is, I'm not playing these games with you. Like black people just come straight at you, like, you know. So I guess like that's why we usually we come as like the aggressor, because Jasmine is going straight at them, and her voice is the loudest, right? But the girl with her voice is like, calm down, we're not doing this, I'm not going there with you, you need to calm down, right? You see, that's why I said we have 2 different cultures. White women, they don't do direct conflict, but they're good at microaggression, and they're good at being passive aggressive. They'll passive aggressive. They try to get under your skin. Because that's a lot of that's microaggression. They're not loud, and even saying you tell someone to calm down, it's not really bad. But the way she's saying it is patronizing. She know what she's doing, right? And then Jasmine also, I think she's from St. Louis, so it's like being black from St. Louis. She's not about to be nobody's punk, so she's gonna come up in your face. You see, that's why I say like it's culture is like it's real. Like because based on your culture, that's how you go about conflict, resolving conflict, understanding conflict, and that's how you're gonna stand up for yourself. So I feel like Kelly doing this, it's a very Black American thing because it's like no, it means like she's being really serious. But the lady from France, she's like, oh what? Like she's laughing at this because she doesn't get it because she's not from here. Does that make sense? So like I'm gonna play it again, right? And then you have AOC who's Latina. Baby girl. So what is going on? What in the boogie down Bronx is going on over here, right? But it's the culture. So the Latina and the Black girl, they gonna come at you because it's like we just do things head on. Maybe we gotta work on that. I don't know, but it's like we do things very head on. Like we're not gonna sit here and pretend like if I'm uncomfortable, you gonna know. That's just how we move. A white person, they act like they're trying to broker peace. But the whole time they act like they're trying to broker peace, they're trying to get under your skin. So they look like peacemakers, but in all honesty, they're antagonizing you. Because that's what white women are really good at. White women are really good at being microaggressive and passive-aggressive. Microaggression, no, they have a PhD in that stuff. They truly have a PhD. And so from somebody looking in, the Black person, the Black woman, she's always going to look like the aggressor. Because we're very vocal. Like, and then we put our whole body into it. Like we use our bodies, our fingers, we use our whole body. That's just, it's a Black thing. It's like, this is what it is. Okay. But don't be like, I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt this way. Oh my gosh. Like really? See, they tend to keep a very steady body posture. And then but the tone in which they talk to you, that stuff be like it gets to you. Does that make sense? Like their body doesn't move. Like her body will be like this. So if someone is looking at the situation, it's like, but she was calm. You were loud, right? But it's like, no, it's not just her body. It's what she's saying. It's how she's saying it. But they'll think, oh no, you're crazy. But when you're a Black person, you have a tendency when you react, it's your voice, it's your body language. It's like you're using all of you because we're very expressive like that. It's just a Black thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. Right. So if I play it again, you'll hear it. The girl who's telling Jasmine to calm down, she's putting fuel to the fire. She knows damn well what she's doing. Oh, calm down. We're not doing this. You're doing a little too much right now. Oh my gosh. Like, what is this? Because she knows she wants you to keep reacting. So she's going to keep acting like she's trying to calm you down. But the whole time she's full of microaggression. She knows what she's doing. She knows damn well what she's doing. Okay. So it's like we have to learn, especially if you are in their spaces, you have to learn. White women are really good. White women are truly good at microaggression. They understand microaggression like a white man understands slavery. Okay? They are really good at microaggression. And they are the microaggression, passive aggression, they're really good at it. They're really, really good at it. You know, and so I feel like for us, it's like we also have to learn to control our tone, and we got to like we make too many hand gestures sometimes, right? But it's a culture thing, right? So sometimes if you don't see yourself doing it, or you see somebody else who's Black doing it, right? If you don't study that, then you can't catch that it's a cultural thing. That's just how we respond to stuff. But when you're in their spaces, you gotta be woke. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because we go straight at the problem. But in their spaces, the way we solve conflict will always make us look like an aggressor, emotional, less intelligent, etc., etc., etc. Right? So Jasmine, I hope moving forward too, she learns to deal with these white girls. They're not Black. Don't handle them like Black people. Okay? Handle these girls like the white women that they are. When they go quiet, you go quiet too, and just be passive aggressive as well. Oh, you should calm down. I am calm. I just think I just hate your blonde hair. I am calm. Can't stand how you look though. But hey, right? Be calm just like them and shade the dog crap out of them. Don't raise your voice. You know what I'm saying? Do not raise your voice. Because once you raise your voice, you lose your reason. You lose the fight. When you read a white woman down, you stay calm. And then you just read her for filth. I'll see you tomorrow though. Hey girl, gotta go. Okay? Because once you raise your voice and then you start doing all this, you look like you lost already. Yeah, that's all they are. They like to instigate stuff. And they do these things, but they know they're quick to cry. That's the thing with these white girls. They'll start some mess. When you handle them, they'll start crying. So that's why sometimes it's like, girl, bye. Girl, baby girl, bye. Okay? Like, they're not brave. They're not about that life. But they do like to try, though. They do. They sure do. Was it this one? Which one was I playing? This one? So, like, Jasmine, you gotta get a little more situational awareness when you deal with these girls.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Mershon's daughter.
Was it this one?
We don't want talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman, that's beneath even the order of your committee.
Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Oh,
girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play,
Baby girl? I don't think
we are gonna move, and we're gonna take your words down.
I second that motion.
So who will have to pay? Ms. Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
needs to apologize.
recognizes
No.
Mr. Perry. Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Green
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the
It's
minority.
pretty
Chair
self-evident.
you're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to strike
Order.
those
Lady's
as well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they cannot take the
There's
words.
another motion to strike her words again. Please
All right.
get
Okay.
your
Here's
members under
the
control.
correct apology. Ms. Green, do you ask unanimous? Do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll
All
strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Chair, 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Who's
It's me.
Ms. Crockett?
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold on.
part
I'm
of it.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to
I
strike
had no
those
idea what
words.
you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just.
You just voted to do
Y'all did
it.
it first, so you
You
don't
just
wanna talk about
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get
Okay.
clarification.
Look at, calm down.
No, because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through
So
proceedings.
I'm trying
Hey,
to
Ms.
get
Crockett,
clarification.
you're not
You don't wanna,
recognized.
like,
Ms.
make-
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
and you
yelling.
don't want me
Calm
to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Chairman, Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
Sorry.
Chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now
that.
recognizes.
Marjorie,
Order.
I'm trying to get
Okay.
clarification.
Look at, calm down.
See? Calm down.
We don't want talking about. I'm trying
Hey,
to get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
Y'all wanna,
recognized.
like,
Ms.
make-
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
and you
yelling.
don't want
I can't hear you with your yelling. You see how she's saying those things? Calm down. I can't hear you with your yelling. And so the more she does this in that voice, it's triggering Jasmine even more. You know, and that's what microaggression does. It's like that little voice in your head that just won't shut up. It drives you insane.
Calm down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down.
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
See,
talk
she said, "Don't tell me to calm down." She keeps saying it. Calm down.
Calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't.
out.
So then Jasmine said, "No, y'all be talking noise up in here. Like what? You see, it's that vernacular." Okay, it's that vernacular. Hold on.
Control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chair,
Get
if I
Can we
come
send
and talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right.
You see, and where Jasmine played herself, she started cursing because nobody cursed, but she started cursing because she got really upset. Yeah, baby girl. These people are crazy. Yeah, they're passive. That's what they do. That's what they do. You will never see white women get physical like that unless they really ratchet from like the trailer park. You know what I mean? But most white women, they're into passive aggressive. That's their foray. Like, they are really good at being passive aggressive. They're good at microaggression. They're good at pretending that they don't know what you're talking about. Like, when did this happen again? Girl, she know damn what we're talking about. Okay, that's what they do. So the thing with them is, like, you really have to control. Like, you have to, like, okay, she's not black, she's white. So I have to handle her in white people way. Okay, but don't handle her like she's a black woman. Because if you do that, you look like you're crazy. Okay. So, okay, don't do that. Because she's white, she's not black. So handle her like the white woman that she is. Don't go black on her, because if you go black on her, you look like the crazy one. And that's what Kelly did. Kelly went black on that girl. So it's like Kelly does look crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got to handle them the white way. Because then she'll be like, oh my God, then she'll run to human resource. Y'all, white women are so conniving. They are just so conniving. Like, I don't know what's wrong with these chicks. They are so conniving. They'll start, you see, because all this, the white girl's going to start. And then at the end of the day, she'll find a way to be the victim because you yelled at her, you cursed at her, which is what you shouldn't do. Don't curse at her. Don't use profanity with her ass. Handle her accordingly. Because otherwise she'll run to human resource and that you bully her and she feels threatened and she doesn't understand. She try to help you and she try to be a good coworker and she try to be very sweet to you, but somehow you just responded very aversely to what she was trying to do. And she's very lost and confused. Like, maybe somebody at human resource can sit down with Marlene and try to see, like, why is it that she doesn't like me? Because I've really tried, I've been trying to understand Marlene, but it seems like she just keeps putting up a wall. And then when I try to talk to her, she just gets really angry, but I don't want to, like, I don't want to step on any toes. So I just felt like I will come to you guys and see if maybe there's a way that, you can, just let Marlene know that I really do like her and I really want to work with her. Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here. That's what they do. That's what they do. So they gotta be very careful. Like, they're very, very conniving. They are seriously conniving people. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. You really have to have emotional intelligence when you're around these people. And that's where, like, self-awareness and situational awareness is really going to help you if you decide to be in a predominantly white space. Okay? They are full of microaggression. They can't help themselves. Like, they just can't help themselves. Like, and I feel like the sooner you accept people for who they are, the better you're going to be. Okay? So, you say you bought the book. Yeah, I was watching her video yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or like early this morning? I was watching her video and she said that she gonna get the book. I'm like, yeah, you need to get the book, Pisces. Because I think a lot of people, I think Ebby told me this because I didn't even know, but Ebby told me that the girls were talking about her, like they're talking about Peyton and they're talking about her motherhood and they're talking about her daughter. So I'm sure she's read the comments, because she was like, oh, I don't want to engage with the comments anymore because, because I put myself out there like this. Y'all know way more about me than I know about you guys. So I can't really clap back and stuff like that. I'm like, child, the only way you can get to a woman is really, like, talk about her child. Okay. Because I'm like, Peyton, you've done a whole lot on this channel, child. And I never seen you talk like this. So I do feel like her daughter, because I've seen, like, she puts less and less of her daughter in her content. Ching, 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 ching. I don't know why y'all put your kids in your content. Okay, I'm like, people swear everybody who watches their video is watching the video because they like you. They don't like you. Okay, so I'm like, I think the motherhood stuff, people talk about her daughter and things like that, I think it's getting to her. It hurts her feelings. But she going like she a gangster though. But I'm like, child, Nemo, stop playing with yourself. You're sensitive and it's okay. But I'm glad she's getting the book though. Get the book, read the book, and apply the wisdom of the book. Okay, but that's why y'all should not be putting your kids on in your content. Don't put your kids in the content. Don't do it. Because that's like people. Because if somebody talks about your child, it's really gonna hurt. But like people who watch your content, not everybody who watches your video is really supporting you. People watch you and then they run to Lipstick Alley and they start a whole thread about your ass. Okay, and they be tearing your ass up. They will tear your ass up. Okay. They will tear your ass up. And I'm like, people also have to, a lot of these girls also, she's, I would put my dog online if I had a channel, okay? And the thing is, like, let me tell you something. People who watch a video, a lot of them are not happy for you. They are truly not happy for you. Not everybody who watches your content is happy for you. So, you know, certain things you really have to protect. But I'm like, if motherhood and your child and stuff, those things are really, really hurtful. You know, no, they will chew your ass up. They tear your ass up. You know, and if you don't have the personality for it, it can be really hurtful. You know, so imagine little Nemo out there, you know, reading a little comment, like she's like swimming in this big ocean of comments. You know, because usually on your channel, when you post on your channel, like the majority of people who comment actually do like you and they gas you up. So you're usually like, you're kind of sheltered from how everybody really feels about you, right? Because most people who have something negative to say, they're not going to write it under your video. They'll go to like Lipstick Alley or they'll go somewhere else to talk about you, but they're not going to do it on your channel. So usually like you're kind of sheltered. You know, like your page is like, your channel is like a kind of like, you know, you're kind of sheltered. You're kind of sheltered. But it's like if you go out there in these oceans, okay, these oceans of blogs and these oceans of like threads and stuff like that, child, especially like little Nemo, ooh, it's gonna be bloody. There's gonna be blood in the ocean. What you gonna do? So Lipstick Alley, these girls will chew your ass up. They tear you up, right? So you gotta be like, you know, gotta be brave. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be brave. So, but Peyton is she's very sensitive. She's very, very sensitive. She's like, oh, I wouldn't even want you in my tribe, you know, because you don't move in love. And you, I said, look a little water sign. I was like, look at little Nemo. She's so old. They don't hurt her feelings. Okay, they've hurt her little feelings. Y'all know she a Pisces. Take it easy on her, y'all. You know she's sensitive. You know what I'm saying? Me, Aquarius, I'm an idiot. So what the, I mean, I don't care. I'll be like, I remember somebody reposted my video of the Stairmaster. I read all the comments, the good and the bad. And I commented on every single one of them. I think it's funny. Like, y'all crazy, right? But some people are really sensitive. I'm just maybe a little psycho. I don't know. So, but I'm like, she's really sensitive. Payne is really sad. You know, she's a little Nemo. She's a little child Nemo. And I really feel like her first husband, the father of her daughter, I think he truly hurt her. I think he hurt her really bad. I think he hurt her really, really bad. You know, I think he hurt her really bad. You know, Payne Charles, she posted on YouTube. I think he hurt her really bad. You know what I'm saying? Plus the military, I don't even know what happened to the military, but you know, I don't think the military is a safe experience for women. I don't know why girls keep going there. I would never, I could never go in the military. Please. There are a bunch of sexual assault people in there. You know what I'm saying? But I think like her first marriage, the father of her child, I think he was really damaging. I think he was really damaging. I think the military also probably very traumatic, you know, because when you look at her content, when you watch her content, you really do feel like she's trying to prove something. You know, I feel like she's really trying to prove something. Like she's trying to prove like, I've made it. I'm successful. I've arrived. You know, look how well I did for myself. And like you feel like she's making content for someone. You know, it's like, it's a form of like validation type of stuff. You know, and I'm like, child, it's a lot. It really is a lot, you know. But like I said, you got to get to know yourself. You got to get to know yourself. When you know yourself, your strength and your weaknesses, you're going to do a whole lot better. But the girls can be very mean. So I'm like, they will go and talk about you. But like Lipstick Alley though, these girls will chew you up. Yeah. But that's just the nature of the business. That's the nature of the business. You know, we had Queen the other day. Queen came and said she had a dream about me. And I was in a car. And somehow the car drove off the road or something. I said, you see what I'm saying? I said, Queen, what exactly did I say that made you so mad? That you went to bed thinking about me and you almost killed me. Trying to kill me in your dreams. Like, girl, please. Like, it's never that deep, okay? But I feel like it's the nature of the business. So, you know, it's the nature of the business. But you have to know that people watching your content are going to be happy for you. You know, the majority people might not be happy for you. And this is why you should not put your babies on the internet. You should not put your kids on the internet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I think people want views or whatever, like, but it's just not worth it. Like, it's just not worth it. You know, because I feel like initially talking about her daughter, but you don't see the daughter. Oh, we want to see your kid, want to see your kid, want to see your kid. So maybe you want to prove that you're a good mom or whatever. So you put the child in the content, but then you put the child in the content, and like everything also becomes even more like scrutinized. Like, don't scrutinize you, don't scrutinize your baby, and this, and that. Are you spending enough time with her? Are you doing this? Are you not doing this? You know, so it's a lot. Hey, no, ma'am. It's a lot. And I do feel like when it comes to Peyton, you know, Peyton has a people pleaser attitude to herself. You know what I mean? She likes to please people. She wants people to like her. Like, I think that's a big part of who she is. You know, she wants people to like her. She really, really does. And so I feel like for her to read mean comments or to see that some people are not really liking her or they're not understanding her vibe, like where she's coming from, you know, it made her sad. It made her really, really sad. I'm like, she's really sad. Y'all people, these people doing too much. Okay, she's very sensitive. And I do feel like some people should be like, you know what, I'm a sensitive person. So when y'all be writing these mean things, like it's a little too much. But I guess like the culture, it's not okay to be vulnerable because you feel like if you're vulnerable with other Black people, then they'll take advantage and walk all over you. So everybody over here acts tough. You know, when the majority of the time people are not really tough, they're really sweet on the inside and mushy on the outside, you know. But I could tell she's very hurt. But I'm like, girl, welcome to the business. Okay. And then I watched another video. It was who was it? Aaliyah's face. Huh? She's like, oh, you guys, I want to tell you about my life, but I was scared. I'm like, of course you're scared, Gemini, but keep your mouth shut. So I guess she's saying she's leaving Atlanta and she's moving to New York. I'm like, girl, why would you ever do that? You know? But I'm like, yeah, you can have Tiffany's an alcoholic. You know, Tiffany's an alcoholic. So when it comes to Tiffany, you know, just, you know, she's an alcoholic. She drinks a whole lot. You know. And you know, there you go, Sagittarius. So she gonna act a fool. Okay. Child. Like I tell y'all, the more you get into it, Nene, Monique, Nicki Minaj, Tiffany Haddish, they're gonna do this. They're gonna be outside fighting people all day, going back and forth people all day. Sagittarius, they got time for this, right? So I'm like, so it's like, yeah, you know. But I do feel like she has a lot of pain in her, a lot of pain, you know. So I do pray God heals her, because certain relationships can be very damaging. They can be very, very damaging, and if you're not careful, you're operating out of a place of pain, vindictiveness, trying to prove to someone that, you know, I've made it without you. You didn't break me. I'm here. Da, 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 da. But it's like you're doing a little too much. It's okay. Chill. Yeah, they do. You know, that's what girls do. I've told y'all this. I said a man, the way he gonna abuse you, like Diddy, he gonna chase behind you in a towel and snatch you up. Okay, a man's gonna be physically abusive. A man's gonna use his money to abuse you, right? But a woman, because she can't really be physically abusive like that, because most women are not that strong, right? Or most women don't have that type of money. What they'll do is they'll use their mouth and they'll talk about you and they'll talk about your reputation. They'll start rumors about you. They'll talk about your looks. Like girls, that's what they do. They use their mouths and they go hard against people, and it can be very hurtful. I don't know if it's in your, I don't know. Right? I don't know. But I'm like, to me, New York is really unsafe, though. New York is really unsafe, and New York is very dirty, and New York is full of criminality, and New York is not what New York used to be. I'm like, Aaliyah, I would see Aaliyah more in Miami. I would see her more. I think she'd be like a great Miami girlie. Like, I can see Aaliyah's face in Miami and her having a good time in Miami. But New York, though, nah. It's so unsafe. Yeah. But a lot of these boys today are in their feminine energy, though. A lot of these boys today are very, very feminine. And so, because they're raised around a bunch of women. So they pick up on those ways and they act just like that. Yeah, I was like, I could really see her. Yeah, I could see Aaliyah in Miami. I'm like, you give more like Miami. But New York, though, New York is not what it used to be. I'm like, even all the rich people have left New York. They're all living in Florida now. Like, Florida's a new place. Miami's a new place. Like, Miami is the new, like, it city. But I'm like, New York now, they ain't got no money. They ain't picking up trash. You have rats everywhere. They stealing, they robbing, they dismembering people. They keep releasing all these criminals with like on no cash bail. I'm like, girl, you too pretty for New York. It's unsafe up there. It's very unsafe. So like she was like, oh, I want to tell y'all more, but I'm scared. I want to share, but I'm like, girl, be quiet. Because I'm like, not everybody who watches your content means you well. But people talk about your babies though, like that can be that is really hurtful, you know. But I'm like, I could really see. Okay, thank you. Is there a drink in there? Izzy fizzies. Oh, you know. But Miami's like, I could really see her in Miami. But yeah, you know. So y'all so I feel like, you know. Oh, Kelly. Yeah, New York is not what it used to be. Like, New York is like, I don't know. New York is falling a hard time. It's like, this is not, it's just crazy. And all the stores are closing. I'm like, stores are closing. Crime is up. There are a bunch of like illegal immigrants everywhere. You know, like they keep releasing all these dangerous people out there on no cash bail. Like, I don't know. I could see her more in Miami. I could see Aaliyah more in Miami. Yeah, I don't think she. I mean, I guess, but she has the money to go and leave if she doesn't like it though. But I'm like, me, I would just move more towards like, and plus, like your taxes also. New York is really expensive. You pay a lot of taxes. When you make a lot of money, you pay a whole lot of money. Florida has like no capital gains tax. They have all like you don't pay taxes in Florida. You know, they have very little taxes in Florida. So I'm like, girl, go. You got to go places that are like good for your money. You know, that's what I would do. But it seems like it's more of an emotional decision than a business decision, right? But I'm like, New York, nah. And it's not worth the money. Like down south, I feel like, even though Miami is expensive, but I feel like in the south, though, you get more for your money. Yeah. Even Jeff Bezos is moving to Miami. Because in Washington State, they want to charge you capital gains tax if you make over $250,000. So I guess like because he's trying to sell a lot of his stocks from Amazon, so he would save $600 million in taxes, capital gains taxes by just moving to Florida. So he's moving to Florida. You know, a lot of people are moving to Florida because it's like they don't want to pay taxes. Or even like Texas too. I feel like Texas also is probably really good for your money because they're very like, you know, these Republicans they don't want to pay taxes. I was telling Jimmy that I was like, oh, in 4 years or so, 4 years, I would love to move to Texas, buy myself a big old house in Texas. Yeah, but I could see why somebody would not love Atlanta anymore because I feel like Atlanta is becoming something else. Atlanta is not what it used to be. So I get that. But I'm like, maybe I was like Florida, Texas, or even like Denver. Maybe Denver is a little different. Colorado is like very bougie out there. Or Santa Monica. Santa Monica was really nice. We went there for my brother's wedding. It was very, very pretty. It was very, very pretty. But New York City though, ew, it's so dirty. It's just so dirty. Who's about to get married? Yeah, like it's so dirty. So let's watch this whole Kelly Rowland thing again. Kelly, what you up to, child? Child, Kelly was mad. Who's Monroe Steele? Oh, Monroe, she does the fashion stuff. Yeah. You know. I see her stuff sometimes. But it seems like Monroe, she's like more so in Miami. I see her in Miami a whole lot. Why won't they invite her anymore? I think they will. Yeah. Colorado's expensive. Denver's be expensive too. But it's like it's becoming the new it place though. I think it's becoming the new it place. Like going to Denver is like the new thing now. Like I'm in Denver. I'm in Denver. You go skiing and you have Aspen. You have Aspen over there. Yeah, I would love to move to Texas. Like, oh, I save all the real estate stuff from Texas. I'm like, they have such beautiful properties. I don't know. Kelly looks really upset. You know. I'm like, these people are crazy. She looks really upset. It's a lot. All this could have been avoided. But I do feel like, I will say this. I feel like I'm gonna put I'll put a little bit of blame on the security also. Cause I'm like, security, you were a little too much in her space. Like it was in her personal space. It's a little too much. It was way too much. Okay. And then stepping on that expensive dress that she might have to pay for if you damage. Like, what the freak? Okay. You know, but at the same time, Kelly, when you're in a foreign country too, you gotta understand like certain way that you know, because that does look a lot. Her reaction also seems excessive. You know, because perception is everything, and turning around and like doing a little bit more. She should have cussed her out one time and kept it pushing. Lacey said Florida is full. Yeah. So, child. So what is he saying? Hold on.
All the time. I'm getting real sick of the media playing in Kelly Rowland's face all the time. Instead of honoring the great legend that Kelly Rowland is in her own right, the only time
she is not no damn legend, boy. Stop lying. You're doing too much.
I ever see headlines pick up traction are when she's being the angry Black woman. I'm not sure what happened with the security guard, but it's their fault. Y'all can never make me hate her. Put some respect on Kelly Rowland.
Period.
I'm getting real sick.
Period. Okay. Let's see what she's saying.
Somebody done messed up and got Kelly Rowland riled up again. Remember earlier this year, she walked off of the Today Show because she didn't like the accommodations of the dressing room that they were trying to give her. She was going to be a host on the show and she didn't like the dressing room and she just got up and left. And now at the 2024 Cannes Film Festival, she has another incident. She was there to see the French-Italian comedy Marcello Mio. And as she was walking up the red carpet in her beautiful gown, looking so great, taking pictures and waving at her fans, the security started to usher her along. And at first she was smiling. There was a male security guard as well, and they were ushering her along. And then they got a little too pushy about her moving along. And then this particular security guard put her hand on Kelly, and that was the final straw. Kelly reminds me of myself. I don't know if she's a Pisces. I'm a Pisces. I can take a lot, but when you push me over the edge, this is what you're going to get, like what she's doing right here. Somebody done messed up.
You know what? Let's cut past the bullshit, dive right in. This is why Kelly was upset, because obviously right here, you can see this security person overstepping their boundary and getting into Kelly Rowland's space, literally covering up her arm to ruin the photos being taken, as well as this other security guard on the right. And you see his foot right there looking like he's about to step on her dress, which allegedly the reason why she turned around and got upset, because this person pulling things out of their arse is saying, I'm a lip reader. I know what really happened. Come on now. Anyways, she's upset because they're basically ruining her photos and her time on the step, which, mind you, she has been invited to promote a new movie. She has every reason to be there. She's looking stunning. She's looking gorgeous, regal, fantastic. She is on the carpet to serve it all up and for everybody to devour, to give photos to the photographers, the fans, the paparazzi. And we have been seeing this the entire time with other celebrities, socialites, other women. but no one has had the same type of like borderline harassment that Kelly was getting, where again, you can see this security person trying to basically lay hands on her and get her to go up. You can even see the woman to the right of Kelly who's looking at her like, girl, what are you doing? Why are you doing all of this? For what? And this is allegedly, again, the moment that really changed things, because again, that person on the right is about to step on her dress and she's cutting off the photos. And that would piss you off too if this is your job and someone is affecting your job. And in this Fox article, which by the way, if Fox is telling you how it is, you know you made a mistake. Again, page 6. But the security girl, security woman, whatever, is getting into Kelly's space, ruining the shots. And Kelly is trying to be professional and ignore it and continue about her business as she's continuing to go up the step. And it's being cited that this is all because that person was deciding to, again, touch Kelly. Would they have done this to Bella Hadid? No. Let's not even play around. We already know the answer is no. So stop trying to poise Kelly Rowland as if she was the problem and understand. If this girl didn't want to take an anthill and make it into a mountain, none of this would happen. She was happy. She was doing her job. She was being professional. But when she stepped in to be a nuisance and a menace, Kelly had to set her right. We stand a queen.
All right.
Let me tell you something. I don't know who that white woman is or what she did to my child of destiny. Okay, I don't know what she did to piss off Kellandria Trinae Rowland, first of her name, but whatever she said, Kelly's little finger point lets me know that she fucked up, and Kelly going off on her was completely warranted. Someone get this bitch. Someone get this bitch. You don't talk to a Destiny child, any member, especially a founding member like this. Kelly Rowland's one of the sweetest people in the industry. So whatever you said or did, Miss White Lady, you done pissed her off real bad. That finger, Kelly's telling her, you trifling, good for nothing type of sister, silly me. Why haven't I found another? She's telling her, bitch, I don't think you're ready for this jelly because my body is bootylicious and my hands are ready to eat for everyone, ho. Don't play with her. Let me tell you something. I don't know. Let me tell you.
Wrist piece on bling blow. Oh, I'm sure you've heard the buzz about Kelly Rowland's red carpet moment gone, right? Let's not get tangled in the gossip, but dive deep into our imagination of what the message behind this pic could be. It's pretty much giving, life's too short to hurry. After all, I'm just a girl. Oh, I'm sure you've heard the buzz about Kelly Rowland's red.
Kelly Rowland is really in her queen era right now. And I just love that for her. Now, I told you guys a few months ago what it was with Kelly Rowland.
Do you not know who Kelly Rowland is? We are talking the Kelly Rowland.
I don't understand what the problem is. But nonetheless, let's not forget why she was there in the first place and how beautiful her dress was. Did you guys see her dress? Every dress was gorgeous and she was wearing it. And I love the blonde hair. I love the blonde hair on Kelly right now. So anyway, if you're not going to stand up for yourself, who will? Go ahead, Kelly. You go, girl.
Kelly Rowland se dispute avec une agent de sécurité au fait.
Let me see who else got a video. Labor are hilarious. They are really upset about this show.
So one person who I really feel like does. Kelly Rowland attended the Lancôme Louvre photocall event.
Look how I spell her name. Oh, Kelly. Kelly cracks me up. Kelly cracks me up. Let me see what else they got. I wish we could see how it started. Like, I'm looking for. I'm like, how did it start? I wish we could see how it started from like the red carpet all the way to the when we get on the stairs. Because I don't know. Girl, Kelly was really upset, y'all.
Very bad day today.
This chick on the left, a security guard that was working the Cannes Film Festival. I have no clue what was said, but what I do know is that Kelly Rowland was not happy. From the outside, red carpet events look exciting and glamorous, but let me tell you, they are a shit show. The logistics, the timing, the crowd. As you can see, there are several security guards trying to move Kelly and her entourage and other talent up the stairs into the theater. At first, I assumed the security guard stepped on Kelly's dress, but when I zoomed in, it didn't really look like it. Security guards should not be touching talent. But when I zoomed in, she's not making any contact. That woman, the security guard, she's probably working this event. She's not making much money. She's following directions. I'm sure somebody in their ear is saying, hey, listen, we have someone else arriving. We need to move people on up. Unless this lady said something foul as hell, I feel sorry for her. You want to know who had a very bad day today? This chick on the left, a security guard that was working the Cannes Film Festival. I have no clue what was said, but what I do know is that Kelly Rowland was not happy. From the outside, red carpet events look exciting and glamorous, but let me tell you, they are a shit show. The logistics, the timing, the crowd. As you can see, there are several security guards trying to move Kelly and her entourage and other talent up the stairs into the theater. At first, I assumed the security guard stepped on Kelly's dress, but when I zoomed in, it didn't really look like it. Security guards should not be touching talent. But when I zoomed in, she's not making any contact. That woman, the security guard, she's probably working this event. She's not making much money. She's following directions. I'm sure somebody in their ear is saying, hey, listen, we have someone else arriving. We need to move people on up. Unless this lady said something foul as hell, I feel sorry for her. You want to know who had a very bad day today? This chick on the left, a security guard.
So I just want everybody to understand this is exactly how nosy I am. You will never catch me in the drama, but I will be close enough to get the tea. Speaking of the tea, people are still speculating as to what actually happened here, but I'm on Kelly Rowland's side regardless. To give more context, Kelly Rowland is at the Cannes Film Festival in France. I'm not sure if she's there to present something or if she's just an attendee. As she's walking the red carpet, she has a heated exchange with the security guards, and homegirl is not happy and not having it. Now, people are speculating that the security guard said something racist to Kelly. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but whatever she did ticked Kelly all the way off. And Kelly has every right to advocate for herself if she feels disrespected. And of course, people are already trying to make her out to be the angry Black woman, but you're not going to do that to my Kelly. And Kelly got in her platinum bob Karen hair too. Nope, that's a wrap. That security guard about to be fired yesterday. So I just want everybody to understand.
An expert lip reader has confirmed what Kelly Rowland said during a tense moment with a security guard at the Cannes Film Festival. The Destiny's Child singer reacted after the guard stepped on her dress and pushed her up the steps. Rowland reportedly said, "Don't talk to me like that." An expert lip reader has confirmed what Kelly...
I don't know.
They are really testing my girl Kelly Rowland this year. What happened on the red carpet in Cannes? What happened on the red carpet? Because it looks as if security worked Kelly's nerves and she told them and gave them the business. Kelly is not having it in 2024. Cat Williams said it is the year of the truth, and she says she's going to speak her truth no matter who it is.
I mean, at first of all, she was trying to be friendly, but then something really ticked her off. And it really set her off. I don't know. See, that's the part I feel like this is where I feel like she went a little too far. I feel like she went a little too far. And plus, I do feel like, even if she was upset, I think once she got inside, I mean, given who she is, she could have let the people who are in charge of all this know that she had an issue with the security person. She shouldn't have done it like on the stairs like that with all these people knowing who she is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would say. Because we also got to learn to be a bit more strategic. You know what I mean? You let her know once. Don't let her get you there. Once you get inside, ask whoever is running the show that you want to talk to the manager and make sure that they take care of that. You know what I'm saying? But on the stairs like that, at the bougie event, you're doing all this, like you do kind of look crazy, you know. Like she took a little too far, turning around and still doing all of this, and then it's like, girl, come on now, like this is a very bougie event. This is a little too bougie for you to be acting this way, sis. You go inside and you let them know. You want to talk to like whoever's in charge, like security, let them know you didn't like it, and you want the girl's name, and you want to know what they're going to do about it because you found that to be very in poor taste, and she stepped on your dress. But do you have to handle the help? You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I mean? I could see like that's also like very low class behavior. You know what I mean? Because if you went to a restaurant and something happened, like would she talk to the waiter directly herself, or would she call manager and let them handle that? Because I'm like, you're too successful for that. You know what I'm saying? You let your manager or somebody else do that. You should not be doing that. You let her know once, you keep walking in. Once you get in there, take care of business. You know what I mean? But it's like a lot of our Black celebrities have, they have a thing for getting a little too comfortable in front of a lot of people at very wealthy, fancy, bougie event. You got Will Smith walking up in there and smacking Chris Rock. Okay? Like, child, you are Will Smith. This is the Oscars. It's like you cannot be out here smacking people. Now, you could have smacked them later. Okay? I'm not saying don't smack the man, but sorry, you guys, don't do it in front of people.
Lord. Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
This thing was so weird. This thing was so weird to me because at first he's laughing. And I'm like, what happened? I don't know, Libra, but he's another Libra. So here you go, air sign. Let's go.
That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Will Smith.
Where's the rest of the sound? What happened to the sound?
Okay. That was a greatest night in the history of television. Okay.
You see, and now Will Smith is he's banned. Will Smith is banned for the next 10 years. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't know what's going on with these Black people, y'all. But it's like y'all want to go to these white. This is where I kind of like. That's why I didn't feel sorry for her like that. I ain't gonna lie, because I was like, what the heck? I was like, why are you there again? Because I do feel like Black people always say that white folks are racist. But every time I turn around, Black people are always trying to be in predominantly white spaces. Bougie white spaces, fancy white spaces, wealthy white spaces. Like, you scream, you fight, you kick, you cry, you protest to go to these places. And then when you go to these places, it's like you're not prepared for the microaggression. I'm confused. You're not prepared for the passive aggression. I'm confused, right? You don't have the emotional intelligence to navigate your way successfully through these places, right? So it's like you're not emotionally ready. You're not emotionally mature to be in these predominantly white spaces, because white people really do trigger you. And they really get the best out of you in a fancy dress, bunch of diamonds, and a fancy suit. They always get the best out of you. So maybe you should just leave these people alone, because I really don't get it. Yeah, you know how they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how they are. You know how they be. But you always want to be in the mix with these people. And then when they do what they do best, then you're like, oh, I'm going to go up there and smack you. I'm going to put my finger in your face. So I'm like, I get really confused sometimes. You like to go where you're not wanted. I don't know. It's very bizarre.
Keep fucking my wife's mouth. I'm going to, okay? Jada, can't wait to see it, all right?
Keep fucking. You see? So it's like, child, what do you want?
Have a look at Mr. Crypto.com in the middle. He's like, well, yeah, fortune favors the violent. His old mate Batman is saying, you saw that shit, right?
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
Yeah, even this, I'm like, I never spoke on this because I was busy, right? T told you she's a Leo. I don't know. I think I never spoke on this, but even this whole like, oh, Jada, you look good. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see you. I didn't think it was that bad. I was like, of all the things he could have said, I was like, what? Of all the things Chris Rock could have said, though, like, seriously, all the things you've done, Jada, all the things you put out there, all the things you have overshared that we didn't care to know on the Red Table Talk, G.I. Jane is what got you triggered? Oh, Lord Jesus. I was like, seriously, G.I. Jane. I'm like, who played G.I. Jane? That was Demi Moore. Demi Moore is like freaking hot. Okay? Demi Moore, ooh, is freaking hot. That was an iconic movie. She like cuts her hair and she becomes like this badass like woman fighter, etc. It's like, it's an iconic movie. So if he said that you could be casted for G.I. Jane 2, it's like, yeah, you could. You're very pretty. And you have bald head. No, I don't think we did. You know, but I'm like, child, what? I didn't think the joke was that bad. I didn't think it was the grade. I think it was the meaning. Because I'm like, he really could have gone there. You know, he really could have gone there. Like, seriously. And I'm like, and then Will is laughing initially. I was like, what is going on? Then all of a sudden, he just gets up. And I was like, what is happening here? And then boom. So I thought it was a skit. I'm like, oh no, this is real. Like, you're really about to hit this man. You gonna commit assault? I'm like, this is assault, like in front of all these witnesses. Now, if you wanted to check Chris Rock, I ain't saying no, but you could have done that in the back room though, where there's nobody. Like, I'm not saying don't check the man, but you can snatch his ass up in the back. Don't snatch his ass in front of everybody. Like, I mean, come on, like you gonna have all these witnesses? Do better, know better, right? You understand? It's like white people. When they come against black people, they don't come with themselves. They bring another black person. You don't see how they got Curtis out here with the battery in his back to go after Diddy, right? You gotta learn. Like, you really have to start learning stuff, right? But you know, the reason why Curtis feels very confident doing what he's doing, because he's encouraged to do it, right? There are people who gave him a guarantee that he should do it. This man's not doing this on his own accord, right? So I'm like, they're never gonna attack you head on. They'll bring another person, another black person, to do their dirty work. You also got to start to learn to be more strategic. You have the right to be offended by the joke. I mean, he didn't make the joke about me, so I didn't think it was that bad of a joke. But he didn't make the joke about me, so you know, what do I know? But I do feel like you can snatch him up behind the scenes, though. You know what I'm saying? You can snatch him up later. You can snatch him up at the after party. Matter of fact, you can invite him over at the house and then beat his ass. Then send him home. But don't do it in front of the cameras. Don't do it in front of people. Right? You got to have like situational awareness. That's why I feel like with Beyonce in the elevator, she didn't get involved. Because she knew she was being recorded. Because Beyonce knows there's a camera everywhere, child. Right? But Beyonce in the elevator, she doesn't get involved. Where's the elevator? Let's see if we can see it. Let's see. Do they show us what happened in the elevator? I want to, you see? Where's the footage? But see, in the elevator, Beyonce does not get involved. Beyonce don't get involved because she knows she's being recorded. Because it's like, where is there not a camera? Who has the video? But y'all remember how the video went too, though, right? You remember the video? But in the video, you saw Beyonce just moved her dress like nothing happened. It probably had the internet wiped, so we could have the video no more, right? But she just moved out the way. She didn't put her hands on her husband. She didn't put her hands on her. Oh, we're not even on the same page. My bad, right? Beyonce just moved out the way because she knew she's being recorded with her fake smile. Okay. She knew she'd be recorded. So I just feel like when you're that big of a public figure and you have all these cameras on you, you got to have a bit more situational awareness. Like, you got to have more self-control. You got to have more self-control because otherwise it does look crazy. It really does look crazy. I feel like get in there and get whoever's in charge of security to handle that girl, or tell her hey, Miss Rowland didn't appreciate that. We need you to apologize to her because it was not acceptable. And she'll come and apologize to you. Understand? But don't take it upon yourself to handle that girl. Like, you are just way too rich for that. You're too rich for that. But I'm like, it's a lot. So I'm like, it really is giving Will Smith at the Oscars. Like, y'all need to learn to control yourselves. Like, you are not at home. Okay. You're not in your living room. You are at a professional event. Ultimately, you are a professional event. You're there for something like very bougie. It's very fancy. There are a bunch of directors. There are a bunch of producers there. So you don't also want to come up like an angry, crazy black woman also. So Kelly, that was not a good look. That was really not a good look. So I hope that next time you learn to just go back there and just ask whoever's in charge to take care of this, because we don't want to see you like this, because these pictures are looking crazy. You look crazy, sis. You truly, truly do look crazy. You look hella crazy. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, because I'm like, if the lady did what? Popped her finger. Who popped the finger? Yeah. I'm like, get inside and find whoever's in charge and let them know. Let them know. They'll have the lady come and apologize to you. But to see Kelly in that type of thing, because I'm like, and it's the Cannes Film Festival. So I'm like, if she really is trying to go into acting and things like that, you have some of the most acclaimed directors, some of the most acclaimed producers, casting directors, whatever. So you don't want them to see you like that, right? Like, is this what she does when she gets on set? The lady's not worth it. Like, she's really not worth it. You warned her once. If she keeps at it, you go inside, you find her supervisor, and you get it taken care of. She will come and apologize. You know what I mean? She will come and apologize, but it's like, it's not flattering to see Kelly looking like this. It really is not. It's not a good look. And now you see it's all over the place. Like, you're all over the place looking crazy. So it's like, it's just not. How can a person switch like that? You go from being sweet and smiling to like, oh, you see, look at this picture. This is not a good look. You know what I'm saying? So one thing you're not about to do is, it's a little too much. It's a little too much. Because I'm like, it's a lot. But I guess she went back for another day. She went back for a second day. So I'm sure they're not going to touch her this time. Her veins are popping and everything. Kelly, this is excessive. Kelly, look at her vein. Like, she got her vein popping all up in her neck and stuff. Kelly, you are just way too angry. This is crazy. Wow. This is a little too much. Yeah, her veins are popping and stuff. Whoosh, Kelly. Yeah, she didn't slap nobody though. But I'm like, given the caliber of people who attend this event, I just don't feel like this lady was worth all this energy. Yeah. I just don't think she was worth all this energy. You know? Oh, she said, "Oh, what if the security lady popped Kelly finger for putting her in her face? Who would be in the wrong?" I don't think she would though. I don't think she would dare to assault. Like, I don't think she would. I don't think she would assault a celebrity. Oh no, I don't think she would. You know. But I do feel like I said, I do feel like you got to have some type of emotional intelligence, like when you choose to be at these events, because, you know, if you go to predominantly white events, you cannot be offended if you experience microaggression and passive aggression. Like you really, I'm not shocked. So you got to prepare yourself for that, you know? But I'm like, I do wish that sometime, you know, because I'm like, I was looking at this, where is it? Right? Remember how they had this event back in Nigeria and stuff like that? So this is also like a celebration of movies and things like that, you know? I was like, I don't know why someone like Kelly would not go to like events such as these. Like, why don't you go to whatever this is? What is it called? AMVCA, right? Why don't you go to film festivals in Africa, for example? You know, like, why don't you go to places like where people are actually going to be so happy to have you? They'll be so excited to have you. You know, they'll treat you like royalty over there. You wouldn't have those issues there. You probably get tired of taking pictures there, right? Like, you could go somewhere where like you're super big, people are like really love you, and you would have these issues versus going to places like where you really are a small fish and people don't have respect for you. Like, why are you going there? But I'm like, the girls for this movie festival, they look really good. They look really good. It was very, very elegant. They had some amazing dresses, like amazing outfits and stuff. Where are some of these outfits, Sean? Let me see if I can find some of these outfits. Right? That was a very, very beautiful. So I'm like, you should also go where you're celebrated. Yeah. Like, you should go where you be celebrated, like where you won't have these types of issues, because when you're obsessed with going to white events and things like that, I don't know what to tell you, but it might not go well. It might not go well. But there are certain places you could go and, you know, people are going to be really excited to have you there. And you're going to have a great experience. Like, even South Africa, too. Like, they have movie festivals out there, too. It's like, why not go to the places where, like, people would actually be really happy to see you there? And, like, you'll actually have a good time. And you'll be safe because you are in a predominantly Black space. She can go there and be celebrated. She has movies. They watch movies out there. But it's like, you go to a predominantly, like, you go to the Cannes Film Festival, you're like, you're not that important. But is it really worth her while to go to the Cannes Film Festival? She's not an actress. She's not an actress. Right? And when it comes to the bevy of like all these white women that are Hollywood actresses, she does not compare. She does not compete with these ladies. Right? Like, they're not going to treat her the way they would treat, like, I don't know, Charlize Theron or Meryl Streep or who else? Kate Blanchard, or what's the girl from Katniss? What's her name? Jennifer Lewis? Is that? I don't know. Right? But it's like, Kelly's not there. She's not in that league. So it's like, I don't know. I don't see why she would not be celebrated in Nigeria. I don't see why she would not be celebrated in Nigeria. I don't see why she would not be celebrated in South Africa. You know, like they have big movie festivals too, and she wouldn't have all these issues. She would not. But if you insist on going to predominantly white events where you are a small fish and you are not the richest, you are not the most known, you're not the most celebrated, then you cannot be upset when these things happen to you. Yeah. And she's also not Viola Davis. So even amongst Black people, when it comes to acting, she's not the cream of the cream. Like, she really isn't. Yeah, they definitely would. They will be excited. Oh my gosh. You know. So, but if you insist on going there, no problem. But understand that you are a small fish. You know, exactly. That's the way I feel. I'm like, if you go to a Nigerian film festival, you go to a South African film festival, right? You'll probably have a way better experience. And they'll be really excited to see you there. Not gonna try to be all up in your, oh no, more pictures, because they actually want to see you there, right? But I do feel like if you go to predominantly white spaces, and honestly, you bring nothing to the table, you can't be mad that people treat you like this. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad. Because honestly, you're a nobody. You know, Cannes Film Festival is like for the biggest Hollywood actors, actresses in the world. Like, it's for like the top of the people. It's not from some former like girl group type of member. You know, they would have done that to Beyonce, but you're not Beyonce. You know, but I'm like, why not go places like where you actually be celebrated, where like you have more Black people? Why y'all always trying to go to white people's events, knowing damn well they don't respect you? You're not Jennifer Lewis. You're not Jennifer Aniston. You're not Angelina Jolie. Like, you're not Charlize Theron. You're not Kate Blanchard. You're not who else is out there? Meryl Streep. You know, you're just not one of those people. You can go, but don't expect the best treatment because you're not their priority. So I don't know. That's just the way I look at it. You know. Because I feel like that this event, I feel like the people, they brought a lot of fashion. Like, it was really fun. Then they had a good time. They had a good fun, right? But I'm like, you could put predominantly Black events on the map also. If more and more Black people went to predominantly Black events and they actually dressed well and they wore gowns and diamonds and stuff like that, I think they could truly put these Black events on the map and make those things a new destination for Black people. But I feel like always running behind white people and what they got going on, you're asking to be disrespected. You are truly asking to be disrespected. You know? You're really asking to get disrespected. Because to be honest, they don't need you there. They truly don't need you there. Like, who needs Kelly at the Cannes Film Festival? They've had the Cannes Film Festival since when? Hold on. Because this thing's been going on for ages. Not like the date. I'm like, when did it start? You see? It dates back to like the night, like what? 1939? So 1946. Okay. So it's about like what, 70, right? Because if it was we're in 26, 47, 20, be 80 years, right? Plus the 2. Okay. So it's like what? 22 years. So 78 years old. Is that how, like, yeah, so it's almost like 80 years old. So it's an established institution. You know, that's an established institution. And it has always been predominantly white people. So it's like, they don't need Kelly Rowland. Matter of fact, they don't even need any Black person to show up. It's a white people thing. you know? And I'm sure when they first had their first Cannes Film Festival, I'm sure it was not all this luxurious stuff, you know, blah, 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 you know? Let me see. I don't think it was all this. Let's see what it looked like. If they have pictures, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think, you see, it wasn't as fancy as it is today. You know? But it's like because they invested. You know, they built it up, they invested in it. So I guess, let me see. Okay, so this is like 1946. You know? But it wasn't what it is today. But they invested. They put a lot of money towards it. Let's see, 1960. So this is what it looks like in 1960. Okay. I feel like with times it just gets fancier and fancier and more lavish and things like that. So, you know, that's why I say like you gotta go build your own. You gotta go build your own. But and like something that's been almost here for like 80 years and it's been mostly built by white people, they don't need black people there. They don't need them. I mean, you're free to go, but it's like you are like you're not needed, but I mean, you're free to go. But what do you add though? You add nothing. If no black person shows up, they'll still have the Cannes Film Festival. Right? So that's the thing. That's the thing. I feel like sometimes it's like we like to go places where things are already established, as opposed to go somewhere where you could be like the matron of the arts. You could be like, yeah, maybe if it's like you sponsor some type of like you go to the Nigerian Film Festival, you go to the South African Film Festival, right? You could be a matron of the arts. And then you go there every year and like you really commit to that. Why is that there's no guarantee she'll be safe? White people are safe there. She wouldn't be a regular person. David O, Burna Boy, they all live there. Right? So I don't think so. They probably even give her like presidential guards or something. But I'm like, build your own and be patient with it. Right? But it's like all these nice things that white people indulge in today, like the Met Gala, these things didn't start overnight. They're like, they've been out here for over 100 years. Like the Met Gala, it's the Mrs. What's the Commodore's name? The Vanderbilt. I forgot her name. But it's the wife of the Commodore. It's William's wife. William Vanderbilt, his wife. Hold on. I will find her name. Forgot her name. What's her name? See, because they funded the Met because initially the Met was not supposed to be as successful. It was another museum that was supposed to be successful. But the wife of William, let me see. Because that's why they have him there. But his wife, she became like, she funded the Met. Like she invested a lot of money. What is her name? Alva Belmont? Hold on. Well, okay, I guess it's Alva. Okay. Yeah. So they're the people who, because the Astors, they were they had a different society, like a different museum that they were sponsoring. And so the Vanderbilts, they put their money behind the Met. So like when you look at the legacy of the Met, like the Metropolitan, it's been here for a very long time. You know, Metropolitan Museum of the Arts. That's what it's called, right? You know, but this is like 1800 type of business. Met. Since the 1800s, right? 1866. So when we sit here and we look at the Met Gala and all the stuff going on with Anna Wintour, it's like this is a really old institution. Like it's almost 200 years old. I mean, you can go there. You're more. I said like you're more than welcome to go there, right? But if you're only going to go there to make a fool of yourself because you don't have the emotional intelligence to deal with these people, then there's no point in going. Right. And I also feel like if you're going to go into predominantly white spaces because you want to take over, first of all, you got to have a plan. You got to be strategic. And then second of all, you might want to have the emotional maturity to deal with these people. Right. But if you're like, oh, I want to go there, but I'm going to go there and be my real self. Well, you might look stupid. You know, so it's like, what is your plan? You know, because I feel like a lot of times, like, Black people want to go into white spaces just to say they went, but they don't really have a plan. Like, why am I here? What am I here to gain? Right? Because I'm like, if you're Kelly and you're going to the Cannes Film Festival because you want to network with like bigger directors and producers and all that kind of stuff to be in a bigger movie, to have more scripts come your way, then when you know your why, you're not going to be in a staircase fighting with someone. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna, because you have to know your why. If you're just going there, oh, I'm Black and I'm famous and I have money and I want to wear nice dresses and wear diamonds. Okay, security gets in the way, then you start doing all of this because you don't really know your why. You have to also know your why. If you're going to the Cannes Film Festival because you want to network and you want to have like, know more people and have bigger roles and more scripts come to you. Like, oh, I'm really taking acting seriously. Let me know if you have a role for me. Then you're not going to be doing all this fighting with this girl. You're not going to be doing this. Okay. So it's like, for me, it's like, this is just showing somebody who went to an event because she's famous, but she doesn't really know her why. Because I'm like, do you want a producer or a director to see you like this? Right? Because if this has you triggered like that, God knows what can happen on set. How you going to act? You know what I mean? How you going to act? So you need to know your why. And so sometimes your why also has to be bigger than your emotions. So you got to know how to deal with situations, right? But if you're just going there to be Black, to occupy a space, or to sit at a table, or to wear nice clothes, then you're going to get played. But you have to know your why. And I think a lot of times when Black people go into white spaces, they don't really know their why. I don't think they do. They want to be accepted. They want to belong. But it's like nobody's going to let you in or respect you if you don't earn your stripes. Like, you still have to earn your stripes. And it's hard. And you have to compete. And if you want to be a respected actor or actresses, you got to work hard. Yeah, but you see, that's my point. When you don't know your why, this is what happens, T. Because if you say, I'm going there because I want to meet this producer, this director, it's the same thing if you go to the Aspen Film Festival, right? If you decide to go to Aspen, too, right? You have to know why you're going. If you're going there just because you can afford it, because you have money, because you used to be part of a popular girl group, no problem. But if something happens, you'll probably get upset and you'll forget your why. Why are you there? Right? Why are you there? But I'm like, these pictures, like her acting like this and these types of pictures and things going, like, you could lose an opportunity because somebody like, oh, wow, if this got her triggered, yeesh, do you want to work with her? Because she goes from smiling to like being very threatening with veins popping out of her neck. Yeah, you have to know your why. Because like I said, white people are full of microaggression. So if you're not emotionally mature to deal with them, I'll say don't go. Now, if you feel like, no, Martin, I really want to go because I feel like this door could open for me, no problem. But then stay focused on the door, not how they make you feel. You know? Stay focused on your why. Because if you're not focused on your why, your emotions will get the best of you. Because like I said, we don't have the same culture. White people are full of passive aggressiveness. They're full of microaggression. Okay? So if you know that you're easily triggered, you might not want to go. Because if you don't go, nobody's going to look at you sideways. But to go and to not control yourself, and then you're in the stairs doing all of this and veins are popping and stuff. Okay. Do we want to have her on set? I mean, look how she's acting with all these cameras. All these cameras are on you, and look at how far you took it. She went a little too far. And she has more to lose than this lady. This is just a body, like this is a security officer. Who cares? But you're a celebrity. And you saw all these cameras and you completely ignored that they were cameras, that you had to be in character, right? Like I said, you go inside and you handle this girl. So that's the thing, you know. Like me, I don't crave white spaces, so I'm cool. But if you crave white spaces, if you crave their stuff, if you want to go to their stuff, go to their event, I think it's in your best interest to understand white people. I think it's in your best interest to study white people. I think it's in your best interest to know how to change certain things about yourself that you might find success amongst white people. But if you're not willing to change, if you want to, well, that's me, that's who I am, I'm gonna keep it real, it's my culture, then you should not go there, because they will make a fool out of you. Because you see, we saw with the Jasmine, they will stay very calm and they'll keep poking at you. Meanwhile, you're using you're doing all of this, you look crazy. On the outside looking in, you look like the crazy one. So it's better not to go. It's better not to go. That's the way I feel about it. I'm like, you might want to stay home. But you need to know your why. If you don't have a strong enough why, stay home. Yeah, they really want white validation, which I guess some people probably need it. I don't know. But you have to know too, getting validation from white people involves eating a lot of their BS. Right? That's why the majority of Black people who have a lot of validation from white people, they ate a lot of BS. Kevin Hart, Will Smith, The Rock, I mean, you name it, right? You got to eat a lot of BS. You have to laugh at jokes that are not funny. You have to put up with a lot, you know, because before they give you validation, they will torture you, you know? So if you decide to, if that's what you want, you have to understand that price, the price that comes with it. If you're a Black man and you want white validation, there's a dress somewhere in your future. You know, there's a dress waiting on you in your future, right? If you're a Black woman too, and you want white validation, you might have to play a stereotype, an overweight Black woman, a promiscuous Black woman. I don't know, right? So you gotta know. It's up to you. It depends how much does it mean to you. But me, I just don't feel like, I personally wouldn't go a place where I know like it's full of white people, and honestly, they don't care because they're crazy. They're really, really crazy. Because you'll go there too. They might start asking you about Beyonce, and you know that also triggers you. So, you know, like, stay your ass at home. Because that's just who they are. And you're not going to change them. Because, well, and that's the thing sometimes. Like, that's the way I feel like. I don't know. I could be wrong, right? That's the way, that's the thing I feel like. It's like, if you're looking for their validation, you want to be in their space. You want their awards. You want to be on their billboard. You want to be on their charts. You want to be on their silver screen. You need them. They don't need you. So what's their incentive to change? Because they've been mean to you, and yet you still want to be behind them, right? They don't give you stuff, and you still find a way to forgive them, right? So it's like, what is their incentive to change? They don't have to change. You're going to have to change. Right? You don't see them saying, oh, we can't wait to go to the BET Awards, or we can't wait to go to the Soul Train Award. They're not trying to come to you because they're self-sufficient. So they don't have to change. You're trying to be in their space. So you're going to have to change. Okay. So it's like, what do you want to do? You decide. Otherwise, it's like, eesh. But I'm like saying, to people who go to predominantly, people who like to go to Paris Fashion Week, Milan Fashion Week, when you go to white countries, you go to European countries that are known to be traditionally racist, you go to predominantly white events that are full of microaggression, passive aggression. You decide if it's worth it. If you feel like being there is really worth it to you, right? Then you're gonna have to work on how you respond to things. Because honestly, you're there. You're in their country. You're at their event. They don't need you. They truly don't need you. This is a French event. She's not French. Why is she there? It's no foreign country. It's in France. It's in Monaco. Okay. What movie has she had? Well, like nobody needs her. They're not looking for her. Okay. So it's like, so it's like, why are you there? You need them. They don't need you. And when you need someone, I just feel like if you need someone more than they need you, then they don't have to change. They don't have to be nicer to you. They don't care. So I'm like, if she wants to be in that space, like she's gonna have to learn to handle things a lot better. And sometimes also when you're upset, just like with Taraji, like I said with Taraji P. Henson, instead of like being going back and forth with people and the car and your trailer and this and that, just have your managers take care of it. Don't get involved. Like you're the talent, do not get involved. Right? Let your manager take care of it. But Taraji's like, she's always fighting her own battle. I'm like, Taraji, where's your management? Why, if there are cockroaches in your trailer, that's not for you to address with the people. Because then you come off like you're crazy, you're fighting, you're complicated, you're hard to work with, right? It's your management job to go there before you and make sure that your trailer is up to par, right? If you don't want to drive a car, don't call the studio, don't call the directors. Your management should be the one to reach out like, oh, we heard that she has to drive her own car. That's just not gonna fly. Here's how Miss Taraji wants to Here's how Miss Taraji wants to get around Atlanta. She's not driving herself. Why are you calling these people yourself directly? But it's like nobody should ever see the talent in a confrontational stance at all. It's like that's what your management should be for. You know what I mean? Yeah, like to me, it's crazy. I'm like, I told you that I said this about Taraji. I was like, I'm like, where is her management? Where is her management? Do not fight people. You're the talent. When you show up, just be sweet. Be sweet and be unproblematic. I'm not saying that you're not upset. You have the right to be upset, but you gotta be smart. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the talent. You don't want them people to create a whole reputation about you, and then it just follows you. Like, makes sense. Like even with Monique also, I think Monique and her husband, like maybe if her husband was not her manager, maybe if her manager was somebody different, I think the whole thing, her friendship with Lee Daniels, it would have went differently. But because Lee Daniels was talking to her directly, it went left because he's like, oh, well, she's my friend and she owes me this and she owes me that. It was just too close to comfort, right? If Lee Daniel had gone to a management company like UTA, or he had gone to I don't know, whoever is out here managing talent, whatever. I do feel like if he had gone through a professional management agency and that's how he got Monique for the role, I think he would have had more respect for her. Right? But when you're the talent and you take care of business directly, sometimes this is how it goes. So it's best for your management to come in and fight all the battles. And then when you show up, you're just like, oh my gosh, what happened? I didn't even know. But if you have to pick up the phone and call the studio, call the director, and be like, "Oh, but I don't like my hotel. I don't like my car. I don't like my trailer," they're like, "Oh, well, she's being complicated." So that's the way I feel. I feel like even with Kelly, like I feel like her management, like she should have had a manager with her, and that person should have handled security, not her. Not her. Don't deal with these people. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. So that's it. Because you can't tell somebody to not want to be in predominantly white spaces. I can't tell you that. But I will say, if you choose to be in predominantly white spaces, you have to learn what comes with it. You know, you got to learn what comes with it. And you have to learn that it's going to be a whole lot. But if that's what you really want, you have to put up with it until you become like someone that's really respected and valued and stuff. And then you can start to speak your mind and you can start doing X, Y, and Z. But when you're not a big fish, you're going to have to put up with their crap. Then you got to decide if it's worth it. I can't tell you if it's worth it or not. But I do feel like if she went to like predominantly Black events, whether it's here or it's like in Africa or it's in Latin America, I do feel like she probably would have a better experience. You know, now they might not be as seasoned as the Cannes Film Festival, but 20 years from now, 30 years from now, who knows? But at least you could be part of history, and I feel like you could be like a matron, like a matron of the arts or something like that, right? So, but some people, they want things now, like, oh, I want to have this now. I want to be part of what's popping now. So that's how they look at things. I think hopefully you can have more Black people who have a long-term vision. Like, you know, yeah, I could go to the Met Gala, but what about if I was part of something new that could be like 20, 30 years from now, could be super big? You know, it's like same thing with luxury goods. I mean, European, French luxury goods, right? Like Christian Dior. There was a point it was not it was not considered luxury, right? There was a point it was not considered luxury. Chanel too. There was a point it was not considered luxury. She was making hats for people in her little village. It wasn't luxury. You know, there was a point where Louis Vuitton, I mean, I guess he was somewhat luxury, but Dior, Chanel, they were not really like, they weren't big like that. And when Bernard Arnault bought Dior, they were in bankruptcy. You know, Gucci was also in bankruptcy, right? But it's like white people, they'll take something small, they'll take care of it, they'll have a long-term vision, and eventually it becomes something really big. And then when it becomes big, here come Black people running. Instead of saying, okay, what do I have that if I invest in and I wait 10 years, 20 years, 30 years too, I could have a big house or I could have this. You know, we don't like to invest. We like to show up where things are already made, things already built, things already working. No problem. But when you get disrespected, don't get in your feelings because you're not a builder. You are a consumer. No problem. Like, accept who you are. Yeah. You know, but I do think it would be a lot more beautiful if you had like film festivals for Black people to celebrate like Black art, visual arts, right? Because when they did the Cannes Film Festival, it was to celebrate white people in arts, like in their film. It wasn't to celebrate Black people. You know, they do it for themselves. And that's all they focused on was themselves. Then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's like, why is it that Black people don't take pride in like, you know, let's do something for ourselves too. And let's remain consistent for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Let's be committed. Only God knows how big it can really get. But you got to believe in yourself. There's over 1 billion people. There's almost like 1 billion people in Africa, right? Almost 1 billion people. So I'm like, imagine if all those people are into movies, like Black movies. Like, you have no idea how much money you can make. You know, you have no idea how much money you can make. You have no idea. Especially like if as they start bringing like more internet connection into Africa, like internet becomes more available, it becomes more affordable, right? All these Black people are going to want to see other Black people. So why not start building now? So that by the time there's like more internet and it's also a lot cheaper, they'll be like, wow, she was always here. So I'm more tapped into what she's doing because she was one of the first to come here. Right? You go to the Cannes Film Festival, honestly, you're not needed there. Like, you're truly not. But the movie industry on the continent, it's like, it's not as developed as it is here. So I feel like because of that, you stand to gain more. But when you go to the Cannes Film Festival, these people are already established. It's a well-oiled machine. Like, it runs just fine. It runs just fine. So, you know, but you're free to go. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm like, you know, but it like Black movies matters. Like Black movies, Black stories, Black directors, Black actors and actors, like they do matter. But when white people do their stuff, they're doing it to celebrate themselves, their history, how they see themselves, their delusion or grandeur, whatever you want to call it. But they're doing it for themselves. They're not, oh, well, let's have a place where everybody can be. No, it's just they focus on themselves. There's other people who are, oh, well, I want to go. No problem. But it's like, they don't have to be inclusive. But you're more than willing to go. You know, go if you think. I mean, you know, just like I don't understand why so many black girls go to Paris Fashion Week. You know, I don't get it. Usually they're not even invited. They pay everything out of pocket. They don't have the best tickets. You know, they don't go to the best shows, but these girls want to go so badly. Then they'll go to Milan Fashion Week. Once again, they're not invited. Don't get the best shows. Don't get the best tickets. Don't get the best seats. They pay everything out of pocket. They barely get any free outfits, you know. But you have some white girls over here who don't even have a big following. They'll get flown out to the events. They'll have tickets. They'll have like the designer is like bringing clothes to their hotel rooms. I'm like, but damn, this is crazy, right? So I'm like, why don't y'all go to Nigeria Fashion Week? They have Lagos Fashion Week. Why don't you go there? Right? They have Abuja Fashion Week. They have Johannesburg Fashion Week. Why don't you go places where people will give you the same treatment that these white girls are getting from these white people? Why don't you go there? And I'm sure you'll have so much fun. And I'm sure you'll see even way more fashion, right? You'll see more beautiful clothes. You'll see how people actually make the clothes. Like, I'm like, these people are really good. They are really good at, like, some of them are really, really talented. They'll bring people to your hotel. They'll do your hair, do your makeup. A lot of these Nigerian hair people, they're so good. You're like, damn. Like, sometimes I see, like, the lace front game in Nigeria. I'm like, these people are really, really good. Y'all gifted. No, the stuff that happens here on Twitter and on Instagram, don't take that stuff seriously, child. It's stupid. It's not real life. Social media is not real life, right? But a lot of these brands would be happy to have people. They'd be very happy to have them. You know, they'd be seriously happy to have them. You know what I'm saying? They'd be so happy to have them. The majority, every time, look at all the African Americans who go to Ghana and stuff like that, whatever they go meet the president. They have like people dress them, they give them names, they dress them, they put all kinds of kids. Do not believe Twitter and Instagram and these diaspora wars. These are a bunch of bums. Okay, do not believe that crap. It's ridiculous. It's not real life. These people are stupid. They are really, really stupid. Okay, they are so stupid. Okay, I'm like, real people be so happy. Like, oh my gosh, our sisters came. Oh my gosh, they came back home. You know, they'll make your clothes for free. They'll dress you up for free because they're so happy to see you. You know, like, child, please. I'm like, look at Chris Brown and David are like they're really friends. They're seriously friends. You know, so I'm like, they'll be so happy to have you, and the clothes will actually look so much. They'll make beautiful clothes for you, like way more beautiful than this crappy stuff you're buying from these Europeans. Like I don't know. I don't get it. Like me, I would not go. I cannot see myself stressing myself out to go to a predominantly white space just to be made somebody to make me feel like I'm less than. I cannot. To me, I'm not trying to be funny, but I just feel like white people are too mediocre for me to chase behind them. You know what I mean? Like, they're just too mediocre for me. Right? You look at the Met Gala and then you look at the dresses that these girls wore. You look at the dresses that these girls wore for their like little movie festival thingy. I'm like, come on now. And they don't even have the money. They don't even have the budget. Like, and look how creative they are. I'm like, what would I stress myself? What would I stress myself? Spend all this money to go to Paris to be an afterthought. When you have white girls they have less followers than you, they don't have great style. I mean, and they're being fully housed. They're staying at these luxury hotels. Don't pay for nothing. They have makeup artists. They have for what? Because she's white? Nah. I can bring myself to this level of shame. I will never be that desperate for white people. Like, never in my life. I couldn't do it. Yeah, I could never do that. I watch all these black girls every time. They're just running behind Paris Fashion Week and Paris Fashion Week. I'm like, they don't even like y'all. Like, why are you there? Like, do y'all just like being abused or something? Like, you just like being mistreated? They don't like you. They don't respect. They don't appreciate. They're not even grateful that you're there. They don't even see you. They don't appreciate you. Why are you running behind these people? Like, what did it matter so much? Like, you know, it's just weird to me. Like, it's just really bizarre. Like, why did it matter so much? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't.
change and write books that incorporate white lives into them substantially?
I have done.
In a substantial way?
You can't understand how powerfully racist that question is, can you? Because you could never ask a white author, when are you going to write about Black people? Whether he did or not, or she did or not. Even the inquiry. Don't you understand that the people who do this thing, who practice racism, are bereft? There is something distorted about the psyche. It's a huge waste, and it's a corruption and a distortion. It's a profound neurosis that nobody examines for what it is. It feels crazy. It is crazy. And it has just as much of a deleterious effect on white people. But when you take it away, I take your race away. And there you are, all strung out, and all you got is your little self. And what is that? What are you without racism? Are you any good? Are you still strong? Still smart? You still like yourself? I mean, these are the questions. Part of it is, yes, the victim, how terrible it has been for Black people.
Like that.
I'm not a victim. I refuse to be one.
And the victim is the other person who is morally inferior and
That's a serious
hold
question.
on to
Of course.
racism
If you have the
somehow
whole,
for his or her own self-esteem and definition.
if you can only be tall because somebody's on their knees, then you have a serious problem. And my feeling is white people have a very, very serious problem. And they should start thinking about what they can do about it. Take me out of it. Don't you understand?
You don't think you will ever change and write books that incorporate white lives into them substantially?
I have done.
In a substantial way?
You can't understand how powerfully racist that question is, can you? Because you could never ask a white author, when are you going to write about Black people? Whether he did or not, or she did or not. Even the inquiry comes from a position of being in the center.
And being used to being in the center.
And being used to being in the center. And saying, is it ever possible that you will enter the mainstream? It's inconceivable that where I already am is the mainstream.
Oh, no, that wasn't the implication of my question. I think you are very, very much in the mainstream. It's a question of the subject of your narrative, whether you want to alter the parameters of it, whether you see any benefit in doing that, or...
You see how she's drinking the water? Oh, no, Toni Morrison cracks me up. You see, and that's the thing, because if you go to the Cannes Film Festival, you go to these predominantly white events, you're saying, I'm not as successful as I should be because they have not acknowledged me yet. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like, who the F are they? Like, I've always asked this question, like, why do white people matter so much? Why do they matter so much? Like, why do they matter so much? That's what she's saying. So for you, she said, oh, so you don't think my success is mainstream because until I talk about white people, until I include white people, I have not made it yet. And that's because you're used to being in the center of everything. And so when you go and you chase behind them, you are telling them they are centripetal to your self-worth and your self-esteem. And that is something, honestly, I can never give white people this type of mental power over me. Who are you again? You wouldn't have what you had you not stolen from people. Like it's not a people of great genius and great innovation and great effort. No, it is a people who stole, like they truly stole from people. They stole from people. Everything they have, it's just thievery. It's brutality of the likes you could never understand. So I'm like, why would I ever say, oh, I envy what you had? Because if I say, oh, I love your Grammys, I love your Oscar, I love your Cannes Film Festival, I'm actually saying, I support the fact that you enslaved my people. I support your imperialistic ways. I support your capitalism because all of this stuff right here, all this, it is funded by what? Stolen goods, stolen money, the bloods of innocent people. So it's like, why would I ever chase behind a white person? Because if I chase behind you, I'm low-key, high-key, I'm saying, yeah, I'm okay with slavery. I'm okay with you oppressing people. I'm okay with all the stuff you had to do to get to this point. I'm okay with it because that's why I want the lifestyle, right? But it's like if you know where this money is coming from, it's like you're not an honorable people. And just because you're wealthy does not mean that you're good. It's everything is stolen. I mean, all this is thievery. It's all thievery. So when you pursue after the things of white people, you're really saying that you're not really that upset about what they had to do to get to where they are. Because after all, we all get to wear Cartier now. We all get to wear Balenciagas now too, right? So I guess it was okay to enslave people. And that's the problem. Like, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know about that part. You know?
Or will you clearly see disadvantages in doing it from your own point of view?
Artistic disadvantages. There are no pluses for me.
Ooh.
Being an African-American writer is sort of like being a Russian writer.
Okay.
Who writes about Russia,
Uh-huh.
in Russian,
Uh-huh.
for Russians.
Period.
And the fact that it gets translated and read by other people is a benefit. It's a plus. But he's not obliged to ever consider writing about French people.
Yeah.
Or Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Or anybody.
Yeah.
You don't think you will ever change and...
There's the one where
There are no major white characters in your books.
You see how she gets pissed off? She get pissed off again.
The Black narrative has always been understood to be a confrontation with some white people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there are many of them. They are not terribly interesting to me.
At all.
What is interesting to me is what is going on within the community. And within the community, there are no major white players.
You heard the way that cup clanked on the table. When I say this question.
Hold on. Where's the one where she's like, I live my life as if. Hold on. Which one is it?
You don't think you will ever change and write books?
Failure. To see so much of it that you die inside. I want to be surprised and shocked every time.
You have in your writing certainly marginalized whites. Why are they of no particular interest to you, or seemingly no particular interest?
Well, I was interested in another kind of literature that was not just confrontational, Black versus white. I was really interested in Black readership. And I wanted to do, I think...
Okay, so that's
major white characters in your books.
I think it was this one, right?
No. The Black narrative has always been understood to be a confrontation with some white people.
What did she
I'm
say?
sure there are many of them. They are not terribly interesting to me. What is interesting to me is what is going on within the community. And within the community, there are no major white players. Once I thought, what is life like if they weren't there? Which is the way we lived it. The way I lived it.
There are no major.
So she's like, I live my life as if white people don't exist. I said, ooh. And that's really how I feel. I'm like, I don't know.
African writers, Chinua Achebe, Bessie Head, those writers who could assume the centrality of their race because they were Africans. And they didn't explain anything to white people. Because I have had reviews in the past that have accused me of not writing about white people. I remember a review of Sula in which the reviewer said, this is all well and good, but one day she, meaning me, will have to face up to the real responsibilities and get mature and write about the real confrontation for Black people, which is white people. As though our lives have no meaning
without them
and no depth without the white gaze.
And see, and that's the part that just gets my ass. That's the part that just gets me. That's the part I'm like, when you chase behind them, you're letting them know that you're incomplete without their approval. Even if you like, and you might think like, oh, but approval of a white person means I need a white person to be nice to me. No, even when a white person has confrontation with you, right? It brings you to life because it lets you know she sees me. And because she sees me, I bring a reaction out of her. Even that too, I don't care for that. I don't care for that. Like, I don't care for that. I don't care for you to compliment me, nor do I care to argue with you, because it's like, to me, you're inconsequential. Like, you are, I don't know. It's very harsh, huh? But I do not care. I truly don't care for white people. I don't care for them. And they have a lot of money and they could do a whole lot for you, I'm sure. But it's like, because your people stole. You stole. Right? Even this morning, was it this morning I was getting ready and I was like, I don't know, I was thinking about affirmative action. I think Lacey sent me something. I was like, this black boy got pushed in the water by this white girl. And she left him in there to drown for 20 minutes. Okay. The boy he went brain dead. So he got out. And now he's out and he's trying to defend this girl, right? He's in med school trying to be a doctor and he's trying to defend this white woman. And I was like, how did you get into med school? Like, was it affirmative action who got you into med school? Because you can't be this dumb. She tried to kill you. Right? And so then I was getting ready to go to the doctor and then I was thinking about affirmative action. And I was like, you know what? You think about white people and how they always get triggered, because when you're black and you make it into a program or you make it into a certain type of school, they'll say, oh, you only got there because of affirmative action. But white people have always lived a life of affirmative action, right? When you deny other people the right to read books, what you doing? You're affirming yourself, right? You are affirming yourself as the most well-read, because nobody else can read but you. Right? When you're the only one who can apply to college, you're the only ones who can get a PhD. Who's being affirmed? You're being affirmed. Right? In a vacuum where nobody else can compete with you. So it's not because you're the best. It's that you just had a head start, because you always cheat. You cheat. Always cheating. You understand? Like, these people sit here have the biggest issue with affirmative action, but their entire existence is nothing but one stroke after the other of affirmative action. Whether it's through legislation, them dropping bombs on your behind, okay, right there. They're going to write laws to affirm themselves over you. They're going to drop bombs to affirm themselves over you. They're going to create a banking system with very unfair interest rates and all kinds of stuff to affirm themselves over you. I'm like, your existence is nothing but a big stroke of affirmative action. You're not at the top because you compete. You're there because you withheld everybody else from competing, right? That's just how they win. They win by cheating. They win by making sure everybody else is included. Always around here just bullying people all day. I don't know. Always out here bullying people all day. You bully and 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 you steal and you steal and you steal and you steal. So it really, like, for me, it really triggers me when I see of so many Black people who are constantly chasing validation from some of the world's most mediocre people that the earth has ever known. They are really mediocre. And when I look at people like the Chinese people are not running behind white people. Okay? You don't see Chinese people run behind white people. They've learned to be in their own bubble, do their own thing. And they've learned to compete with white people. They compete so hard that white people have to put tariffs on their stuff because they're that good. They're truly that good. You know, and the people who don't seek validation from white people are the people who not only get to compete with them, but they also beat them. They trigger them. See, a Black person can't trigger a white person, but the success of a Chinese will trigger a white person, right? You will never see, they're not obsessed with them. Chinese are obsessed with defeating them. The Chinese are not obsessed with emulating white people. You know what I'm saying? They play dumb so that these people could bring their engineering, their companies, and bring it over here. And the Chinese made it their business to study. They took the cheapest pay possible to get white people, because you know, white people are very arrogant. They think they know more than other people. They think they're better than other people. They think everybody's a savage. They think everybody's dumb. And they will make the same mistake with India. They're going to make the same mistake with India. Because when they go places, they look down on people. They look down on people. And when you look down on someone, you think that they'll never get to your level. And that right there is a blind spot. The Chinese, They went ahead and they took the lowest price, 1 cent, 2 cents per hour, whatever you call it. But the point was not to make money off these people. The point was to understand their technology and to do it better than them. The goal of the Chinese is to take down the American. They want revenge. It's not a joke. I remember that, was it 2008 or 8 or 12, the Olympics? You should have seen the gymnastic team from China. No, you're like, yo, these people are coming for blood. I'm like, they want to take America down. Their obsession is to take this country down. It's not to live like white people. They're not impressed by white people. Only it's black people who are impressed by white people. You see Indian people? Indian people also are not impressed by white people. But the thing about the Indian knows how to be submissive. He will be very submissive to the white man. And he'll make the white man think, I'll do whatever you want. Right? And I'm telling you, they're about to make the same mistake with India because they underestimate people. Because they've white people are very deluded. They're seriously deluded. And that's why the majority of white people have mental health issues. It's not their fault. It's like it's a genetic thing with them. They're some very deluded people. They always think they're better than everybody else. They think they're better. They know more. They think they're so smart. It's just they just have this weirdness about them, right? But don't make the same mistake with India. And within 50 years also, you'll see these Indians, they're going to be some of the wealthiest people in the world. And then at that point, America's going to start having beef with India. That's how it goes. They always underestimate people, right? That's how stuff always goes left. When it came to Hamas, they're the same people who funded Hamas because they underestimate people. And I look at how Hamas has a stronghold in the Middle East. When it came to the Taliban, underestimate these people too, because they're trying to take down USSR. Look how big Taliban they got. They always underestimate people. And it's a big hubris for white people, right? But the problem that you have with black people is that black people are always looking to be accepted by white people. And when you want to be accepted by someone, you will never have the competitive spirit you need to crush them. White people, you see, the thing with black people can sit here and cry about racism and slavery, but they don't really want revenge bad enough. Because the day you truly, truly mean what you say about how you feel about slavery, you will change your disposition towards white people. And you will start to compete with white people. And competition is not kissing somebody's ass. Competition is, I will build my own shit. I'm going to live by my own rules. And you don't exist to me. I see you when I see you. We don't have the spirit of, not revenge, I'm going to go snatch. No, there's no need for that. Right? But the day you decide to compete with white people, you'll see. You won't even be able to leave. You're like, oh, child, please. And no way. That's why I said, for me, I could never see myself chasing behind a white person. I couldn't do it. Like when I hear that, like the Louis Vuitton print is these are the kitchen tiles from a basic white man. You understand? I'm like, oh hell no. Oh hell no. I'm gonna wear a white man's kitchen tiles. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. Like you truly have me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather walk around naked than to wear the trinkets of white people. And this is how so much of Africa has been looted. Because we've let the trinkets of white people bamboozle us out of so much. You know, like you think about it, like how do white people have more gold, especially a place like England? England has more gold than Ghana. England has more gold than Ghana, than the Ivory Coast. It's like, it don't make no sense. There are no gold mines in England because one day the white man told the African man, all this gold you carry is too heavy. Let me help you out. Black man said, how you gonna help me? He said, well, I'll give you this paper and this paper will be worth this many gold. So I'll hold on to the paper for you. I'll hold on to your gold and I'll give you the paper. They made a trade. By the time the African man woke up, all the gold was in England and the black guy had nothing but pieces of paper. You understand me? Right? So it's like, no, thank you. Stay away from me. Okay? I would rather build my own, but it takes time to build your own. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. It takes time. Right? And that's the patience that black people don't have. Because black people, they want to be in the now. Show off now, get dressed now, look good now. So it's a people that's always going to be a consumer people. And it's a people that's always going to chase behind white people. Because black people inherently have low self-esteem. And the day that Negroes admit to themselves that they have low self-esteem, that's when the healing process is really going to come about. Black people have not healed from the insecurities inflicted by white people. And I get it. You know, from slavery to colonialism to whatever, apartheid, I mean, you name it. Never having anything, never having clothes, never having shoes, never having food, you know, not even knowing your real name. You never have. You always have to go to the white man to know who you are. Got to go to the white man to understand your religion. Got to go to the white man to ask him, can I read a book? Do you give me permission to write my name? Like, who are these people? Like, what the frick? Okay, that's why I call all their crap bunch of trinkets. You'll see a white person, a black person cry for 10, 12 years because they didn't get a Grammy. Who the F cares? A trinket from a white man, right? An Oscar, a trinket, an Emmy. These are all trinkets. And they're stupid ass little trinkets. They mean so much to us. So much so that we'll kill each other. Another black man will kill another black man to go buy something from the white man because of their trinkets, because you haven't healed. And the day you heal, you'll be like, what the fuck is this? This is a scam. Yeah, maybe. It's a scam. It's all a damn scam. And while you're busy chasing behind them, you could have started your own thing. You know, you could have started your own thing. They're not that relevant. But they have, I understand. White people have created a world where the illusion is that without them, you cannot be successful. It's an illusion. It's not a reality. Right? Because if it was a reality, they would not have a problem competing with the Chinese. But the Chinese show that this whole white hegemony type of stuff, it is an illusion. White people are just regular people. And one would argue that they're quite mediocre. That's why they have to be so violent. If they really had God-given abilities to be so smart, to be so gifted, to be so this, white people would never have been this violent. You are violent because you are desperate. You are violent because you are a degenerate. You are violent because you lack self-esteem. You are violent because God is not with you. You are violent because I'm just saying, like, it's a violent people. And people who are violent are defeated. Right? So I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, they're mediocre. White people are very mediocre. That's why they always have to give themselves a head start, because they cannot compete on fair grounds. They cannot. Even this whole AI business. Come to find out, AI, they have to start using a nuclear plant to power AI. I'm like, nuclear energy? Why? I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, right? But because they think they know everything, you know, they don't want to compete with the Chinese because it don't make no sense. And the Chinese people, they did all of this without slavery. You have 400 years of slavery. And these Chinese people who used to grow rice 50 years ago, they have you beat. Oh, Harvard and Stanford and Princeton. Them Chinese kids never went to Harvard. They didn't go to Princeton. They stayed in Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Guangdong, right? And they run circles around your best kids at Harvard. So are you really that smart? No, it's all an illusion. Okay. I'm like, yeah, they want to do it. They got to use nuclear energy because it consumes a lot. Just like crypto. Crypto takes a lot of energy. It's not efficient, but they don't talk about it. Right? Like, even here in America, you don't have real industries in America, but they'll lie. The whole stock market, it's a Ponzi scheme. Social Security, they're going broke. White people are always going broke. The majority, I'm like, America in itself, even here in America, if you take consumer credit away from people, the majority of Americans are poor. Consumer credit is what keeps up the middle class, is what keeps up like the poor people. It's consumer credit. You take consumer credit away, people out here are poor AF. You know, there's no real economy. There's no real industry. Everything is fake. It's all fugazi. The Wall Street, the stock market is all fugazi. Numbers are fake. It's all fake. Everything is fake. Like it's an illusion. It is all fake. So it's like when you sit there and like you put these people, you put these con artists, because that's really what they are. You put these con artists on a pedestal. It's like, are you okay? Like, are you sane? Are you truly sane? You know? But the thing about the white man, where you can appreciate their con, is that they will make you feel like what you have is not relevant and what they have is so amazing. And so you want to make a trade with them. You make a trade, and before you realize it, he don't stole a gift from you, something really powerful, and he gave you a bunch of trinkets. He sure will give you a whole lot of trinkets, and then you'll give him something that is so precious, right? And one of the main things we give white people is our time. We give too much time to white people. Give them way too much time. We give them way too much energy. They're not worth it. They're really not. But it's an illusion. And as long as you buy into that illusion, you will always feel like there's something missing in you. You know, there's something in you that's not enough because I need them. I need them to validate me. I need them to give me a trinket. Like, why? Their trinkets mean absolutely nothing. But your talent means everything. And they want your talent. And they'll get you to give them your talent, your time, and they'll give you a little trinket. But it's all an illusion. We live in a world that is like, we live in a world full of illusions. Like, there's like this order, white people first. It is so not true. They're not that great. They're not that great. They're not that intelligent. They're really not. Like, okay, you're just another human being. They don't have superpowers. They don't have special DNA. They don't have more than you. They don't have more gifts than you. No, their ancestors just stole more. And they wrote laws to make sure that by the time we got to this place, their great, 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 great grandchildren will be at the top and you'll be at the bottom. That's it. That's that. That's it. But it's like they don't have some like, oh my gosh, like they have this great. No, they don't. No, they don't. They're regular people, just like everybody else.
And I've spent my entire writing life trying to make sure that the white gaze was not the dominant one in any of my books.
Amen.
Or African writers, Chinua Achebe, Bessie Head, those writers who could assume the centrality of their race because they were Africans. And they didn't explain anything to white people, because I have had reviews in the past that have accused me of not writing about white people. I remember a review of Sula in which the reviewer said, this is all well and good, but one day she, meaning me, will have to face up to the real responsibilities and get mature and write about the real confrontation for Black people, which is white people. As though our lives have no meaning and no depth without the white gaze. And I've spent my entire writing life trying to make sure.
When Toni Morris,
You see, and it's like you think about this too. It's like you think about this, you understand the terrorism that occurred at Black Wall Street, like with Tulsa, Oklahoma, because here you have a town, just Black people thriving with just Black people, and they're living in an America that's going through a depression. And these Black people are living like white people don't exist. The news is not real. The stock market don't affect me. And you see how it triggers those people. Okay. You see how it triggered them, right? It triggered them. And like, look at what it led to. All this violence, because they could not conceive a world where it's like, hold up. You mean to tell me these Black people over there succeeding, living, thriving without even thinking about us? Yeah, you got that right. What happens next? In the next 3 or 4 days, they burned the whole thing up, started unaliving people. Okay, there you go. Because it's like it triggers them to know that they don't matter to you. You know what I mean? And that's why many of them are very entitled. Like, oh, how come I'm not? Like, what? You are not relevant over here. Like, you don't matter to me. You know? So it's like, you know what I mean? You really don't, you know? And it's not to say like you're against white people liking you. You know, if somebody likes you, they like you, but I just don't concern myself with you like that. Like, you don't really matter to me. Like, oh, sure, you exist, Ann. Like what do you want me to do? You live, I live. You breathe, I breathe. You know, it's cool. That's whatever. But it's like they always want to chase. You got to chase behind them. You got to tell them how much you need them. And you got to tell them how much they matter to you and how much they're this matter. I'm like, but why? Why do you go above and beyond trying to make these people feel so special like that? They never worry about you that way. They don't worry about you that way because they know you'll come to them. No matter how bad they treat you, they know you'll come to them. So what's their incentive to see you as an equal? Like, what is their incentive to respect you? And you see, because the Chinese and the Asian people don't feature them, and the Asian people compete with them. You saw how quickly Joe Biden signed a bill to say, oh, don't hate the Asian people, because they compete with white people. You'll never see a Korean kid go into an engineering program and be afraid of white people. If anything, the white kids will be afraid of him because they know Yoon Sung Kim, okay, he about to kill it. Because in Korea, by the time he was 8 years old, he was already doing this, right? You're not going to see an Indian kid go into a class like a little Punjib Satip, okay? You're not going to see Punjib over here worried about the white kids in his class. No, not really. They don't worry about white people, okay? Punjib, Ashwini, they're not worried about no white people. Like, what the heck, right? But the black kid, he's going to be on the learning program. He's going to be on a learning plan. He's going to have special tutors. Because the black kid, when he shows up in the classroom, he is seen as having a lot of disabilities, disadvantages, etc., etc. And we teach black children to always have a victimhood story. Instead of saying, you're going to go in that classroom, you're going to whoop some ass. Okay? Compete with your peers. No. There's an EIP plan. There's this type of plan. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous. It really is. I'm like, this is pure madness. This is madness, right? But you don't see that from Asians, like Indian, Asian, other people. You don't see that from them. They're not gonna do that. Yeah, they really do. Like, that's like, no. Yeah. So I'm like, why would I go to your event? Like, I'm gonna pay $75,000. I'm not going to your crappy event and you eat basic food. I'm not doing that. For what? Like, who are you again? I'm so sorry. Like, what? They even have a thing. Oh my gosh, let me show you this, y'all. They have this thing. That thing just grinds my nerves. Like, oh my gosh, tell me what you think. Oh my gosh, you guys. They have this thing. Oh, you guys, I can't stand this thing, right? They have a thing called the 15% pledge. So it started during, you see, there they are again. They're like, I swear, they can't help themselves, right? So it's called the 15% pledge. So it's like black businesses, like black business owners who are thanking white people for giving them 15% of their shelf space. I said, what? Like, because you know how, like, so I guess it derives from the fact that black people make up like 13% of the population. So it's an honor, it's a privilege for white people to give them 15% of their shelf space. I'm like, 15%? So they throw a gala. Y'all, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, maybe it's just me. Maybe, I don't know, maybe something is wrong with me. I don't know. But I'm like, they throw galas. They wear fancy dresses, right? To say thank you to white people for allowing them to have 15% of the shelf space, right? Meanwhile, you look at Temu, you look at Shein, you look at Target. I mean, Target, Walmart, Costco, wump. The majority of the products are from China, right? The Chinese just take over. TikTok Shop, Temu, Shein, you name it, everything made in China, right? The Chinese don't say, oh, white man, please give me 15%. They manufacture everything for these white people, right? We get 15%. And we're like, oh my gosh, it's such a big deal. We must wear fancy gowns. They wear gowns and dresses because a white man gave them 15% of shelf space. Like, I don't know if you, hopefully you understand where I'm coming from. But I'm like, do you not see how sad that is? How pathetic that is? Somebody gives you 15%. Okay? Somebody gives you 15% because, quote unquote, you make 13% of the population. And you think that's an honor. It's embarrassing. It really is. Because I'm like, because you have 15%, you're happy. Because you're happy. Like, you know what? That's the best we'll ever get. It's giving Booker T Washington, right? He was so happy for white people to give him a little bit of something. Right? But I'm like, if you really think about it, it's like, no, why would I stop at 50%? Because if you give me 15%, the other 85%, who has it? Right? Why would I stop at 15 if I can have 50? If I can have 60? If I can have 75? If I can have 100? Why am I not going to compete? But no, you don't want to compete. You just want to sit there and be happy because somehow you are included. Even if it's just like in a little shelf somewhere. Just knowing that you are included is enough for you to throw a luxury ball instead of saying, but why would I accept 15%? We might make 15% of the population, but when it comes to this thing right here, who spends the most money? Because at least let the percentage you give me based on how much my community spends with you. Because if we make up 15%, but we make up like 30% or 20% of your sales, or even 40% of your sales, then we should have 40% shelf space. Why do I want 50? What am I going to do with 15%? 15%, that's not enough to go around for all these people. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. I don't see myself doing this. I don't see myself celebrating this, but they will because they're so happy to be there. Just like a lot of Black people too. A lot of Black people who are in retail, they have horrible, horrible contracts with these retailers. They are getting swindled by these retailers, right? But they'll put up with it because they're so happy to be there. They're just so happy to be there, right? They'll get like scammed, all kinds of money. I'm like, they'll make you pay for stuff that they will never ask the Kardashians to pay for, right? But you're so happy to be there, you allow yourself to be extorted. That's extortion. Like, it's legitimate. You are being extorted. Like, this is extortion. But the fact of like, I'm willing to pay this price because when people see me in the store, they'll say, wow, she made it. She made it. And they know. White people know. You're thirsty for that ice. You want their ice. So they will extort you. They will extort you. And a lot of Black people who sell in retail, and predominantly, I mean, it's mostly white people, but in white retails, right? They are getting extorted, but they're not going to talk about it. Don't take the abuse because they want you to think, oh, everything is good. I'm so happy over here. Womp. It's like, just be quiet. They're extorting you. Shelf space, they charge you more. Advertising, they charge you more. Returns, they charge you. Refunds, they charge you. Mistakes, they charge you. They charge you for everything because they know you want to be here. Oh, they don't like to admit it to themselves, right? But look at how from China, these Chinese can send stuff over here without even going through a white retailer. They don't need to. They bombard these American airports. They bombard customs. There are so many packages from China. They can't keep up. They cannot keep up with these. Because these people are very aggressive. They are seriously aggressive. They don't care about white people. They want to walk all over them. They want to crush them for their ancestors, for everything they've done to them. Like, they want revenge. But they're going to do it financially. You know what I'm saying? They're going to do it financially. Right? We're just happy being part of something. We're just happy for quote unquote equality. Yeah, right. Equality of what? Because we're not making the same amount of money, right? We just want to like, oh, I want to belong. Oh, give me 15% of your shelf space, and then that's even if. Okay. As long as we feel like we're being included, the activism goes out the window. Just want to belong somewhere. It's like F belonging. Create your own stuff and be patient with it and watch it grow. One day you might even be bigger. But that faith, like that type of like self-belief, it really is not there. It really is not there. But I'm like, I wish I would. I'm not doing all this crap. I'm not doing this. And I'm like, you think about this too, like the type of effort the type of effort and energy they spent going to this gala, they could all put their money together. Like, and that's the thing that just like, I don't know, it really kills me with Black people. I don't know what it is, but it's like the time that y'all put to do this gala, put your makeup on, get your hair done, wear all these fancy outfits. How about y'all come together and start your own store? Right? How about y'all come together and support each other's products? I'm like, you could make way more working together than going through these white people. But it's like, no, that part too, that is something that they're not willing to do. They could come together, wear nice dresses and take nice pictures, but to say, hey, since we're all here, what else could we do? Right? Because if you talk about, like this whole retail stuff, right? You can attack retail on many fronts, right? For a season, you might say, okay, you know what? I'll let the white man use me for a season. He can have he can give me 50%. He can use me, right? But while the white man is using you, find a way to use them also. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, these are some very, like, a lot of them have huge followings, right? But I'm like, but y'all don't work together. You're just coming, you celebrate that 15% shelf space, and then everybody goes about their business. But y'all should be thinking about how else can we do this without these people? How can we take out the middleman? Right? How can we sell? Like, how can we come together? How can we do this, and that? Right? So that we ultimately can create our own thing without having to rely on these white people and their distribution. But this is the part where you actually need a real community. I promise you ain't gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, to me, I'm like, that's just like, that's a bit weird. That's really weird. Right? Just like they'll sit there and then they'll cry about like, oh, you don't have roles in Hollywood. Like you don't have enough movie roles in Hollywood and things like that. Right? But it's like, all y'all some millionaires. I don't get it. You are all millionaires. Put your money together. Hire some writers. If Hollywood does not want to give you roles, if Hollywood does not want to write roles for y'all, put your money together. Put your money together. Start a production company. Go find you some writers. Let them write. And then you fund the movie. Everybody, okay, let's get 10 people. Everybody bring $1 million. Or let's find 20 people. Everybody bring $500,000. I don't know how people don't know how to invest in each other, truly rely on each other, and like pour into each other, right? Why would you sit there and wait for Hollywood to send you a script when they got to first send it to the white woman? They'll send y'all whatever the white girls don't want. Why would you wait for that? Because you don't know how to be self-sufficient. Because you don't know how to fish. You want somebody to give you the fish. It's like, no. If you have 100,000, she has 100,000, put it together. You have money for Rolls Royces, but you don't have money for your dreams. Make it make sense, right? You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Right? It's the same thing I said, like when it came to Nene too. I said, oh, all this money that Nene spent on the 10,000 square foot home and the Rolls Royce, she could have had a whole production company. She could have had a whole production company. Right? Today you go on Nene's YouTube channel, she's doing it from her iPhone. I'm like, your iPhone? This whole time you were making $1 million plus a season. Didn't even take the time to build, like, not even to think about, okay, what does my life look like after Real Housewives of Atlanta? Because you thought these white people were going to give you a job forever. Why? Because Andy said, oh, Atlanta is the house that Nene built. So you thought you're going to be in the house forever? Then one day they evicted your ass. Right? But that Rolls Royce, $500,000, Nene could have had a production company. But she didn't want to. Because you rather spend, or you rather go sit and watch Happens Live with the latest Louboutins, the latest this, the latest of everything. But meanwhile, you're not planning, like, what is my life looking like after Housewives of Atlanta? Because you never know. Just never know, right? You got Kenya also. Kenya's out here buying a Rolls Royce. Oh, I have a Rolls Royce and I paid for it in cash. And I'm like, girl, please. Okay. You too could have had a production company. $500,000. That's a lot of money. Right? She bought a Rolls Royce before she even opened a spa for her hair care products. So you buy the car first, then you start the business, and then you're gonna go build a spa. But I'm like, y'all do things backwards. You know, but tomorrow, if the people fire you, that's a $500,000 car just sitting there. For what purpose? For what purpose? And the same thing goes with Portia too. What are Portia's investment? None. All these girls too. All these girls could easily come together and work together and put their money together, right? But oh, what else can we do? Because one day Bravo might kick us out. They're not gonna do it. Because as long as I can go check in with the housewives, as long as I'm signed to Bravo, I'm signed to NBC, they feel safe. Because they're like, they don't, I don't know how to say this. It's like you don't want to own anything. You just want the white people to take care of you, give you a job, give you opportunities, but you don't even think about how can you create things for yourself. No problem. But that's why I'm like, sometimes like, no, I don't feel bad for y'all, because you should learn how to put your stuff together. When these Italians, when these Italians came to Hollywood, they didn't have a lot of money, right? Hollywood, while you have a lot of Italians in Hollywood, you have a lot of, I mean, you can be Jewish and be Italian too, but you have a lot of German, like, you know, Italians in Hollywood. You got a lot of German Jews in Hollywood, right? But they put their money together and they started these movies because they couldn't find jobs. You know, they could not find jobs. That's why you have a lot of Italians in Hollywood, because they couldn't find the job. So they put their money together and they started making these little stupid movies. Okay. Now there's some of the biggest names in Hollywood. The same thing goes for the people from the Europe, the Jews from the Europe. Okay. They also put their money together because they could not find jobs. And today, like anything that you stick to, anything that you're consistent with, within 30, 40, 50 years, these people now control Hollywood. Right? But it was like it didn't exist. This is something that they built because they could not find jobs. So they made something happen for themselves so that they wouldn't have to go seek employment. Right? So it's like, here you come thinking that what somebody else built or their grandparents built, they should just allow you in there and they should just allow you to make all kinds of money in there. No, that's not how life goes. That is not how life goes. You're also going to have to put down your pillars, and you're also going to have to invest in what you want. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to have to be willing to invest in something that you might not even be able to reap from, but the future generations, they probably will. But you don't want to do that. Because, well, what if I put my money down and I never get to eat? Well, that's what might happen. Right? But the people who, like the Italians, the Jews of Hollywood, right? They didn't get to be as rich as their grandkids are today, their great-grandkids are today, but somebody has to make the investment. Somebody has to make the investment, right? But it's like for me personally, when you study how these people started out in Hollywood and there was nothing there. There was nothing in Hollywood. There was no industry the way it is today, right? But they had a vision. They believed in something. And as a community, they put their money together and they started making these movies the best they could. And now 50, 60 years later, look at how big it is, right? So, and like they invested in real estate, they bought these warehouses, they invested in cameras and things like that. And it's like, look how far Hollywood has come today, right? But you don't deserve to eat what you haven't really sowed. Nobody has to feel bad for you. Like, I don't know. Maybe I hope I'm making sense, but I'm like, nobody has to feel bad for you. You know, because you could do the same thing. You know, but you rather buy a car, no problem. You rather buy a bunch of weave or this and that, or big houses, not a problem. But then you can't turn around and be like, but how come I don't have this? I don't know, because you're not willing to sacrifice. Like, you're not willing to invest and wait on your investment. But I'm like, a lot of these Black people, they have enough money to put their money together to have writers come in and write roles that'll be good for you, right? You have enough money to start doing your own production, right? There are many ways today that you can do distribution. You can go with HBO, you can go with Netflix, you can go with YouTube. Like, there are many ways for you to put your work out there and see what it does, right? But if you're not willing to invest in yourself and you're waiting for a white man to send you a script, then I guess you're gonna cry for many years. But I'm like, I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel bad for you. You know, I really don't feel bad for you. That's why I say, like, when it comes to Taraji P. Henson, for example, you know, to me, I'm like, Given that you have 21 million followers on Instagram, you have a hair care line, right? You can take a break from acting, really focus on growing your hair care line, trying to make 5-10 million a month from your hair care line, right? Once you have enough money, you can then take that money and create your own production company. You can have your own studio, right? You can, like, it's okay to, since I can sell hair care product, let me sell the hair care product, make as much money as possible. Maybe you can even sell the company, 200 million, 100 million, whatever. Once you sell the company, you take some of your profit, you can start your own production company. You can start your own studio with writers and whatever else you need. And these people can sit there and write roles, not just for you, but for other Black girls who want to go into acting and other Black guys who want to go to acting, right? But someone is going to have to invest. It can't just be Tyler Perry. It can't just be Tyler Perry, right? Because otherwise, you're not gonna have any job, because there's not enough roles. Because white people they're gonna write for white people. They're not going to overlook Meryl Streep and this, oh, well, we're not going to give it to Meryl Streep. Let's go give it to Taraji. No, like, there are people that have to say no first. You know, maybe it's like Meryl Streep, then it's Kate Blanchett, then it's Viola Davis. Like, they got to go through like the cream of the cream, right? So the more they say no, then they could come down to you. But what if one of these girls says yes? They're going to give it to her. They're not going to give it to you. Right? So the best way you can do what you want to do is that you take the hair care line seriously, make as much money as you can. Either you sell the company or you take some of the profit and then you start a production company and you find the best writers possible. And you have these writers write these scripts that'll be really good for you based on who you are, how you act, you know, what you want. You can have people write scripts that make you look like a star. And then you produce your own stuff. Then you take it to the Aspen Film Festival. You take it to Cannes, because now you got the money. You can do it yourself. You know, you can do it yourself. But if you want to sit here and wait for Hollywood to send your script, pay you the money that you want to be paid, girl, I don't know what to tell you. Good luck. Good luck. Because you are not a priority for these people. You're truly not. Yeah. Even I feel like Kenya's hair care, Kenya could have come out with her hair care a lot sooner, you know? But look how long she waited, because she had to go buy a Rolls Royce before releasing the hair care line. No problem. But the more you wait and the more you focus on things that are not relevant, by the time you're ready to come out with a hair care line, so many other people are doing it. But is having a Rolls Royce really a priority? Right? Is that really an investment? You know what I mean? I don't know. If I had $500,000 to spend, I don't see myself saying, oh, yeah, let me go buy a car. It's just a car, and it stays outside. And it's not an investment. It does not make you any more money, right? Doesn't make you any more money. But if you have a production company, you can also create content. And then you can sell that content, right? You can sell the content. You can do a lot of things with the content. Like Carlos King, you know, like all the shows he has with like Married to Medicine and the Marriage Huntsville, Marriage DC, whatever. I'm like, this is content. And as long as the content is out there, you will always get paid. You will always get paid. So is it worth it to put $500,000 in the car? Or would you rather start something like a production house and create content, right? You know what I'm saying? No. It's like they want to wait for a white person to create everything, and then they want to be an employee. And then they get mad because they're not getting paid the way they should be paid. That's why you should have started your own, and especially if you have the resources. Especially if you have the resources to do it. You should have done your own thing. You know? So I hope one day that sorry you guys. I hope one day a lot more people, you know, have that type of mindset. Like, why am I chasing behind these people? You know? Why am I chasing behind them when I could have my own thing? So, because the more you have your own, the better. The more you have your own, the better. But if you wait for somebody else to give you an opportunity, especially you wait for someone else from a different community to give you an opportunity, yeah, you're not going to have much. You might never have anything because you're not a priority. You know what I'm saying? You're not a priority. So if you have to wait for a black role, a black this, a role that, child, they're not going to write like that. They're not. You know, so, but I said, you guys, I think I'm a little tired for today because today was a long day. I did a little too much today, right? So, Kelly, you know, next time, just let your management handle that, okay? Don't do it like right there in front of people. Don't do it right there in front of people. Let your management handle that, okay? And just ask for whoever's in charge and let them know you did not appreciate the way she handled you and the way she was all up in your space. Let the people handle that for you. But don't get caught on the red carpet with all that, because these pictures, they stay forever. These images stay forever. And when it comes to the Cannes Film Festival, you know, it's a great opportunity to network with people. So you don't want to be seen like, that, you know. I always ask yourself, what will Beyonce do in public? And she'll keep smiling like nothing happened. Okay. But she'll probably deal with it behind the scenes, though. She probably would. Okay. Hey, Val. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to wish y'all good night. Whew. Today was a long day. We'll come back tomorrow, and then we'll talk about Diddy tomorrow and all his baby moms. And then we'll talk about Mary J. and her silence. Oh, these people are so damn toxic. Diddy really is a monster. But I'll talk about him tomorrow. You know, or really, that's crazy. I'll talk about Diddy tomorrow. His crazy self. You know. Let's talk about Diddy tomorrow. I talk about Kelly Rowland, but I'm so tired. Yeah, I need to go lay down. All right, y'all. Love y'all. Oh, only like less than 6 hours. Look at me. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. All right. Bye, you guys. Talk to you tomorrow. Oh, Lord. Or will I talk to you tomorrow? I got an appointment, no? 3? I'll find a way to be here. Okay. Bye, Bruno. Bye, guys. Love y'all so much.